If you are not watching part 1, then go to I button and watch this now. Start chapter 32. Trip to Baratai 02. Chapter size 2,318 words. Third-person POV somewhere at sea, East Blue. Above the pirate ship's deck, with the vastness of the ocean stretching endlessly around, Luffy floated in the air, his shadowy wings casting a dark silhouette against the backdrop of the open sky. The ship beneath him swayed gently on the waves as he stared down at the government agents, frozen in a moment, halted by the unexpected appearance of this mysterious figure. His black wings fluttered lightly, and his devilish grin widened as he observed the scene below. The government agents, dressed in their black and white suits, stood frozen like statues, their expressions a mix of shock and a hint of fear at the hostile arrival of this unknown being. The echoes of their interrupted conversation hung in the air, their radio communication cut off by the chaotic flames of Luffy. With a pistol in hand, still emanating the hues of purple fire from his mythical Zoan powers, Luffy approached them with a playful yet menacing tone. "I think I'll join the fun too, huh?" His voice resonated throughout the area, a dark melody that intrigued and terrified those who heard it. The red-suited agent, identified as Sky, glared at Luffy with anger and disbelief, his composure shattered by the sudden intrusion. The other agents and prisoners on the ship watched in stunned silence, their minds struggling to comprehend the emergence of this enigmatic figure with wings and flames. "Who are you?" Sky's furious shout echoed across the deck, breaking the brief silence that followed the destruction of his Den Mushi. Luffy hovered in the air, his shadowy wings gently flapping as he stared at the agent with a nonchalant yet piercing gaze. An ironic smile played on his lips, and his eyes sparkled with mischievous fire. "I'm just a casual traveler, you know? Caught your ship having fun at the expense of another, but I can't help but notice. You guys are from the world government, right? I was surprised how you sent all those innocents to the other world." Luffy scoffed, his voice casually echoing in the air, each word hitting like a sharp arrow, amplified by the subtle manipulation of Moa Nomi commands. "So, you know we're from the world government and still you continue with this arrogance? How dare you question the world government and interfere in its operations?" The red-suited man roared, anger distorting his features as everyone around prepared for the imminent battle. "I have no idea who you are, and you have no idea about the vital importance of this operation. But let me tell you one thing. You'll find your death here, and then we'll unearth all your background, eliminating every person associated with you." The agent's anger boiled in his words as team members pointed their rifles at the Luffy floating in the air. "Oh, I must admit you have a special talent for ticking people off," Luffy commented with a light sarcasm, his voice flowing in a calm tone but carrying with it the promise of an impending storm. Luffy's hatred was visceral when it came to threats against his family and friends. Even knowing that the world government probably wouldn't launch an attack on Garp's acquaintances in the Goa Kingdom, the mere mention of such a threat was enough to ignite fury within him. "Perfect. You just gave me more than enough reason to wipe all of you out," Luffy declared, his weapon pointed directly at the red-suited agent. The deck was about to become the stage for an explosive showdown between the Straw Hat and the dark arm of the world government. The brief tense silence was shattered by a series of consecutive explosions as Luffy fired his still-pointed gun, pulling the trigger toward the ship below. Bang followed by boom, bang, and again boom. The resounding sound of explosions echoed through the deck of the commercial and pirate ship, creating a chaotic symphony that filled the air. Bang! An explosion rang out as Luffy's pistol found its target, sending one of the agents flying backward. Boom! Another roar echoed as the pistol fired again, hitting the next target and scattering debris on the deck. Bang boom bang boom bang boom bang boom bang boom bang boom. Luffy always had an affinity for firearms, and this was clearly reflected in his new arsenal in this world. In addition to his naturally powerful physiology, he had incorporated the use of firearms into his fighting style, complementing his abilities with a pistol. The power of chaos flames associated with the pistol dramatically enhanced his ability to perform quick and precise attacks. He hunted down world government agents as if they were prey, each shot a sentence of condemnation. His serious expression contrasted with the fluidity of his movements, demonstrating unmatched dexterity. The agents, unprepared to face Luffy's fury, desperately tried to dodge but seemed powerless against the overwhelming force of the straw hat. Pop pop as explosions echoed in the air. Agent Sky, skillfully using the Jeppo technique, glided through the air as if walking on the ground. Being a member of CP5, he was proficient in some of the 6 styles. Grab the Den Den Mushi and report our situation. Call for reinforcements, as this unknown man is dangerous. Agent Sky ordered, aware of the threat they faced. Luffy had decimated several of his colleagues using the pistol's flames, reducing them to ashes in an instant. Luffy heard the orders and aimed his pistol at the men rushing toward the pirate ship. His agile and precise movements denoted the experience of someone who mastered the use of a firearm. Bang bang bang, the shots pierced the air, hitting targets with lethal precision. The heat of the flames enveloped the bullets, causing devastating havoc on the world government agents. Another dozen men fell on the pirate ship's deck, their lives taken by Luffy's unparalleled skill with the pistol. With each shot, chaos intensified, turning the deck into a battlefield where the world government faced the burning fury of the Straw Hat Captain. Damn! Come on! Are you going to let me kill all your men? Luffy taunted, keeping his distance while challenging Agent Sky. With no options left, Agent Sky forced his Jeppo, swiftly approaching Luffy in the air. As he headed in his direction, he executed a spin, unleashing a Rankyaku cut toward his enemy. The cutting blue energy swiftly flew toward Luffy. With a beat of his wings, he agilely and gracefully dodged the attack, leaning to throw a punch at the opponent who was already close at that moment. Before Luffy could strike, however, Agent Sky proved to be faster. Closing in, he tilted his finger, launching something against his opponent. Sure gone. Luffy skillfully dodged the attack at the last second but was doing so on purpose. Even losing his own attack, he dealt with the situation effortlessly. That attack is quite powerful. I envy that. I wish I had those techniques too, Luffy murmured, watching the supposed attacker grit his teeth after hearing his comment. Do not take this fight so lightly, he shouted, quickly rushing at Luffy with his sharp finger. She, sound of cutting wind, she bang, such a I bang, she bang. While Luffy dodged Agent Sky's sharp blows, he took advantage of the time and carefully aimed between dodges, shooting anyone on the pirate ship trying to reach the Den Den Mushi. How can you be so strong? There's no record of someone like you in the weaker sea. Agent Sky expressed a shadow of perplexity in front of Luffy. He realized that this young man had been playing with him all along. Someone with such power shouldn't be there, as cipher pole missions were conducted meticulously. He himself, chosen for a mission of utmost importance, should be the most powerful in this sea, and this unknown presence challenged all expectations. Clenching his teeth, Agent Sky resolved to switch to a different strategy. If you stop interfering with this operation, the government will not only allow you to leave, but will also ensure a generous reward. Agent Sky tried to persuade, realizing that he wouldn't be able to defeat the individual in front of him with traditional methods. He was dealing with a wild card in the East Blue. After threatening me and mine, I don't care if you're from the world government, the Marines, one of the 4 emperors, or the Revolutionary Army. Even if I become the enemy of everyone and the most hunted man in this world, I don't plan to bow my head when my people are threatened or harmed. Luffy spoke with a cold voice, wasting no more time in that fight. With a beat of wings, he prepared to fly and deliver a punch against Agent Sky. Seeing this, Agent Sky quickly crossed his arms, applying the Iron Body technique. Tekai! Luffy's punch hit Agent Sky in midair with overwhelming force, creating a shockwave that expanded through the airspace. The thunderous sound of the impact echoed through the sky, reverberating like thunder on the horizon. Agent Sky, the target of Luffy's explosive power, felt something he never imagined before. At the moment of impact, Agent Sky's body seemed to defy the laws of physics, flying like a cannonball through space with an erratic trajectory toward the pirate ship. The scene was almost surreal, with Agent Sky exploding a part of the ship with his own body. Crack! The sound of the impact echoed across the ships, reverberating like thunder. "Mr. Sky!" The remaining agents shouted in desperation, watching their leader being thrown like an unguided projectile. Worry and fear mingled on their faces. Luffy wasted no time and flew toward that hole, cutting through the barrier of astonished agents. Boom! Upon landing, he triggered a controlled explosion, wanting to avoid unnecessary attention. His focus was entirely on the fallen agent, aware of the danger he represented if he called for reinforcements. He wanted to attract as little attention as possible before entering the Grand Line. With dust hanging in the air and shards scattered, limiting visibility inside the ship, Luffy surveyed the area for any movement. Aware that his initial attack might not have been lethal, he remained vigilant. It was when, amid the dust, the agent suddenly emerged, using the Soru technique to appear in front of Luffy. Sure gone. The agent's finger shot out quickly, connecting with the region of Luffy's chest where his heart rested, initially deeply surprising him. However, to the horror of the agent, the finger did not pierce Luffy's tough skin barrier. Wow, that was a slip on my part. Not having observation haki is really a disadvantage, and I'm taking it quite arrogantly. I could be seriously injured if it weren't for my powerful body. Luffy murmured as he observed the spot where the finger was connected to him, speaking calmly as if the other party hadn't just tried to kill him seconds before. That's impossible. What kind of monster are you? Agent Sky lost composure, unable to believe what his eyes were witnessing. He had never seen someone resist that assassination technique, especially without using haki or even tekai. If you had powerful haki, the story might be different. Even with my body being strong and having potential, it's still not as developed as Kaido's or Big Mom's. Luffy commented, leaving the man even more stunned. Who are Kaido and Big Mom? How can this kid speak so casually about these names as if they're known here, in the East Blue? He exclaimed in his mind. Anyway, I'm going to kill you. Luffy spoke casually. He wouldn't let this agent leave alive, especially a man who threatened his acquaintances like this. I just hope to find some manual of the 6 styles on this ship. So, I guess this is goodbye. Luffy spoke calmly, pointing the pistol at the man and using his flames to simulate a bullet. Bang! Soru! Bang! Wow! This technique is really amazing. You still managed to escape the first shot. Luffy couldn't help but praise, surprised at the agent's ability to escape even at point-blank range. Ah! Damn! After all my efforts. I was so close. Why? Why did you have to appear now? He growled as if the world were committing the greatest injustice against him. Breathless, the agent had a wound above his heart, bleeding and burning. He might have escaped the first shot to the head, but Luffy followed him as he executed Soru and shot again, hitting him. Is this injury hurting you a lot? Luffy casually asked and continued. Don't glare at me with so much hatred. I'm just curious to understand a bit more about the effects of chaos flames, as you're the only one who survived after being hit by them. Luffy ignored the hateful expression of the agent and continued with his investigation. In addition to being the most intense flames among all devil fruits, they have a corrosive effect. I doubt you'll live for much longer now. I may die here today, but I realize that whoever you are, you're a threat, and I'll at least destroy you. Here, he said through gritted teeth. Quickly, without giving Luffy a chance to react, the agent grabbed a box next to him and opened it, revealing various devices. This made Luffy's eyes widen instantly. Even without exactly understanding what it was clear that they were explosives or some kind of dynamite. Die! Agent Sky shouted, pressing a button in the center of the box, not giving Luffy the opportunity to escape. Chapter 33. Trip to Baratai 03. Chapter size. 1916 words. Third-person POV somewhere at sea, East Blue. We're almost there, Zoro said, eager to join the fight as soon as possible, despite having faced opponents a few days earlier. Are they really pirates? I've never seen pirates dress like this. Nami commented, observing how organized this group's uniforms were. Weird, They're waving at us too, as if they've glimpsed some hope, looking very happy about our approach. Usopp scratched his chin, perplexed. Maybe Luffy made friends with them, and they want to welcome us, Yamato concluded after pondering for a moment. Ow! Sharky! Megalo said that Chaochu-sama heard something like this. It's the Navy. We have reinforcements, Shirahoshi informed. So clearly, they're not our friends. Kuina commented the obvious. I wonder what Luffy did to them. Nami pondered. We're on a Navy ship, what did they expect? I just wonder why pirates seem so happy about the Navy's presence. I think Nami is right, Usopp reasoned. Anyway, let's find out soon, Zoro said, eager to approach and understand what was really happening there. What happened to Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked, expressing a bit of concern. I saw him descending forcefully onto that pirate ship, breaking everything with his landing. He was flying and fighting with someone using Jeppo, Yamato reported. Jeppo? What's that? Kuina questioned. It's a technique used to walk in the air. Some members of my father's pirate group could use it after copying some Marines. Yamato explained. A technique that allows walking in the air? Zoro became quite curious and surprised at this revelation. Is your father also a pirate? Nami asked surprised. Yes, that old bastard. I can't wait to go back to Wano and kick his ass along with Luffy. Yamato replied without looking at Nami, keeping her eyes on the ships ahead. No matter what kind of technique the enemy uses, Luffy can't lose to anyone in the East Blue, Usopp asserted with conviction, and most nodded in agreement, while Nami watched in amazement. Ow! Ow! Sharky, Sharky! Hee. Chaochu said that you became so convinced that Luffy-sama is so powerful after spending time with him in the last few days, Usopp-sama. Shirahoshi chuckled timidly at the dog's joke. It's not just that. You've seen his strength. He's a monster. He is. And the most surreal thing is that Yamato is even stronger than the captain. Zoro couldn't help but murmur. There was never a clear winner in the sparrings between Luffy and Yamato, but Zoro could feel that the white-haired woman was holding back all the time. What? Usopp couldn't believe it. Really? Is she even stronger? Nami couldn't help but be amazed. Since Luffy himself claimed that he could destroy Logtown in a day and didn't seem to be lying, the question now is, if Luffy can do that, can Yamato be an even worse monster? She has horns, so she's not so human, Nami told herself. Anyway, we're getting close, so let's wait for Luffy to appear before taking any action. Kuina concluded as they approached the ships. The situation was under control, but abruptly a flash tore through the night's silence, radiating from the pirate ship and enveloping both the pirate vessel and the commercial ship. The flash was followed by a deafening blast, shaking the air around and causing the explosion's impact to echo across the ocean. What? Lu? Captain? Luffy-sama? Ow! Captain? Sharky? Before they could articulate anything else, the force hit the Navy ship, unbalancing everyone on the deck. Watching the raised explosion, Yamato wasted no time and jumped off the ship, freezing the ocean just below her. Although this left everyone stunned, Zoro followed suit quickly, leaping off the ship, while Shirahoshi flew to the boats with Megalo in desperation. The commercial ship was still partially intact, as the explosion also hit them. Most agents were dead now, leaving only a few hostages and survivors. During this chaos, one agent managed to reach the reserve Den Mushi and made a call to request reinforcement. He hoped that the monster would be killed along with the impact. We need reinforcements. We've been attacked by an unknown individual, the agent shouted, seeking assistance for the unfolding chaotic situation. However, Luffy's notoriety hadn't reached everyone yet, as his bounty had been revealed only a few days earlier, and the occupants of the ship weren't particularly interested in a simple pirate with a 10 million bounty. But there's a Navy ship approaching right now. A mermaid? The man holding the Den Mushi, transmitting information, was surprised to see the 1.7-meter mermaid princess flying with her air bubble above the ship, looking for Luffy. Luffy-sama? she shouted, waiting for some response, stunning all the present who were still alive. A mermaid! The voice from the Den Den Mushi expressed surprise. While the man communicated with the snail phone, still stunned by the sight of the mermaid princess, his consciousness suddenly blanked out when a weapon struck him before he could react. Agent, what's happening? What was that noise? Explain the situation to me. Pop, Yamato didn't wait for answers from the agent or anyone else. Her main concern was Luffy's condition, and she began searching through the wreckage after destroying the Den Den Mushi. My Luffy? Yamato shouted when she felt Luffy's presence among the debris. The pirate ship no longer existed. Everything was a chaos of fire and pieces of wood scattered across the ocean, but her haki still indicated that Luffy was alive and seemingly well. Wow! That explosion almost got me hurt. Such a strong explosion. A voice was heard, leaving Yamato and Shirahoshi relieved. Our ship was nearly destroyed. Luckily, I managed to put my hand in my pocket to protect it, covering the small object. Luffy continued murmuring. Amidst the flames, a man with wings appeared for everyone. The Navy ship arrived at the scene, while the surviving government men trembled at seeing their assailant unharmed. The members of the Straw Hats sighed in relief, but the girls in the group changed their expressions when they looked more closely at Luffy. HM? Aw! Shirahoshi was the first to scream, covering her eyes but keeping one eye exposed between the fingers on her face. Luffy wondered why Shirahoshi was acting like this. He was sure he wasn't injured or anything while flying. My Luffy, you're naked, Yamato said with a blush on her cheeks. Put some clothes on, Nami shouted from a distance, with a red face. And do it quickly, Kuina added, equally red. But none of the girls seemed able to avoid looking at Luffy naked, while Zoro, Usopp, Chaochu, and Megalo just checked that Luffy was okay and turned their attention to finding any enemies. However, most of the enemies were killed in the explosion, leaving only a few that Yamato and Zoro knocked out when they arrived on the commercial ship. Ah, this. Ha 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 ha. I didn't even notice. Luffy laughed awkwardly, then landing on what was left of the commercial ship and entering a cabin with a few flames. Quickly, he summoned the same clothes he had acquired last time through the system as he entered one of the rooms. Ready. Sorry about that. I just didn't realize when my clothes were disintegrated, Luffy said, scratching his head. He wasn't an exhibitionist, but his nudity went unnoticed. Anyway, I almost got caught in the explosion. Who would have thought there was such a large amount of explosives on the pirate ship used by the government? Luffy commented, looking at the now destroyed ship's wreckage. My luck was using the Moa Moa no Mi 30 times to increase my hardness and defense. That enhanced my body even more, preventing me from being injured during the explosion. Luffy spoke casually, explaining his peculiar technique to everyone. It's a shame that ship was destroyed. I had some hope of getting some CP training manuals, but now it's a distant wish. Luffy lamented, looking at the floating debris. CP? Nami asked curiously. Yes. These men are agents of a powerful group from the world government. Luffy replied to the navigator as his eyes fixed on the 8 agents still alive but unconscious on the destroyed ship. Anyway, I want to find out why they attacked this commercial ship, Luffy said, pointing a finger at the still-bound couple in the corner of the boat. Without wasting any more time, Luffy approached the couple. The couple, tied in the corner of the ship, portrayed an everyday scene amidst adversity. The middle-aged man exhibited a bald head and a substantial beard, his eyes reflecting surprise and relief at the unexpected rescue. Beside him, the woman, with short brown hair, conveyed a mixture of courage and concern, her eyes revealing gratitude for having survived the chaos that unfolded around them. Despite the handcuffs and chains that kept them prisoners, they shared a bond that suggested a story built over time, as Luffy perceived. Yo! Luffy snapped the couple out of their stupor. Hello, sir. My name is Curdy. Thank you for saving our lives. We'll reward you for this, the man quickly said, with the woman beside him. Well, I'm Monkey D. Luffy. If you want to thank me, You can start by telling me why you were being targeted by a group like Cypher Paul. Luffy got straight to the point, burning the handcuffs and chains that held the couple with his flames, without hurting them. He calmly waited for a response, with the other Straw Hats grouping behind him to listen as well. Feeling relieved, the man and woman looked at them with a grateful gleam. I thought we were going to die. I never imagined such a sudden turnaround. Thank you. The man couldn't help but comment in relief, looking at Luffy. Anyway, we were targeted because my wife here had in her possession a key and a map belonging to her old family. Something that passed from generation to generation. When we finally decided to unravel the mystery, we went after the treasure located in the sea according to the map. But we were ambushed without our guards being able to react. They were all killed quickly without being able to react, leaving only me and my wife alive for them to gather information from. The man explained, revealing the reason for the attack. It was after that you found us in such a bad situation. The key and the map were quite precious to the Garen family, but we never thought the world government was targeting us for it. There should have been some of them contacting us when my dear wife and I announced and called the men for this journey. The man lamented his luck. And where are you guys from? Luffy couldn't help but ask. To his surprise, it wasn't the man who answered. Instead, the woman spoke for the first time. Ixihan se Casta South. Ixikazur Najat Jyoragon Bisa Wapa Treasure Bona Azarasare, Rebagon Re Nuha Lentair Hen Generation Najat Generation. Kiramvos Syt saved Ilva lives. Nike thought Nuha Valzaries Se Nike Sia Jair Najat Morgaljagan, Sir Emma Nuha Kiramvos. The woman began to speak, and her husband looked at her with appreciation while the crew fell into silence. What the hell did she say? Everyone exclaimed internally. No one understood this woman's language, and she seemed to expect them to comprehend. Chapter 34, Trip to Baratai 04. Chapter size, 2,281 words. Third-person POV somewhere at sea, East Blue. I see. Luffy was the first to break the silence, even without fully comprehending the woman's mysterious words. Clearly, you don't understand, everyone exclaimed, looking at the captain with astonished expressions. As my wife Marta said, this map and this key only brought trouble. We don't want to be involved with it anymore. I was just a trader who lived well in the South Blue. I doubt we can go back to our old life now. The man expressed with regret. Luffy could understand him. He also doubted that the world government would let them go unscathed. If they knew the operation failed and the couple still held these valuable items, they would be continuously hunted. Hey Kiramvos, Costa Emagon Zairi. Nike don't Jalagon Najat involve Nuha Valzaries Se Nike Isi Bisadambo. The woman resumed her words, and Luffy just stared at her, not knowing how to respond. You're right, my love. It's better not to get involved anymore. So, as a token of gratitude, you can keep the items. The man beside her affirmed. Wait, you're just giving them to me like this? Luffy raised an eyebrow, showing surprise. Of course, he was curious about what was in that chest, but receiving the items so easily was unexpected. Not that he was going to leave with nothing. He already intended to have some possessions from here. We can't have these anymore. Our friends are among the dead bodies on this ship. So many deaths. Look around. Many of them were our acquaintances, and they died like slaughtered animals without a chance to fight back. Do you think we can live with these items that will make us targets on our backs? I won't even be able to go back home now. The man named Curdy vented, expressing the tragedy that had befallen them. Luffy remained silent for a moment, absorbing the man's words. Then he sighed and said, If you're determined not to be involved with this anymore, I accept the items. But before that, explain to me what exactly these maps and keys are, better than before, and why the world government is so interested in them. The couple exchanged glances, and seeing that Luffy was genuinely interested, they began to explain the story behind their family's belongings. They detailed how these objects passed from generation to generation, recounting the history of an ancient lineage of explorers and hidden treasures. As they spoke, the couple revealed the peculiarities and mysteries behind these artifacts. Luffy listened attentively, understanding the importance of these items to their family and how they ended up becoming targets of the world government. When the explanation came to an end, Luffy nodded and said, "Got it. If you're willing to hand over these items to me, I accept. But know that I'll do what's in my power to ensure you can move forward without further worries." "You're right. I don't think the government will let this slide. It would be better for you to disappear from everyone's sight with your old name and get a new identity." Luffy spoke bluntly, sure that the world government wouldn't let this go either way. The couple looked at Luffy with gratitude in their eyes. The man then pulled out a small, intricately decorated wooden chest with a kind of amulet attached, along with the map taken by Sky. "This is the real key, and these are my wife's family belongings. May they bring you what you desire." Luffy took and looked at them. "Can we give you a ride to our next stop? Do you have any money?" Luffy asked again. "We do. At least we had 300 million berries since I knew this trip was dangerous. I took my savings to bring along. Just don't know if they're still intact with the explosion," the man warned, and Nami practically jumped with this information. 300 million? She couldn't believe this information. While only Kuina, Usopp, and Chaochu seemed stunned by this amount, the rest of the crew didn't seem very interested in money, no matter how much gold. "Anyway, I'll first see what's in the chest. Nami, do you want to grab the gold?" Luffy said, approaching the mysterious red chest, while the maid-dressed woman with a mop in hand jumped with bright and passionate eyes at these words. Luffy took the key and went to the chest with the map. As the couple stepped away, he opened it while spying on all the objects with curiosity. The old map clearly showed the East Blue and pointed to an island. Although not so updated, the key was ornamented in a triangular shape, and some documents inside the chest. Luffy examined them with interest, imagining what adventures, treasures, and mysteries might await him. "So, this is the key. Looks pretty old." Luffy couldn't help but comment as he turned the talisman, which was the key, from side to side, inspecting it carefully. "That's strange. Where's the gold? Is this not a treasure chest?" Nami complained beside. "Did you not go to get the treasure inside the ship? How can you be so fast?" Luffy was alarmed at this speed. "I've already collected everything and inspected the entire ship to make sure nothing's missing. I even counted the money 3 times in that time. It's 306,599,100 berries," Nami said, looking for any sign of gold in that chest. "What the hell?" Luffy still complained. This woman had cheats when it came to money. "There may not be gold, but there's certainly a treasure waiting for us," Luffy commented with joy. "Treasure?" Nami couldn't help but shout happily. "A new adventure?" Shirahoshi exclaimed excitedly with anticipation. "New enemies?" Zoro said, opening a smile. "A chance for me to prove that I'm a brave warrior?" Usopp was excited. His wounds were better after Luffy applied the power of the Moa Moa Nomi, so he wanted to see the result of his hellish training like Zoro. Not everyone spoke, but they had their own expectations for this treasure hunt. "All right, everyone, let's first get organized. As soon as we reach Baratai, we'll plan to search after that," Luffy commented and continued. "First, let's go back to our ship, then we'll set sail," Luffy concluded, carrying the chest to the marine ship. "And these men?" Kuina asked, seeing some men still unconscious. "Leave them there. They executed civilians just by orders from their superiors. I won't stain my hands with the blood of unarmed men, but I don't intend to show mercy either," Luffy said without looking back. Nodding, Kuina and the others followed him closely behind with the couple and Anami carrying bags of berries. "You're on a marine ship?" the man Kurdy asked curiously. "We stole it," Luffy casually commented, leaving the man stunned. "Zairi Ixos ia Jevi Lozier, Ao stole Siri," the woman Marta responded. "My love, you shouldn't say that," the man said to the mystery of all listeners. Ignoring the woman and her unknown words anyway, Luffy asked everyone to take positions for the ship to depart on its original route. A day later, in the ship's treasury, Luffy and Nami were in front of the money. The ship's mate followed him like a rat on the last day, hoping that the captain wouldn't make the money disappear like the last few times. Now she was stuck to him with her legs closed around his waist, pulling his cheeks. She tried to restrict his movements, but Luffy's monstrous strength didn't even care about the woman clinging to his body. No! Don't make this money disappear. Luffy heard Nami crying as he stood in front of the treasure. Luffy smiled at her. Deep down, he liked this mischievous woman with her ambition for money. What's wrong? This treasure belongs to the Straw Hats. We need it to improve our ship, and afterward, I don't intend to take all the gold. I'm not so greedy as to leave those people like that after everything that happened. Luffy commented, and Nami looked at him for a while. You don't seem so bad. She couldn't help but comment. I'm an ambitious man and often bad, but I have my limits. I'm already satisfied with the map, key, and about 100 million of this gold. Luffy commented to no one in particular. Nami looked at Luffy's words, letting all her greed for money disappear. She had been thinking about her life and them in the last few days. Luffy, let me ask you, do you see me as your nakama? She asked cautiously. And are you really one of us? Luffy raised an eyebrow. She didn't know what to answer. Listen, Nami. I know you're a great navigator. Luffy commented. You knew all this time? Nami couldn't help but exclaim. Of course I knew, but I'm not interested in having someone who isn't trustworthy as one of us. Your intention was never to be a part of the group. Luffy looked serious at her. Then why am I here? You just wanted to laugh at me when you made me your maid. Nami couldn't help but ask bitterly. Because I wanted to see your attitude. I know you have your problems, but you don't trust the group to try to help you. And I don't want someone on the crew who doesn't trust us or vice versa. Luffy sighed as he focused on the money to make it 100 times smaller. Nami didn't seem to care about it after hearing Luffy, choosing to stay silent. I thought that if you spent some time sailing with us, you might trust us enough to help you with Arlong. Luffy began to walk out, leaving the lone cat burglar in the room. Nami was shocked by these words, torn between asking for help or not. Deep down, she was afraid that Arlong would not only kill the group, but that the fishmen would take it out on her village, which she had been trying to free for years. She clenched her fists, looking down as she heard Luffy move away without looking back. Luffy, wait. Luffy stopped as soon as he heard the slightly teary and nervous voice. If I asked you for help, would you be willing to risk your life and theirs to solve my problems? She asked in the same tone. What are you talking about? If it's about Arlong and his group, I can handle them alone, silly girl. I may not be a fishman, but I'm not an ordinary human either. In fact, I'm a monster. Luffy smiled with that declaration. Leaving Nami stunned, she clenched her hands and spoke again. Would you help me destroy the tyranny of Arlong in Kokoyasi village and the nearby islands? She asked calmly. How about I answer you with another question? Luffy sighed and continued. Are you willing to truly be a part of this crew? What I intend to do sailing the seas will shock the entire world. I don't intend to be a Jewel D. Roger. I'm more like a Rox D. Zebek at sea. Maybe the whole world will be my enemy in the coming years, but I know I'll have a group that supports and trusts each other like a family, and they're willing to fight against all enemies. Arlong will be a flea compared to what you'll face. Luffy stopped and looked at the girl without words and continued. Of course, the greatest navigator in the world is welcome here. So, I ask you, Nami, are you willing to embark on an adventure that will bring dangers thousands of times worse than Arlong? Are you willing to bear the burden that the whole world may be your enemy in the coming years, having only your crewmates to move forward with so many enemies? I won't force you, and in any case, I'm going to Kokoyasi village to take the heads of Arlong and Commander Rat at Base 16, whether you like it or not. But if you're still willing to join us, I'll make you feel like family and strengthen you to the point where you see Arlong as an insect from your past. Luffy didn't hide his intentions. Enemies thousands of times worse than Arlong? Being an enemy of the whole world? Getting so strong that Arlong is seen as an insect? Nami didn't know Rox D. Zebek, but she understood the weight of Luffy's other words. She couldn't imagine living with the whole world as her enemy. But looking at Luffy's determination as he started talking to her, Their eyes met, and she couldn't see any degree of hesitation in them, as if he had been expecting that storm to come. Is he really serious? That was a question that left her stunned. I'm willing to join your crew, she finally said after a few seconds of stunned silence. How could she not? This group was quite reliable, even with people so different and of other species with different personalities. She had no doubt that they were trustworthy after spending a week with them. With this group, I can fulfill my dream of saving Kokoyashi Village and making the complete world map, she told herself. That's great, Nami. Welcome to the crew. Luffy had a big smile because finally, his navigator agreed to join the crew without betraying them first. System, crew. Nami has joined as a member of your crew. Finally, Luffy muttered, keeping the same smile. Chapter 35, Trip to Baratai 05. Words. Third-person POV somewhere at sea, East Blue. In the vast waters of the East Blue, beneath an expansive sky, the current. Straw Hat crew occupied the Navy ship they had acquired. It was a day after the revealing conversation with Nami, and the atmosphere hummed with a mix of each member doing their own things in their free time, as Luffy had given everyone a longer break on this day. Zoro and Kuina, on the deck, dedicated themselves to their sword training. Calculated and precise movements indicated their intense focus as they continued to hone their skills. Closed eyes revealed deep immersion in the training. Nami, in the lounge, now officially part of the crew, was in her own room, immersed in maps and navigation instruments. Her focused attention on routes and coordinates demonstrated the seriousness with which she would begin playing her crucial role in the crew. Agile fingers traced lines on the maps as she planned the course ahead through the weaker sea routes. Usopp, in his workshop, worked on his weapons. His slingshot had been replaced by deadly weapons that Luffy handed to him with their manuals. These weapons were secret projects of the world government to enhance their strength in the future. Luffy acquired the designs and prototypes through some millions, but he didn't even come close to the real equipment, which were worth hundreds of millions or even billions. With Usopp now part of the crew and adapting to his new fighting approach, much deadlier than before, his expression revealed enthusiasm and passion as he explored new creations and refined his weapons. Skillful fingers shaped the crew's future. Shirahoshi and Megalo were on the deck, both watching the horizon and enjoying the sea breeze. The mermaid princess seemed fascinated by the vast ocean and the sight of the surface, while Megalo displayed a content expression. Chaochu, the loyal crew dog, was beside Yamato, both on the deck. Chaochu sniffed the air, taking in the new sea scents, while Yamato trained her skills with determination. The rescued couple, now free, was on the main deck, observing the crew with a mix of amusement in one of the chairs. Luffy let them do as they pleased, as long as it didn't interfere with the group's training. The man and the woman, still recovering from the shock of the turnaround in their lives, exchanged silent glances. The woman occasionally commented, but no one understood. While each crew member performed their individual tasks, the collective spirit of the Straw Hats permeated the ship. The atmosphere was charged with a unique energy. On the mast, Luffy sat, lost in his thoughts as he explored the system with a determined and curious expression. His gaze, fixed on the possibilities unfolding before the crew, as he closely examined a crew screen on the system. Crew: Monkey D. Luffy, Captain, Devil Fruit. Moa Moa no Mi, D/Icon no Mi. Model: Chaos Ifrit, D. Vitality, S. Strength, B. Defense, A. Speed, C. Spirit, B. Haushiku Haki. Locked voice of all things? Locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Yamato, Vice Captain, Devil Fruit. Inu Inu no Mi. Model: Okuchi no Makami, B. Vitality, S. Strength, A. Defense, S. Speed, B. Spirit, A. Swordsmanship, B. Kanbunshiku Haki, D. Busashoku Haki, C. Haushiku Haki, D. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Shirahoshi, no specific role. Devil Fruit, none Vitality, S. Strength, E. Defense, D. Speed, E. Spirit, S. Poseidon. Locked: Haoshiku Haki, locked. As a member of his crew, all her talents increase by 100%. Megalo, pet, devil fruit. None vitality, C strength, D defense, D speed, D spirit, D. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Zoro, swordsman, devil fruit. None vitality, D strength, C dash, plus defense, D speed, C dash, C plus, spirit, C swordsmanship. Santoryu, C Haoshiku Haki, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Trafalgar Lami, Doctor, devil fruit. Op no Mi, C vitality, C strength, C defense, C speed, B spirit, C swordsmanship, D Haoshiku Haki, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Beepo, assistant, devil fruit. None vitality, D strength, E defense, E speed, E spirit, C. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Chaochu, guard dog, devil fruit. None vitality, D strength, E dash, E plus, defense, E dash, E plus, speed, E spirit, E dash, E plus. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Usopp, sniper, devil fruit. None vitality, E strength, E dash, E plus, defense, E dash, E plus, speed, D spirit, E. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Nami, navigator, devil fruit. None vitality, E strength, E defense, E speed, E spirit, C. As a member of his crew, all her talents increase by 100%. System rules. The system's ranking level goes from letter E to EX, with EX being the mortal limit, understood within this classification from lowest to highest as listed below. E dash, D dash, C dash, B dash, A dash, S dash, SS dash, SSS dash EX. The group is getting bigger, Luffy thought as he looked at all the information on the screen. Luffy originally left the sea with 5 members. Now he has 10 members, with Kuina to join still, but I'm sure she'll accept in the end. And there's also Sanji if he's at Baratai. Furthermore, the only ones who increased their stats were Zoro, Chaochu, and Usopp. Even if it was in weaker stats, Luffy was still satisfied with it after training with them for a few days. Chaochu had the biggest evolution among them. He took 200 million of the money he got from the couple and put it into the system. He planned to leave them with 100 million to start over with a gift that would make them safer in case the government attacked them again. Closing the crew screen, Luffy opened the shop screen. There were all kinds of things this world could offer, of course, with some rules. He couldn't take anything in someone else's possession. Imagine Mihawk's black sword disappearing from his back and ending up in the middle of the East Blue, or even with Shanks and Whitebeard's weapons, it would be too treacherous. Wait a minute, Mihawk must be in this sea now. Luffy murmured when he thought of that, but then thought that this should be a concern when he reached Baratai and focused his attention on the new list in front of him. Clicking on some options, he made his wish list in his cart. Upgrade and evolve a ship to level 2. Price, 500 million berries. Upgrade and evolve a ship to level 3. Price, 1 billion berries. World Government Manual. All techniques and details about Rokushiki by the High Government. Price, 2 billion berries. This is the world's largest Rokushiki manual. Only the Sacred Knights are trained in this manual. World Government Manual. Everything about observation Haki techniques and training, detailed after hundreds of years by the High Government. Price, 2 billion berries. This is the world's largest manual on Kenbunshiku Haki. Only the Sacred Knights are trained in this manual. World Government Manual. Everything about armament Haki techniques and training, detailed after hundreds of years by the High Government. Price, 2 billion berries. This is the world's largest manual on Busoshoku Haki. Only the Sacred Knights are trained in this manual. World Government Manual. Everything about Conqueror's Haki techniques and training, detailed after hundreds of years by the High Government. Price, 3 billion berries. Hidden knowledge of Haoshiku Haki in Merigios. which only a few people have trained in for hundreds of years for the world government. World Government Manual, complete package everything about the 3 Haki's techniques and training, detailed after hundreds of years by the high government. Price, 5 billion berries. This is the world's largest manual on the 3 Hakis. Only the Sacred Knights are trained in this manual. Supreme Grade Sword, Ace. Price, 10 billion berries. Last used by Gold Roger. Currently not in anyone's possession. Icon no Mi. Model, Phoenix. Price, 5 billion berries. Mythical Zoan Genderless of the Phoenix. Fire Element. Icon no Mi. Model, Garuda. Price, 5 billion berries. Mythical Zoan Female of the Garuda. Wind Element. Icon no Mi. Model, Rama. Price, 5 billion berries. Mythical Zoan Male of the Rama. Lightning Element. Icon no Mi. Model, Titan. Price, 5 billion berries. Mythical Zoan Male of the Titan. Earth Element. Icon no Mi. Model, Bahamut. Price, 5 billion berries. Mythical Zoan Male of the Bahamut. Light Element. Icon no Mi. Model, Shiva. Price, 5 billion berries. Mythical Zoan Female of the Shiva. Ice Element. Icon no Mi. Model Odin. Price, 5 billion berries. Mythical Zoan Male of the Odin. Darkness Element. Icon no Mi. Model, Leviathan. Price, 5 billion berries. Mythical Zoan Female of the Leviathan. Water Element. Currently, he had only 240 million berries in the system. There was still an abyss to get the main things that this list could offer, which were in the billions, so Luffy could only plan what to buy when he had some money in the future, so he needs to behave like a pirate and loot those he deems worthy. Luffy closed the list after seeing what he needed and looked in one direction where the ship was sailing. There, a speedboat was coming towards the ship at high speed. Finally arrived Lami and Beepo. Luffy smiled. Author here. I created this shopping list for now. Do you think the price corresponds to the real value? If you have suggestions or any criticism with the list, comment. I'm thinking of new fruits to put on the wish list like a wind-type Logia fruit, among others. I hope for some more suggestions. Chapter 36. Trip to Baratai 06. Chapter size. 2,211 words. Third-person POV somewhere at sea, East Blue. Patiently waiting, all crew members and the recently rescued civilian couple gathered at the corner of the naval ship, awaiting Lami's arrival. A speedboat with an empty raft followed closely behind, approaching the ship as soon as it came into view. Next to the Navy ship, Lami executed her room ability, teleporting herself with Beepo and a suitcase full of money directly onto the deck. A smile lit up Luffy's face as he crossed his arms, welcoming his companion's arrival. "You finally made it," Luffy commented, his smile revealing a hint of relief. "I guess so." The marine base was quite a distance away, and the sailors asked a series of questions as they always do, replied Lami, directing her gaze towards Luffy. "I hope you guys are okay," Luffy added, expressing his concern before anything else. "We're fine. In the end, we got the money and came back here," assured Lami, highlighting the success of the financial mission. "We earned a considerable amount, Captain," announced Beepo, his enthusiastic voice echoing through the group, and he finally noticed new faces on the ship. "New people?" exclaimed Beepo, surprised to see unfamiliar individuals around the captain. "A talking panda!" exclaimed Usopp, displaying fascination like a member who hadn't seen the unusual creature before. "Nike Dori Undigen Ia Dines Bona Talks Go." The woman spoke, capturing everyone's attention, even though no one understood what she really meant. "I'm sorry," Beepo said after hearing the woman. "Wait, do you understand her?" Curious Nami asked. No," Beepo said, causing everyone to fall to the ground in disbelief. "Then why is he apologizing?" Usopp shouted. "I see the crew has grown quite a bit in these days away," Lami said, raising an eyebrow after hearing the woman. Ixandayer Rebagon Re Kazur, Nike Idradayer Sidalibagon Najat Se Crew, Marta said. So only her husband understood, and everyone continued to ignore her. Some pretty weird ones, from what I can see. Lami murmured about the strange woman. After hearing Marta and ignoring her, Luffy turned his attention back to responding to Lami. It's true, but this couple doesn't belong to the group. We're just helping them until the next point. Luffy said calmly. I understand, said the tattooed woman. Anyway, rest a bit because I'll need you again in the next few days. We have a few more pirates for you to deliver to the Marines, Luffy said, and she stared at him for a while with raised eyebrows. Why am I surprised? Anyway, I can do that, but I don't want to fall behind the team, she warned while crossing her arms, knowing that with Luffy, the rest of the group would be training while she did these services. Don't worry. I want you to deliver this and 2 more batches of pirates in the future. After that, we're heading to the Grand Line. Once we've done everything we need here, I guarantee I'll personally train you enough to defeat any of your enemies, Luffy affirmed, as many looked at him with questioning eyes, as only Luffy and Lami knew about the agreement they made. Now that we're all gathered, let's take advantage and celebrate. How's our stock, Usopp? Luffy casually asked. Being a pirate, a routine of banquets among his crew was necessary whenever possible. Kaya gave us a supply for 6 months, and there are still many things in the Navy's stock, so we're doing very well, Captain, he affirmed. Great. Let's drink and eat for the rest of the day, Luffy announced, and everyone smiled, liking the idea. Is the maid still in the group? Lami asked curiously next to Luffy, seeing Nami still with them and no longer dressed as Baby 5, since she saw how Nami had ulterior motives when Luffy recruited her. The doctor also knew that Luffy wasn't a fool to let this woman abuse them, so she believed that the captain would get rid of her on the next island. I'm not the maid anymore, Nami shouted with a comical face, listening to Lami next to Luffy. Don't worry. She's one of us now. After a serious talk, I trust her, and she's a great navigator, Luffy affirmed. The rest of the crew already knew this since Luffy's announcement yesterday, so they just nodded and trusted his decision. They changed their behavior and relationship with Nami as well, improving a lot and trusting her more after hearing her sad story, which she opened up to them. Nami was also amazed by each story told by her new nakamas. One was a prisoner of her father, another returned from the dead. Needless to say, the cat thief had a reality check. But the person in the group with whom Nami seemed to connect better was the young mermaid, who shared a similar story since both mothers were killed in front of them and understood that pain very well. Anyway, the Straw Hats spent the rest of the day eating and celebrating without their infernal training. Luffy wanted to give them some fun. Besides strengthening them, they deserved a break from time to time. The next day, Luffy handed over the Black Cat Pirates bandits, along with Django and Kuro's lifeless body, to the raft behind Lami's speedboat. By starting the engine, the woman and her partner, Beepo, headed toward the nearest naval base after reviewing the marine map with Nami's help. Are they gaining fame? Zoro asked beside, watching the boat move away. He was a pirate hunter until recently. He knew that after Lami and Beepo caught a few pirates, their names would start to circulate, especially when Lami caught a pirate with a 15 million bounty like Buggy. It wouldn't take long for her to become quite famous in this sea. Are you afraid of losing your reputation so quickly? Kuina mocked beside. I doubt I have any reputation now. I'm a pirate with a 5 million bounty on my head. But I won't be surprised if the woman and the panda gain a great reputation just for delivering Buggy to the Marines. Now, with Kuro, a pirate who was dead on the records, that will attract a lot of attention to them. Zoro concluded with a smile. Whatever Lami's reputation is now or in the future, it will end once we enter the Grand Line. Now, forget about it. And today won't be a day off. Let's train, Luffy announced, earning a smile from Yamato, Kuina, and Zoro. In contrast, Nami, Usopp, Shirahoshi, Megalo, and Chaochu shivered and lamented upon hearing those words. Their infernal training would begin soon. Meanwhile, the rescued couple watched patiently from the side. Most of the time, They showed compassion for the weaker members, witnessing Luffy's torture and ruthless attitude. "What are you looking at like that? To the training area, move!" Luffy shouted at them, and everyone ran to train. The captain would make them suffer even more if they made him wait. "Yes, Captain," they shouted quickly. Some time later, "Please help me." Luffy heard Nami scream, looking like a bug on the ground from so much suffering. She was the one suffering the most since those rigorous training began. Not even in Syrup Village had Luffy been so relentless, but he had the goal of strengthening her. Luffy sighed and picked her up in his arms like a princess, taking her to one of the cabins, where she would rest until she recovered to be able to help with the ship's navigation again. Upon returning to the deck, Luffy was approached by Usopp, who had spotted something in the sea. "Captain, is that a rock? Can I shoot?" he asked. "No, there's a person in that location," Luffy replied with a smile, believing that meeting was predestined, like many others in the canonical work. "A person, Luffy-sama?" Shirahoshi asked curiously, flying to his side. "I only see a rock, and my haki doesn't reach the location," Yamato complained. "Don't worry, I'm telling the truth. They seem trustworthy. Let's help them since it looks like they went through a shipwreck," Luffy said, and Zoro took the helm in the indicated direction. Thus, the ship arrived alongside that rocky formation in the middle of the ocean. "Sharky!" Megalo was the first to inspect the sight, flying out of the ship. "A flying shark!" Luffy and the others heard an astonished voice as they spotted Megalo. "Get out of here, monster! I won't let you eat me and my partner." The voice sounded indignant but also carried fear in its tone. "Sharky, Sharky!" Megalo, scared by that phrase, began to squirm and fled back to the ship. "He's scared. Are they not bad people?" Shirahoshi hugged her friend, showing concern in her voice. "You say that as if people could find it normal to see a shark wearing a t-shirt, flying out of the water," Kuina commented calmly, understanding the point of view. "Anyway, let's help them," declared Luffy, and the ship advanced until the crew faced that strange voice. A marine ship. "We're saved," said a man with sunglasses, while a second beside him was lying on the ground, looking quite debilitated. "Wait, these aren't sailors. Pirates?" the man exclaimed as soon as he noticed Luffy's look and smile, clearly denouncing that shirtless, tattooed man as a wrongdoer on a marine ship. "So, do you want help?" Luffy asked calmly, noticing the man's hesitation. You." Zoro arrived next to Luffy with a bored face, but when he saw who the man on the rock was next to the fallen companion, he shouted in astonishment. Aren't those pirates on a marine ship?" Yasaku murmured, almost fainting beside the group. "Clearly not sailors." "We fell into a trap, brother," Juni shouted in frustration. "Wait, isn't that Zoro?" Yasaku opened his eyes a little and said weakly, "Brother Zoro." Zoro Aniki. Johnny, the bounty hunter, expressed joy upon seeing Zoro. "Johnny, what the hell are you doing here?" And what happened to Yasaku?" Zoro inquired loudly. It didn't take long for them to be brought onto the boat. Observing the state of the man lying and muttering incomprehensible things, Yamato commented, "He doesn't seem well. It's a shame Lami left not long ago. As a doctor, she could help," lamented the horned woman. "Damn it," grumbled the man, apparently not caring that he was now among pirates. His focus was entirely on saving his partner. "He's vitamin C deficient." Nami's voice reached the group. She was a bit weak and limping, but she was recovering from training. "Then let's nurture him. Usopp, get some citrus fruits from the stock," Luffy ordered. "Yes, Captain." Usopp ran to the stock. While Nami explained that his worst situation was exposure to the sun without the necessary nutrients, Usopp filled the man's mouth with lemon. It didn't take long for the man to get up, as if he had just woken up from a long sleep and not from the critical state he was in just 5 seconds ago. "He woke up so fast," Nami exclaimed. "Hai, hai, 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 hai." Hai, 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 Hai. As part of a ritual, they began to dance and sing strange words. "Isai strange," said the woman named Marta, who spoke in an incomprehensible manner. "True, dear, they are quite strange," said her husband. "They are weird, they say?" Everyone exclaimed to the bizarre couple. "Hee hee. How funny," Shirahoshi said, laughing at the duo still dancing. "A beautiful woman with a tail," they shouted, seeing the mermaid seriously for the first time, as she wasn't wearing a dress on the ship. "Now that you noticed the mermaid?" Zoro shouted in a comic way. Juni and Yasaku, as slow as always. Zoro complained about their reactions. "Zoro, how do you know these guys?" Usopp asked beside. "We sailed together for a while. When I defeated them in a fight, they started following me, but I wasn't accepting disciples, so they joined me for a while to learn and hunt some pirates. They seem so weak," Yamato said calmly. "Who are you calling weak?" The two turned to Yamato and both protested. "Anyway, Brother Zoro, so it's true? You've become a pirate with a 5 million bounty?" Johnny asked. He still couldn't believe the news that appeared to him a few days ago. "What can I say? I had some problems with the Marines and recognized a man as my captain, as I aim to become the strongest swordsman in the world. Sorry, Zorobaka, but I'm going to be the strongest swordsman in the world now," Kuina announced with conviction beside. "Let's decide that in the future then," Zoro said, exposing a smile in the face of Kuina's challenge. He didn't underestimate her at all, even with her 11 years of delay. "Anyway, why don't you tell your story and why you ended up in this sea?" Luffy finally spoke, but before they could answer, Yasaku fell to the ground again, sick. Chapter 37, Trip to Baratai 07. Chapter size, 3,141 words. Third-person POV somewhere at sea, East Blue. After Yasaku recovered, the group spent another night at sea, training and celebrating as they sailed. The bounty hunters ended up bonding with the group, especially due to their history with Zoro and their comical way of talking. It wasn't hard for everyone to get acquainted with them. Even Nami, who had to hit them a few times, ended up getting along with everyone in the end. Strangely, they stayed with Chaochu longer than anyone else on board. The next day, after a training session, Usopp caught Luffy's attention while on the mast with a spyglass. "Captain, a marine ship is approaching," Usopp shouted. Turning his gaze in the indicated direction, Luffy spotted a ship similar in size to theirs, slowly approaching. The pirate captain couldn't help but smile, realizing they were close to the restaurant since this marine ship indicated it, and they hadn't spent much time at sea. Also, they were a bit early for the meeting with the lieutenant, scheduled to take place in front of the restaurant. It was a relief that Lamy had left yesterday, before they encountered the marine ship. Otherwise, they would have to abandon the plan to collect bounties, as it would be doomed to fail once they discovered Lamy's connection to the crew. "Should we attack them?" Yamato came to Luffy's side as the marine ship approached, and Luffy waited with crossed arms. "No, let's wait to get a better look at these guys. They think we're Marines and probably want to mess with us. Let's give them a surprise," Luffy said calmly. "Is that okay?" Usopp asked cautiously. "We're not afraid of the Marines, Usopp, we're just cautious while we can take some advantages, which is not the case right now." Luffy smiled. The only way to be cautious was while Lamy still had a chance to extract some money from the naval organization. Other than that, Luffy didn't care much about them. "It's not like I hold a grudge against them, but if they come to attack us, we'll respond in kind," Luffy said confidently as they waited for the other ship to approach faster since theirs was slower now. Zoro and Kuina didn't care much and continued training without bothering about the incoming ship. As the marine ship advanced toward the Straw Hat crew, the scene on board was calm, despite different movements among the pirate crew. Zoro and Kuina, immersed in their training, remained focused, ignoring the arrival of the ship. Their movements were precise, a blade dance that denoted skill and confidence. On the other hand, Shirahoshi, Megalo, Chaochu, Nami, Usopp, and the couple watched with growing curiosity, as this would be their first encounter with the Marines at sea. Johnny and Yusaku, fearful of being recognized as bounty hunters, chose the path of discretion, hiding in strategic locations to avoid being noticed. With a gentle creak, the Marine ship finally reached the side of the pirates' vessel. A man with pink hair and a brass knuckle in his hand emerged on the deck, casting a challenging glance toward the crew. The anticipation reached its peak when several Marines positioned themselves behind him, looking at the other ship with arrogant eyes, with several more behind them. "I tried to contact you, but without success," he said calmly, paying no attention to the people in front of him. While explaining the difficulty of communicating with the Straw Hats, the Marine lieutenant focused on his report, oblivious to the presence of the pirates. His efforts to establish contact were futile, as Luffy had previously eliminated any traces of communication with Den Den Mushi after leaving Shelltown. "Can I know which division you belong to, HM?" However, the lieutenant's attention shifted abruptly when his eyes scanned the pirate crew. In a moment of surprise, his expression went from calm to a comical shock upon realizing the stunning beauty of Shirahoshi and Yamato, two of the most beautiful women in the world. The exclamation about their beauty escaped his lips before he could restrain it. "Wait a minute! What beautiful women!" he exclaimed, his almost theatrical reaction catching the attention of the Marines beside him, who were stunned by the sudden change of focus. Amid Luffy's ruffian-like aura, the pirate mantle proudly displayed the Jolly Roger with the straw hat, a clear and irrefutable identity as pirates. "Wait, you're not Marines." The Marines beside him were stunned when they paid attention to the rest of the group in front of them. Amid Luffy's ruffian-like aura, the pirate mantle proudly displayed the Jolly Roger with the straw hat, a clear and irrefutable identity as pirates. Now that I notice, wasn't it reported that we stole a Marine ship? Why is everyone surprised about it when we meet them? Luffy asked casually, not caring about the others' reactions. "Any problem here, dear?" Luffy had his thoughts interrupted by a sweet and curious voice that emerged behind the Marine man. It was a blonde woman in a red dress that elegantly embraced her curves, highlighting her stunning figure. Her beautiful face was adorned with golden hair that fell gracefully over her shoulders. The woman exuded a captivating presence, with curious eyes and a charming expression. Her red dress, in addition to enhancing her slender figure, gave her an irresistible elegance. "Don't worry, my lady. I'm just going to deal with some thieves, and we'll be on our way to our restaurant and the meeting I promised you," the man said passionately, diverting attention to the woman and looking at Luffy with predatory eyes. He exclaimed with fury, "Who are you? And how do you have a Marine ship?" The man shouted, completely changing his demeanor from a passionate gentleman to a ruthless Marine upon realizing that Luffy and the others were on a stolen organization ship. "As I said, we stole it a few days ago. It was quite easy to take this ship, by the way." Luffy mocked the man as if it were no big deal. "Lieutenant Full Body. Here. I knew I recognized that straw hat somewhere," said a young Marine, who ran to the pink-haired man and handed him some papers. Seeing the papers for a moment, the man looked with hawk eyes at Luffy and began to read aloud. "Monkey D. Luffy, a pirate known as Straw Hat and captain of the Straw Hat crew, with a bounty of 10 million berries. Crimes. Attacked a Marine base 153, stationed in Shell City, taking the entire base hostage and cold-bloodedly killing its commander, Morgan, in the process. In addition to being a murderer, he hospitalized many Marines and exploded a part of the base, causing terror in the hearts of all civilians in Shell City. Lastly, stole a Marine ship. Location unknown. Warning. If spotted, report to Marineford headquarters immediately. Avoid fighting if civilians are not in danger." The man read aloud with a mocking tone. Luffy was already surrounded by his comrades at this point. Even Zoro and Kuina came to see with curiosity the commotion. No one had seen these detailed pieces of information in the newspaper, as it only mentioned that Luffy attacked the base and killed its commander. Moreover, Lamy could have this information as a bounty hunter, but she hastily left the Marine base as soon as she handed over Buggy. Everyone in the crew was attentively listening to all his crimes, which made Luffy find it hilarious. "Oh? Am I famous now, huh?" Luffy teased while crossing his arms. 10 million isn't a very large amount, even in this sea. I'm not at the top, but they still want people to notify the headquarters about my location before attacking? This means that Granny pulled some strings to protect me and is coming here soon. Luffy reflected. "I still think 10 million is too little," Yamato complained. Behind Luffy. "How can 10 million be little? It's 10 million. Kuina, Nami, and Usopp exclaimed because, for them, who lived in the East Blue their whole lives, 10 million is an unbelievable amount, and only outlaws can have that on their heads. 10 million is nothing in the sea. Luffy couldn't help but comment. While the Straw Hats were arguing, Full Body picked up a second paper and began reading as he did with the first. Roronoa Zoro, pirate swordsman belonging to the Straw Hat crew, with a bounty of 5 million berries. Crimes: former bounty hunter, now a criminal after escaping from prison and justice, killing defenseless Marines during the escape. "Zoro, you're a dangerous criminal," Kuina complained to her old friend. "Clearly, that's a lie. I didn't kill anyone in base 153. Even though I wanted to fight at the time, I ended up turning into a pack mule in the end," Zoro complained. "Ha ha 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 ha. They painted you as a murderer there." Luffy laughed at his swordsman. "You guys are wanted criminals by the law." The man, who held the rank of lieutenant, spoke again without reading the papers, pointing to the group. "We are, so what? What do you intend to do about it?" Luffy taunted, still with crossed arms. "I, Lieutenant Full Body, will arrest you here and now," the man called Full Body declared. "He's narcissistic," Usopp said with a grimace beside. "He just wants to impress that woman there," Luffy said calmly, pointing to the woman. "Shameless," Nami complained beside with a bored face. The woman was surprised by this, while Full Body himself gritted his teeth because they were analyzing him and commenting as if he were some kind of exotic animal, embarrassing him in front of the beautiful woman he had invited for a date at their next destination. "Shut up, pirates. I'll sink you immediately," he shouted angrily. Luffy looked at this and smiled, and his attention turned to the beautiful lady. "Hey, miss, can I know your name?" Luffy asked calmly, earning a surprised look from the woman, while his companions raised their eyebrows at him, especially the women in the group. "Caroline Jutine," she answered, a little surprised by the question. "How about you come to my ship? Leave this marine and come here. I guarantee you much more adventure than a marine ship can provide." Luffy shamelessly flirted with the woman. He knew he had a natural effect on the female sex, so he wouldn't let this opportunity pass, especially to provoke the arrogant man from the marine. "In whom are you hitting on and is invited to the ship as a prostitute?" Yamato and Nami shouted, punching Luffy in the head from behind, but he didn't even feel the touch due to his powerful body. As if that would work. "Do you think you're some kind of desired ideal lover at sea or something, Luffy Baka?" Kuina mocked with crossed arms and a vein appearing on her forehead. "I don't know. Maybe if you invite me first for dinner." Caroline Jutine looked at Luffy with an expression that conveyed surprise and enchantment. Her eyes, initially widened by the unexpected approach of the pirate captain, began to shine with a mix of disbelief and fascination. The blush on her cheeks became more pronounced, highlighting her shyness in the face of Luffy's bold flirtation. As Luffy's playful smile unfolded, an unmistakable warmth manifested in Caroline's eyes. She seemed captivated by the pirate's audacity, her lips forming a gentle smile as the initial tension gave way to an expression of curiosity and interest. The blonde woman, dressed in red, appeared unable to look away from Luffy, as if he had cast a charming spell on her. Dot, 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 dot. She's really falling for his flirt. He's really seducing her. Both his comrades and the Marines all fell to the ground screaming, looking at the woman with incredulous eyes, as she clearly looked at Luffy with desire and shyness. Lieutenant Full Body's face was quickly transformed by fury when he saw his woman falling for Luffy's blatant flirt. His eyes, which previously showed passionate affection, now burned with intense rage and indignation. Full Body's furious expression stood out even more against his rigid posture and brass knuckles in hand, which now seemed ready to be employed not against the pirates but against the Straw Hat Captain. His clenched lips indicated a mixture of frustration and displeasure as he found himself powerless in the face of Luffy's apparent seduction of his companion. While the rest of the crew, both pirates and marines, watched in astonishment, Full Body became the epicenter of a storm of emotions. The scene revealed not only jealousy but also defiance and an intense desire for retaliation against the pirate who dared to flirt with his woman. "Sink these criminals now!" Full Body shouted at the height of his anger, unable to endure another humiliation. Seeing the woman who was supposed to go on a date with him opening up like this for a rookie pirate he just met couldn't have made him more furious. The Marines, motivated by Full Body's fury and the need to defend the honor of the Marines, acted swiftly. With determination evident on their faces, they moved in a coordinated manner, bringing with them an imposing cannon. The gleam of metal shone in the sunlight, highlighting the magnitude of the weapon about to be used against Luffy. The Marines, lined up as if they were a single entity focused on a single goal, positioned the cannon with precision and firmness. While the eager fingers of the Marines closed around the ropes that would trigger the shot, a tense silence hung in the air. The onlookers, both pirates and Marines, watched with anticipation as the scene unfolded. Luffy, on the other hand, maintained his relaxed posture, with crossed arms and a confident smile on his face. His gaze, however, didn't express fear but rather a calm curiosity, as if he were eager for the action that would unfold. Seeing the Marines pointing a cannon directly at him, Luffy was undeterred. "Step back," Luffy announced, waiting for the shot to come his way, while the crew, moving as a synchronized team, created a safe distance from Luffy. The instant the command "fire" echoed through the air, the cannon released its payload with an impressive boom, shooting the cannonball towards Luffy at a speed that defied human perception. Bang! The deafening sound was followed by a distinctive pop when the ball was launched, gaining speed towards the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. The imminent impact created a palpable tension in the air. Pop, however, to everyone's surprise, including the comrades themselves, the scene took an unexpectedly comedic turn. Luffy, with his confident smile, reached out and intercepted the cannonball as if it were a casual gesture. The ball, moving swiftly, came to a sudden stop as if it had hit an invisible wall. Luffy held the metal sphere with ease, displaying surprising control over the situation. The Straw Hat Captain's casual gesture not only surprised his opponents but also elicited incredulous laughter among his own crew, witnessing another extraordinary display of Luffy's power. Dot, 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 dot. What? All the Marines couldn't believe what they saw. Even Johnny and Yasaku fell to the ground in disbelief. Even after witnessing Luffy's training with his crew, they didn't think it was possible for a human to simply stop a cannonball with their bare hands. "Since you gave me this, maybe I should give it back with interest," Luffy announced with a smile that even sent shivers down Full Body's spine. He realized he was facing someone he had underestimated. "What kind of monster are you?" he shouted. Luffy didn't answer. What he did was simple. He tossed the cannonball back at the Marine ship. The cannonball, initially thrown into the air by Luffy with surprising ease, ascended with remarkable force. Onlookers watched it rise, waiting for what would happen next. Pop! In an instant, the atmosphere changed. The characteristic sound announced a dramatic transformation as the mass of the cannonball increased vertiginously, reaching colossal proportions. What was once a common metal sphere had now turned into a monstrous cannonball with a 9-meter diameter. Its structure, previously 30 centimeters, now 900 centimeters with 30 times more mass. The immense shadow cast by the cannonball covered the Marine ship, obscuring the sunlight. The visual impact left Marines and pirates bewildered, unable to fully comprehend the supernatural nature of the power Luffy possessed. The massive size of the resulting cannonball elicited exclamations of disbelief and fear among those present, as everyone tried to understand what had just happened. "What in hell is this? Dot, dot, ah! Look at the size of that cannonball," Where did that come from? We're going to die. The Marines screamed in desperation now. Luffy knew that it wasn't enough to destroy the ship yet, even with 9 meters, but he had an idea of how to do that with another command of his devil fruit. Moa Moa no Mi. Gravity. Apply 30 times. The cannonball ammunition with 9 meters, which was starting to fall in the middle of the ship, suddenly gained speed, falling with force before anyone could react. Our ship. We're going to die. The ship didn't stand a chance, with the Marines only able to scream as everything around them cracked and sank, crushed by this colossal dark ball. Did you go too hard on them? Nami asked beside, still stunned by the scene. Like many others, the couple and the bounty hunters looked with comically wide eyes and mouths. It won't be fatal for them, but they'll have to swim for a long time until they reach the restaurant. Luffy smiled as all the wreckage of the Marine ship spread across the sea. Excuse me. A new voice was heard among the crew, while everyone was busy watching the ship being destroyed. When everyone turned, they saw the beautiful blonde woman in a corner of their ship. How did she get in here? Everyone murmured. I wanted to know, is your offer still valid? She said timidly, scratching her hands and looking at Luffy. What are you talking about? Seducing on my Toki. I mean my Luffy. Take this. Yamato appeared beside, punching the poor woman, who flew like a rocket to the broken Marine ship. Everyone heard her screaming. You didn't have to go that hard, Yamato. Luffy commented a bit lost. He didn't know Yamato could be so jealous. Yamato crossed her arms and huffed, turning her face, refusing to look at Luffy. Sighing, he could only sigh and continue the journey, leaving the Marines and the woman behind. Come on. We have a restaurant to get to later today, Luffy announced, using his power to speed up his ship like never before, leaving the broken ship behind. Chapter 38, Baratai 01. Chapter size, 2,949 words. Third-person POV Baratai, East Blue. After resolving the situation with the Marine ship, the crew continued on their journey, sighting the restaurant on the horizon some time later. As they approached, a sense of awe seized Luffy and his crew. The sea restaurant was a unique spectacle, and the sight of it enchanted everyone. The Baratai rose imposingly above the sea's waters, a splendid floating restaurant that defied imagination. Built on various interconnected platforms, the venue featured a unique architecture that blended the functionality of a ship with the elegance of a luxury establishment. Graceful towers rose above the waves, adorned with banners swaying in harmony with the sea breeze. Connected by suspended bridges, the platforms offered a breathtaking view of the vast ocean. Stone lions guarded the entrance, giving a majestic aura to the Baratai. The external structure reflected the fusion of maritime themes and refined details, providing an imposing and intriguing look. As they approached the restaurant, the Straw Hat crew was amazed by the grandeur of the Baratai. The nautical details and the majestic structure left Luffy and his companions in awe. The spacious platforms and large windows promised panoramic views of the ocean, while the legendary cuisine piqued everyone's curiosity. Amazing! The sea outside Wano is so fascinating. Thank you, Luffy, for freeing me from that old tyrant. Yamato expressed her gratitude to Luffy for freeing her from the shackles imposed by her father. It's truly extraordinary. Beyond the sky, there are so many peculiar and amazing things on the surface. Shirahoshi, also someone previously confined, marveled at the diversity of the world beyond her prison. This place is quite luxurious, Zoro commented, directing his admiration to the restaurant itself. I've never heard of this place. Kuina observed the restaurant with curiosity. And to think that such a place exists in this vast sea. Usopp expressed his surprise, making the most of it even after a few days of leaving Syrup Village. This place is highly renowned and certainly lives up to its reputation. Nami, with a knowledgeable tone, shared her observations about the location. Sharky, Megalo said if there are some seaweeds, he misses eating some that were served at my father's palace. Shirahoshi said, Doubtful, but we'll see soon. Luffy replied calmly. Arf. Let's go then. I know you'll enjoy the food, Chowchu. Luffy responded to the crew's watchdog's expectation. I heard that the place has powerful waiters who can kick out any troublemaker looking for trouble. Johnny said. Be careful, brother Luffy, Yusaku said next to his partner. We're not bullies. Zoro commented next to him, puffing. Kuina continued to steer the helm towards the location. The place even had a support for 6 large boats to dock and seemed to be a busy day, as all the spaces were occupied by tourist and commercial boats. So the ship didn't anchor but stopped at a conveniently accessible dock, and his crew laid down a plank for them to descend beside the restaurant in the open sea. Leading the way, Luffy walked off the ship onto the beach straight to the restaurant with everyone on the marine ship following him, but not before he made the ship shrink that besides needing to leave someone to take care of it, he didn't want to attract too much attention. The people in the group who hadn't witnessed his power and its possibilities were shocked when Luffy took the boat they were on until a moment ago and turned it into a miniature that fit in the palm of his hand with his ability. Climbing majestic stairs that seemed to lead to a gastronomic kingdom, Luffy opened the imposing doors of the Baratai. In doing so, he was met with a stunning scene. A huge hall capable of accommodating at least 200 people, far beyond what he had imagined. It was a spectacular and grand vision, in stark contrast to his previous experiences in the original world of the work. The restaurant was bustling, with about 15 zealous waiters working hard to serve the diverse clientele. Crossing the door's threshold, one by one, Luffy's crew members entered the place, capturing the attention of everyone present with their peculiar group of humans and animals. What's that? Exclaimed someone, observing the mini-megalo. Luffy had reduced its mass even further to only 20 centimeters, a decrease of 100 times from its original size. He used his power to make Megalo less conspicuous, but still, the creature continued to intrigue those present. Some kind of dog? Looks so strange, almost reminds me of a shark. People murmured, still debating about Megalo next to Chowchu. Who are these people? They questioned, curious and bewildered at the Straw Hat crew's triumphant entrance. Pirates! Look behind that man's cloak. There's a Jolly Roger with a straw hat. I know who they are. Saw it in the newspaper. Monkey D. Luffy, the man who killed a Marine commander and held an entire base stationed in Shell City hostage. The recently recognized pirate in East Blue with a bounty of 10 million. There's also the former bounty hunter by his side. He has another bounty of 5 million. Hey, he's clearly dangerous. I heard there's a new bounty hunter, and she's a powerful woman catching pirates above 10 million. Hope she takes down this scum too. A man spoke, referring to Lamy. Luffy raised an eyebrow hearing this, as they hadn't seen the newspaper yet. He hoped to have one soon to check the news about Lamy. But the captain is so handsome. Never seen a man so beautiful. Hey, he's a pirate. Don't start finding someone like that attractive. Look, you're on a date with me. Why are you falling for a scoundrel? Someone free this pirate, waiters. Doubt you can make her look at you. See the women surrounding him. They're by far the most beautiful I've ever seen. Didn't know women could be so beautiful. They're goddesses on earth. Damn scum. How does he manage to have that kind of woman by his side? They can even be more beautiful than the lovely waitress here. One has horns, and the other has a strange waist, but they're more beautiful than I've ever seen. While Luffy listened to the murmurs with his enhanced ears thanks to Ifrit, he didn't care much about this kind of conversation. His attention was focused on the man approaching, ready to help the crew enjoy the place. How may I assist you? Said a waiter who approached the group. He exuded a bit of fear with the crew's presence but disguised it very well. Like all the waiters, he appeared stern and fierce on the outside. They might not close the doors to outlaws, but they acted that way with any pirate group that passed through those doors. Well, a table for 13 would be a good start. Luffy spoke mockingly. He could understand and expect them to act this way, but that didn't stop him from responding in kind to this man. I see you're good with the pirate tongue. Come with me. Are the animals included too? The waiter said in the same tone, leading us to one of the empty tables. And why wouldn't they be? Luffy retorted, earning a new stern look. The man ignored it and continued his work. "Why do you have to be like this?" Nami asked angrily. She started to blend in more with the crew now and took on more of the personality that Luffy remembered from the original work, which made him quite happy with this Nami since he laughed many times with her. "I'm just answering your questions. Simple as that." Luffy shrugged, getting a seat under the gaze of all the customers, with some looking indifferent and many dissatisfied with their presence. They took a large table by a window overlooking the sea. "Can you get a newspaper for our people?" Luffy calmly asked the waiter. "Sure," he responded, still stern. "Is that marine guy okay?" Shirahoshi asked when she sat in her place, hiding her tail. She moved strangely, with her body seeming out of place due to the air bubble at her waist. But at least she wasn't drawing attention as a mermaid. "Who knows? Maybe he'll learn not to be so arrogant next time," Luffy said calmly. While everyone picked up the menus on the table, the man who led them away stepped back to give them time to decide what to order and get the newspaper requested by Luffy. "So, Luffy, you said you had someone here to recruit. Who is it?" Usopp suddenly asked curiously. "Haven't seen them yet, but I hope they show up soon, whether it's a he or she," Luffy said, chin in hand, gazing thoughtfully at the ocean on the horizon. "Wait, you don't even know if it's a man or a woman?" Kuina asked, raising an eyebrow at that. "I really don't know, but I'll find out soon." This statement left not only Kuina but also Nami, Zoro, and Usopp stunned. "Your newspaper," the man said, handing over the newspaper quite rudely. "Will you be ordering anything?" He spoke again. Luffy, annoyed by this attitude, spoke up. "Not now, but Megalo and Chaochu, place your orders." "Sharky. Oh, you heard, you can jot that down." Luffy smiled at the man. "You." He gritted his teeth, being made a fool of by this man with the straw hat. He simply turned and walked away from the table, ignoring everyone. "Oh?" Chaochu asked, confused by the waiter's reaction. "Don't worry. Another waiter will come soon." Luffy tried to cheer up the sad dog. "Why do you have to act like this?" Kuina said while the others remained silent. Luffy seemed to want to annoy this waiter. "I acted like this because I'll be classified by these staff as an arrogant customer. So they must have this person serve us." Luffy stated the obvious. Sanji would be called to attend to them since he must be the best waiter here, and it was necessary to deal with the more troublesome customers. "Now let's check the newspaper." Nami ignored this and picked up the paper on the table. Some grand line information like a meeting of the Shichibukai at the headquarters. "Let's see information in the blues," Nami said, flipping through the pages. "West blue, north blue, here, east blue," Nami said, looking at the information. "There's information about Luffy, as we already saw at Kaya's mansion." "Ah, information about Lami," Nami said and continued. "Recently, while East Blue loses Zoro, a woman has proclaimed herself the newest bounty hunter. Starting her fame, she captured Buggy, the clown, a pirate with a bounty of 15 million. Her power seems to be even better than that, so there seem to be significant changes in the weaker sea, as this bounty hunter promises to hunt down all the major pirates of the sea." Nami read. "They seem to be making a big deal about her," Kuina said solemnly. "So, Lami is from your crew?" Johnny asked, amazed. "No need to be surprised," Luffy commented. Suddenly, Luffy heard footsteps approaching the table. He knew it wasn't the previous waiter, and the steps were delicate enough to be a woman's. "So, you're not a man," Luffy murmured as he turned to look at the woman who stopped in front of his table. She was called as usual when there's a troublesome group. The waiters ask her to deal with them. As much as she draws attention for her beauty, she always manages to be deadly and beat up all the idiots. While she was resting and smoking a cigarette, Bob came to the kitchen a few minutes later, complaining that there was an arrogant pirate in the restaurant. Since she owed him a favor, she agreed to come to the table, surrounded by 13 beings, many of whom were strange, including animals. When she stopped in front of everyone who had already turned to look at her, she noticed the gaze of the man who seemed to be the leader. Dot. Luffy looked at that woman with genuine surprise in his eyes. She was a tall, slender, elegant woman, with long pinkish short hair that falls in waves. Her eyes are blue and expressive, complementing her beautiful and refined face. She is usually seen wearing a tight restaurant outfit that highlights her figure. Luffy looked for her missing tattoos on her thighs in the next moment, but saw only smooth skin there. Her presence is marked by an aura of sophistication, and she is known for her calm and calculating behavior. Dot. His surprised look didn't go unnoticed by the woman, and she returned a look wondering if he knew her. Aha! Someone choked at the table, observing the silence that stretched between the waitress's gaze and Luffy's. His crew paid attention when Luffy said they would call the person he wanted to recruit, so they were curious if it was really this woman. Do you know me? The woman spoke a bit hesitantly, after a moment of silence, as she seemed a bit nervous for the first time, disliking the hawk-eyed and surprised gaze of the man. The surprised expression in Luffy's eyes didn't go unnoticed by the woman, who began to wonder if he knew her past. Does he know my past? That was her first question, accompanied by a look full of apprehension. And no. Luffy stammered in his response, an unusual reaction for the captain who normally expresses himself with confidence. The captain's intriguing behavior caused everyone at the table to raise their eyebrows, surprised by this unprecedented reaction. I think it's okay. So, can I take your orders? She tried to dissipate the tension, glancing at Luffy, who still stared at her intensely. Seeing that Luffy remained silent, the crew members began placing their orders from the menu, with Shirahoshi helping Megalo and Chaochu choose their meals. And you, what can I do for you? She spoke cautiously, feeling strange in front of this man. He was very attractive to her, but the gaze that studied her all the time made her uncomfortable, as if he knew all her secrets. It wasn't the lustful look she was used to receiving from idiots. Meat, lots of meat, was his simple response, and she quickly noted it down to leave. Seeing her walk away, Luffy noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely, especially Yamato and Nami. However, realizing that the waitress was moving away, he moved quickly, like a bullet. In the next second, he stopped her in the middle of the restaurant, holding her hand. She felt the touch and suddenly turned around angrily, ready to kick whoever held her so rudely. Her body spun quickly, gaining momentum, and she kicked the person who held her. The noise caught everyone's attention when the waitress was still in the air, with the pen stuck in the man's head. Surprisingly, the man showed no signs of pain or discomfort from the impact of the kick. He simply looked embarrassed while his foot, with a high heel, still pressed gently against his cheek. Boom! The noise echoed, capturing everyone's attention in the restaurant. The waitress still hovered in the air with the pen stuck in the man's head. Surprisingly, the man showed no signs of pain or discomfort from the impact of the kick. He simply looked embarrassed while his foot, still with a high heel, pressed gently against his cheek. I'm sorry about that, but I couldn't help but ask when I saw you. He spoke awkwardly, leaving the woman even more stunned when she finally landed on the ground. His arm didn't disconnect from the man's hand, and many waiters watched the scene angrily. They were friends with the woman and always protected her from men who tried something. However, she dealt with all the idiots alone, needing only a few kicks to knock out any smart aleck. This was the first time a man had approached her without her being able to react, leaving her intrigued, especially because he took her kick as if it were a child's play, showing surprising indifference. What do you want? She asked cautiously, trying to pull her hand away. I want you to join my crew, he finally declared, creating a silence that spread throughout the place. Employees, customers, and even Luffy's acquaintances were stunned by the revelation. What? The pink-haired woman with a snail-shaped eyebrow screamed in astonishment, echoing through the restaurant and increasing the commotion among those present. Chapter 39, Baratai 02. Chapter size, 2,215 words. Third-person POV Baratai East Blue. I want you to join my crew, he finally said, creating total silence in the place. Everyone, from the staff to Luffy's acquaintances and customers, was stunned by the revelation. Dot, 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 dot. Wawa waya it. The pink-haired woman with snail-like eyebrows shouted in astonishment, echoing the small commotion throughout the restaurant. I can't believe the person I'd encounter in this place was neither Sanji nor a female version of him, but his own sister. Luffy smiled, looking at the pink-haired woman. He acted so weird because he was shocked and couldn't let this woman go, so he went straight to the point. What are you talking about? So suddenly, the woman shouted with a comical face at Luffy. She's even more comical than in the anime. Her story is different from the original, so I believe her personality is more like Sanji's, since her story should be the same as his. Although she doesn't seem like a pervert, that's good. Luffy reflected as he analyzed the woman in front of him. Ha ha ha. Sorry for it being so sudden, but I've already decided. I want you on my crew, and I won't change my mind. Luffy smiled confidently. How do you ask such a thing? No, you're randomly stating it as if I don't have a choice, she shouted again with a comical face. As I said, sorry for it being so sudden, but I've already decided. You're joining my pirate crew. Luffy spoke, while everyone was stunned by his words, as only Luffy and the waitress could be heard throughout the entire place. Don't decide that for others, she shouted back and continued with an angry tone, wanting to kick Luffy. And no, I'm not joining your pirate crew, she said firmly. It doesn't matter. I've already decided. I already consider you part of the group. Luffy crossed his arms with a confident smile. He really didn't want to force anyone to join the group, but he was sure this woman would be like the original Sanji. He just had to insist enough to make her leave this restaurant, so he acted more like the original Luffy here. No, no matter what, I won't accept your no. I refuse. I refuse to accept your refusal. What kind of logic is this? Prepare our food, for it will be your last day working here. Ha 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 ha. Luffy smiled and laughed at the end good-naturedly. He finally found his cook, and a great beauty on top of that. I already said, N.O. The woman had a vein on her forehead as she shouted. This time, she was irritated by the strong, tattooed man who never removed that arrogant and annoying smile. Without holding back, the woman spun her body once again. While her hand was still being held, she gave another kick to his head. Boom! The sound of the impact was heard throughout the restaurant, but it didn't surprise anyone with any surprise, as the commotion had already caught the attention of the entire place while Luffy said he already considered this woman part of the crew. Ow! You have a powerful kick there. Great! I'll take you. Luffy smiled, with the delicate leg stuck next to his face, unfazed. Contrary to what most expected, Luffy's neck didn't even move with the woman's kick. He seemed totally oblivious to the fact that he had just received this blow, as his smile didn't waver a millimeter. What the hell are you? The woman shouted, amazed. Her kick was always powerful, no matter what she kicked. But now there was a monster in front of her who didn't care about receiving her blows. Me? I'm your captain. Didn't I mention? Luffy joked, smiling at her. I'm not a member of your crew. Why do you insist on this? She spoke dejectedly, tired of the strange man's persistence. While the two conversed in the middle of the restaurant, the Straw Hat crew couldn't be more stunned by the scene. Luffy really is relentless, Usopp commented at the table, observing the situation. But this woman seems pretty hard to convince to join the crew. Zoro commented beside him. Calm down, Yamato. You're breaking the table. Kuina shouted at an enraged Yamato, as she cracked the table with her grip, glaring at Luffy. I doubt he can convince this woman. Clearly, she doesn't like how Luffy is approaching her. Nami complained beside. Ouch! Sharky! Chaochu-sama said Luffy-sama should offer her some pedigree. Shirahoshi innocently said, making everyone facepalm. That's dog food. Nami responded, frustrated. Brother Luffy is so cool. Johnny and Yasaku exclaimed in unison, admiring Luffy's persistence in the situation. Skorkadoso syz isa najat sagana britzos, said the woman named Jundani. It's true, my love. The love among the young ones is quite active. This young man already has so many women and is starting life, ho ho ho. Curdy, the man, replied with a laugh, continuing their conversation. He reminds me of my youth. I was so popular with women, he said nostalgically. O Kessa? Esi Jamagon Ao Idrosa Emagon Contacts Lida the Zabrar? Isai Ao Sure Isles? Kesrio Syt Scori Nike Readin Ao. I'll all be shy, she said simply. Don't talk like that. After I met you, I only had eyes for you and no one else. He defended himself. Who's talking about lovers? Yamato, Nami, and Kuina shouted at the same time, dissatisfied with how the man spoke about Luffy and other women. Are all these women jealous? Usopp cautiously asked beside. And shy. Zoro pointed to the mermaid at one end of the table. Shirahoshi had a deep blush on her face in her corner after these words, unable to lift her face as she fidgeted with her hair shyly. I have to ask my father for permission before having Luffy-sama as my husband, she said timidly. Don't say such things like that, Nami shouted at her. Now, the scene with Luffy and the pink-haired woman in the middle of the restaurant. Luffy looked at her and spoke with an apologetic tone. Sorry, that was uncouth of me. First of all, may I know your name? Luffy spoke calmly now, releasing his hand, which had been stuck to the woman's arm until then. The woman looked at him and spoke, crossing her arms, as Luffy released his hand. It's impolite to ask for a name without introducing yourself first, she said, raising an eyebrow. Luffy opened an even bigger smile and spoke so naturally that it seemed like he had repeated this phrase 10,000 times. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will rule the seas, and you? I am Reiju, just Reiju. Nice to meet you. Wait, rule the seas? You seem strong, but that doesn't seem possible, she said, looking at Luffy like a fool. I might not do it if I didn't have a cook since I'll need to eat a lot while sailing and conquering stuff. But don't worry, now I have you. Luffy would try to mess with her at any possible opportunity now. Huh? I already said no, she insisted angrily. Luffy would try to provoke her even more, but a thunderous voice interrupted their conversation. What's happening here? The voice roared from the kitchen entrance, and a man with a big hat and a peg leg appeared in both of their views. Owner-san, a man is trying to steal Miss Reiju. Do something. One of the waiters shouted quickly upon seeing the owner of the place. HM? Is that true? The man referred to as the owner, Zeph, looked at Luffy in front of Reiju and scratched his chin, thinking of something. You can take this stinky brat if you want. I'll give you a discount. No, I'll even pay for your lunch. ... Everyone, whether waiter, customers, the crew, or even Luffy and Reiju, all fell to the floor stunned by this. How can you speak like that, old man? Reiju shouted angrily. Sir, he can't take Miss Reiju. Stop this, my lord. Shut your mouths and get back to work. Zeph roared at them to shut up. And you, Reiju, you stinky brat, if you want to leave with this man, finish your workday first, he said and went back towards the kitchen without waiting for her response. Who said I'm leaving? Reiju was furious with Zeph's suggestion. Luffy, finding the situation amusing, laughed without any embarrassment in front of his future cook. Ha 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 ha. Reiju, now more irritated, retorted as she crossed her arms. And you, don't find this funny. Luffy, still laughing, teased. I just wanted a cook. Didn't expect such an entertaining show. A stunned waiter, muttering to himself. These pirates are crazier than usual today. Zeph from the kitchen shouted back. And you, pirate, if you make more mess, you'll have Tio clean everything up afterward. Luffy, with a mischievous smile, replied. All right, old man, I'll behave. For now. Customers in the restaurant, observing the chaos, exchanged surprised glances. Well, Luffy, nice meeting you, but I'm taking your table's order to the kitchen. and I'm not joining your pirate crew. Goodbye, Reiju said, not giving Luffy a chance to react, and quickly walked away. With nothing else to do but watch the waitress's back, Luffy returned to his companions, who stared at him like hawks, especially the women. What the hell was that? Nami shouted at him as soon as he sat at the table. Ha ha ha. I was recruiting our cook, Luffy said, smiling, and noticed some odd behaviors. Hey, why is Shirahoshi acting like that? Luffy asked curiously. The mermaid in question was all red, unable to look at him, as she placed both hands on each cheek and turned her face as if she were thinking of something embarrassing, making a rather cute expression in Luffy's opinion. Nothing you need to know, Kuina said angrily. Is that how you invite someone? Johnny and his partner, Yasaku, asked Luffy as if they were talking to their idol. Of course that's not how you do it, Usopp shouted, giving 2 punches to the men. Anyway, she'll be coming to the ship soon. I have no doubt about that, the captain said with a smile on his face. She didn't seem to want that, Zoro said calmly. Don't worry. Before they even realize it, she'll already be sailing with us. Luffy insisted confidently. It didn't take long for the food to arrive at the table, brought by other waiters who looked grumpy at Luffy, trying to snatch the beauty of the restaurant from them until recently. This is really good, Shirahoshi exclaimed, trying new flavors. Ouch! Indeed, it's great food. Why do you only eat raw salmon? Kuina shouted at Yamato. Because it's my favorite food, she said confidently. Favorite food? Or did she read that in Odin's diary? Luffy thought as he watched Kaido's daughter devour all those fish. While they ate, making quite a noise for almost an hour, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! The restaurant door swung open, and Full Body appeared soaked and injured through the doors. His gaze swept everyone in the restaurant, but his expression intensified when he looked at a certain table in a corner. You! He shouted upon seeing the group that destroyed his ship. He came here again? Usopp said. Hearing this, Full Body could only clench his fists even harder. I'll destroy you, I swear, as soon as I get in touch with my superiors. Ouch! While making a threat filled with hatred towards the crew, a shadow appeared behind him, giving no time to react, and the Marine was kicked aside, falling unconscious. This startled almost everyone in the restaurant, well, almost everyone. The shadow revealed itself as it began to enter the place, showing to be an injured pirate. Him? Wait, I forgot he was inside Full Body's ship. Ha 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 ha. Luffy remembered Jin from canonical events and couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Ha 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 ha. I forgot about this guy, but I can't help but laugh. Not when I remember throwing that cannonball when he was inside the ship. Imagine him being crushed by a crane ball with increased gravity pressure. Ha 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 ha. Luffy began to laugh at the man's misfortune. The man didn't seem to appreciate the mockery while being the target of laughter, looking at this man who laughed at him with hatred. However, he couldn't do much, as he was all battered and weak after days without proper food. As if he couldn't feel more hatred, even without knowing what really happened, he was in his cell trying to conserve his strength. Suddenly, the ceiling began to crack, frightening him immensely. When the ceiling finally gave way, he saw a giant, dark ball with several hundred kilos falling on him. He narrowly escaped not only being hit by a bullet falling from the ceiling but almost drowned inside his cell. His luck was that the impact broke the bars that held him, allowing him to swim back to the surface, where the Marines had to bring him to the restaurant without handcuffs. Chapter 40, Baratai 03. Chapter size, 2,106 words. Third-person POV Baratai, East Blue. He's Jin, from the Don Krieg Pirates, a customer shouted in amazement, echoing the surprise throughout the establishment. The most powerful pirate group in East Blue? Another voice spoke with evident fear, creating a wave of apprehension among those present. Ha 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 ha. Luffy, who was still laughing at Jin's situation, completely ignored the common customers' despair around him, receiving strange looks from everyone. Hey, this guy is crazy. He may be a 10 million pirate, but he's messing with one of Don Krieg's main members. He's asking for death. Ha 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 ha. I couldn't help but find this man's situation funny. Luffy said to his companions, indifferent to the comments coming from other parts. You seem to be in a good mood. Zoro couldn't help but comment on the side, watching the confusion unfold. Stop laughing like that. You're attracting too much attention, Nami yelled at Luffy. If Don Krieg hunts us down, won't we be in trouble? Usopp asked a bit cautiously, voicing his concerns. Jin, not liking any of this, ignored it for now and walked to an empty table, sitting down and waiting for service. Silence fell over the place once again, at least for the customers, while Luffy squeezed the last laughs out of his throat. A waiter with a funny expression approached the solitary Jin, a waiter Luffy had not seen before. When he reached the man from Don Krieg, the waiter seemed like a terrible actor, displaying a forced smile and scratching his hands while saying, "Dear customer, how may I assist you?" The clearly weak performance was quite funny in Luffy's opinion. Food. Just food. And a lot of it, Jin said desperately. Sure. But may I ask beforehand if you have money to pay? The waiter said, closing his eyes with his smile more forced than usual. Will a bullet do? Jin simply spoke, pointing a gun at the waiter's head. So, you don't have a penny, do you? The man asked, maintaining that strange smile. Crack! Before Jin could react, the waiter clasped his hands and connected the pirate to the ground. Jin didn't even realize when he was hit, lying there like a kicked dog. Oh, www. The crowd found this surprising. Patty, you broke a chair. I'm deducting it from your salary. Zeph shouted from the kitchen entrance, coming out as soon as he heard another commotion. That's strength. Kuina found it surprising. If you don't pay, you're not a customer, Patty said, crossing his arms in front of the man on the ground with a fierce expression, much different from what he had until then. Jin was stunned, his stomach growling at this moment, showing how weak he was to react. That's right, waiter. You got him there. While customers and waiters celebrated, Luffy noticed Reiju once again, next to the owner, simply turning around to the kitchen when Patty grabbed Jin and dragged him through the restaurant. The waiter Patty simply threw Jin out of the boat. That was harsh. Nami murmured. Is this pirate really dangerous, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked, showing her concern for the unusual event. No, just an ant in this sea. All pirates are weak here. Luffy simply spoke, his voice echoing through the relaxed atmosphere of the restaurant. His eyes observed the movement around, while his mind seemed to wander in thoughts. Meanwhile, Luffy couldn't help but notice Reiju once again leaving the kitchen, balancing a plate full of food toward the restaurant's door. So, you behave like Sanji in the end? Luffy thought, making a connection between the mysterious cook and the former crew member. While everyone returned to enjoying the delicious food, he saw the waitress and cook return to the kitchen with the empty plate. Without worrying about it, Luffy redirected his attention to his companions, ignoring the momentary commotion. And what do we do now? I'm so full, Yamato spoke, patting her slightly swollen belly directly. Can't you behave like a woman at least? Nami yelled, expressing her frustration with Yamato's carefree attitude. What do you mean? I'm a man, she said clearly, provoking strange looks from everyone around. Then why are you jealous of Luffy? Kuina asked in amazement. Because he's my woman, Yamato said confidently, revealing her momentary drunkenness. ... Wow. I regret approaching her like this. This is getting confusing and out of control, Luffy exclaimed internally, while everyone around slapped their foreheads, perplexed by Yamato's unexpected declaration. Forget about her. She's always like this. During our adventures, she'll understand she's a beautiful and delicate lady. Luffy broke the silence, prompting a pout from Yamato. But before Yamato could respond, Luffy changed the subject. Anyway, let's stay here for now. Interesting things are about to happen soon, Luffy said with a mysterious smile. Interesting things? Zoro asked, raising an eyebrow. Ho? Ha 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 ha. It's going to be quite interesting. Especially for you and Kuina, Luffy said, maintaining the same enigmatic smile. Kuina found it curious but didn't inquire further, trusting Luffy's words. Luffy and his crew spent the next 2 hours in the restaurant, enjoying good food and drink. The atmosphere was lively and noisy, with laughter and conversations filling the air. While the crew ordered more drinks and had fun, the restaurant returned to a relaxed atmosphere. During this time, Luffy noticed that his cook, Reiju, didn't appear in the area anymore. She seemed to have withdrawn to the kitchen or some other unknown place. Luffy didn't pay much attention to it, as he was busy having fun with his companions. Full Body, on the other hand, managed to arrange a ride for himself, the severely injured woman, and his subordinates using a commercial ship that would take them to a nearby naval base. The transition to the ride went without major incidents, and soon the group was on their way to their next destination. Back in the restaurant, Luffy and his crew formed a lively and noisy group at the table. Customers and some waiters seemed to dislike the commotion, but no one dared to disturb the group, knowing that all orders had been duly paid. The table remained a stronghold of laughter and conversation, standing out amid the rest of the restaurant. As time passed, Luffy observed the surroundings, eagerly anticipating the next twists and surprises that awaited him. It's a pity, in Luffy's opinion, that Reiju didn't appear at the table again. Otherwise, he would have teased her a bit more. As predicted by the captain, after some time, a colossal shadow projected over the restaurant, obscuring the light coming through the windows. Before anyone could react, the entrance door burst open with a bang. Surprise was plastered on everyone's faces as Jin entered, carrying a visibly injured and exhausted Don Krieg. Don Krieg's armor was visibly worn and damaged, indicating a long journey or possible recent confrontations. Its original metallic sheen was obscured by scratches and stains, revealing signs of previous battles. Wood fragments and traces of smoke adorned the surface of the armor, suggesting that its wearer had faced considerable challenges. Don Krieg's physical state also corresponded to the condition of his armor. His countenance showed marks of exhaustion, with drops of sweat and dust mixed. The expression on his face indicated not only physical fatigue but also a certain dose of despair and need. While Jin carried him into the restaurant, Don Krieg's clothes were torn and disheveled, revealing wounds and bruises on his flesh. His clothes, which in previous times possessed a pirate grandeur, were now devoid of their former splendor, displaying signs of a difficult and challenging journey. The immediate reaction of someone echoed through the environment. "What? It's Don Krieg!" Everyone's attention turned outside, where they were met with an impressive sight. Beside the restaurant stood an imposing pirate ship, truly a battleship that commanded respect solely through its imposing presence. "Look out the window! There's a pirate battleship next to the restaurant!" another voice exclaimed, further increasing the general perplexity in the face of the magnitude of the pirate vessel. "They're the Don Krieg pirates! Run!" Everyone crowded around the window to see the enormous pirate boat, whose size overshadowed all other boats in the dock. "Please, help us!" Jin shouted next to his captain, desperate, before anyone else could react. "Of course not," Patty shouted, crossing his arms as if Jin were a fool. "Please help me. Promise to leave right after." Don Krieg seemed so pitiful and weak. His words came out in a pitiable whisper. "Ha ha 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 ha. So, this is the strongest pirate in East Blue? How pathetic." Patty mocked again, looking at the man in front of him, whose appearance didn't match at all with the wanted poster or news in the newspapers. "Please." He continued to speak weakly, oblivious to the mockery around him. "Please help. He's going to die of hunger. He hasn't eaten in days." Jin shouted as people turned their faces, trying to ignore him. What hypocrisy! Luffy thought, considering that this same pirate, starving to death, must have taken thousands of lives, people who were in a more lamentable state than him. Now he acts like a desperate dog begging for help? Luffy didn't have to wait long for Reiju, the beautiful waitress, to come out of the kitchen with a plate of food while smoking a cigarette, not caring about everyone around. She brought the plate in front of the pirate, patiently waiting for him to start eating, under the stunned gaze of everyone. "Why are you doing this, Reiju?" Patty shouted at his colleague. "We shouldn't let anyone go hungry," she replied calmly, while the pirate, Don Krieg, wasted no time and devoured the plate in front of him, not caring about anything else. Everyone commented on how this was a bad idea, while the beautiful woman patiently waited for the pirate to finish his meal. As soon as he put the last spoonful of the plate into his mouth, before Reiju could react, Don Krieg stood up and punched the woman who fed him, leaving everyone stunned. Luffy watched the woman fall backward. He didn't help her because he wanted to see her abilities, but she seemed to be on the same level as Sanji. Jin, seeing this, demanded to know the reason for the attack on Reiju, the only person who took the initiative to feed them, resulting in a strong blow to his arm from the captain himself. The man didn't seem to care about his subordinates' questioning. He glared fiercely at everyone present, making his demands. "I want all the food you have, for all my men over there." He pointed to the ship. This left everyone startled, and a crowd of customers began to run to escape on their ships in the docks. "They're bad people. Shouldn't we run too?" Princess Shirahoshi couldn't help but cry in fear. Why? The salmon is so good," Yamato said, stuffing a fish into her mouth without paying attention to the commotion. "How can you be oblivious to what's happening around you?" Usopp grimaced as he shouted at Yamato. "Ha ha ha, don't worry. We have a new guest coming by sea, and I really want to see that." Luffy spoke excitedly, eager to meet Mihawk for the first time. "Take this." Patty came out with some kind of bazooka, something Luffy didn't imagine seeing in this world, and shot Krieg point blank. The explosion raised smoke as it subsided, but Don Krieg seemed unfazed by the attack. "What?" Everyone expressed fear at this moment, seeing that things were getting very bad for them. "Do as I say. Give me all the food to feed my crew. Otherwise, I will destroy this restaurant," he exclaimed like a madman and continued announcing his plans. "I intend to return to the Grand Line and prove that I am the strongest man in the world," he declared. Reiju got up calmly, a bloodline on her forehead, but she didn't seem bothered by the injury. Luffy wondered what she would do, and when she headed to the kitchen with the displeasure of her men, shouting at her for feeding their enemy, a hand caught her and stopped her from continuing to walk. "Hey, why is my cook going to waste food on a dead man?" Luffy casually asked, ignoring the imminent danger. Chapter 41, Baratai 04. Chapter size, 2,146 words. Third-person POV Baratai, East Blue. Somewhere on the sea, East Blue. "Hey, why is my cook wasting food on a dead man?" Luffy casually inquired as he appeared at his side, unnoticed by anyone, without anyone having time to react. Dot, dot, dot. A heavy silence hung in the atmosphere, echoing like a verdict after the spoken words. The most dumbfounded person was Don Krieg, wondering if he had heard correctly. What did you say?" The pirate in question squinted at Luffy. "You didn't hear?" Luffy mocked before continuing. "I said there's no reason to waste food on a dead man. Am I not right?" Luffy calmly looked at the pirate, his words laden with disdain. "Are you insane?" Reiju couldn't help but speak, finding the man's behavior quite reckless. Uttering such words only served to escalate the already tense situation. Do you know who I am? Who are you to speak like this to the strongest man in the world?" Krieg spoke angrily, as if his reputation meant little to this unknown figure with a straw hat on his back. Unfazed by the tension in the air, Luffy, with a mocking smile, responded, "His name is Monkey D. Luffy, a rookie pirate with a bounty of 10 million berries." Jin, still on the ground after being punched by his own captain, intervened, providing information that could further stir the tense atmosphere. 10 million? Ha ha ha. He must be quite ruthless then. Krieg replied, showing a disdainful smile. Luffy was intrigued by the pirate's reaction. I have a proposal that can save your life after those bold words. If you join me in the Grand Line under my command, I'll forgive you for everything you said and let you live. Krieg offered, with a greedy smile, hoping to attract a new recruit to his crew. Let me live? Are you kidding me? Luffy looked at the pirate as if he were staring at a fool clad in armor. Let me tell you something, Don Krieg. Do you think you have qualifications to subjugate me? You can't even fight in the Grand Line, just a failure who ran away after being kicked. The strongest man in the world? You have ambitions you'll never achieve. Luffy said calmly as he began to walk towards the man at a slow pace, a challenging smile on his face. Don Krieg, still recovering from the shock of hearing Luffy's mockery, responded with a mix of anger and disbelief. You damn rookie, think you can belittle the great Don Krieg? I have a fleet, men, weapons. Nothing can surpass my power. Luffy, maintaining his serene expression, retorted, a fleet, men and weapons. Is that all you think you need to be the strongest? The Grand Line is not so forgiving, my dear. Here, real strength means more than a number of followers or an arsenal. It means facing challenges that make others tremble. Are you ready for that, Don Krieg? Enraged, Krieg tried to maintain a confident pose. You're just an insolent kid with a bounty of 10 million. I'll show you what happens when you dare to challenge the great Don Krieg. Luffy, now just a few steps away, responded with an ironic smile. Show me then. I'm looking forward to seeing if there's any real substance behind all these empty threats. I've made up my mind. I'll kill you here and now, Don Krieg roared, fueled by fury. Luffy's comments about his failure in the Grand Line hit him like a direct blow to his already wounded pride. He completely ignored the recruitment idea, focusing only on annihilating the challenger. No longer caring about any possibility of recruitment, Luffy continued his approach, triggering an impulsive reaction from Don Krieg, who threw a powerful punch towards the man in the straw hat. Dodge that! Reiju, closer to the scene, expressed disapproval urgently. Boom! Luffy showed no interest in evading, absorbing the impact directly, without retreating an inch. Silence settled for a moment, interrupted by Luffy's calm and mocking voice. Is that all? The strength of the strongest man in the world? What a joke! His words hung in the air, echoing the apparent inadequacy of Krieg's attack. What? Krieg instinctively stepped back a few meters, surprised by Luffy's seemingly unyielding resistance to the blow. The proud self-proclaimed, strongest man in the world, now found himself perplexed in the face of the rookie pirate's audacity and confidence. Even facing my blows without showing any reaction, this punch wasn't a joke. He didn't even move an inch. Reiju exclaimed, impressed and incredulous at what she had just witnessed. This man doesn't seem to be joking. Zeph was stunned by Luffy's apparent impassiveness in the face of the received blow. Even in his days as a pirate, few could afford to resist such a ruthless strike as if it were nothing, and most of them would be composed of monsters from the Grand Line, not by a seemingly random man who had emerged out of nowhere in this unknown sea. Let me show you what you didn't learn in the Grand Line. Luffy smiled and said calmly, completely ignoring the bewilderment around him. Shy with a cutting sound of wind, similar to the use of Soru, Luffy tilted his heels and appeared in front of Krieg. The pirate, realizing the proximity of danger, quickly raised a cape with iron spikes to protect himself. Luffy, however, didn't stop, launching another punch towards his opponent. Krieg, who had initially sported a confident smile, watched in surprise as Luffy's fist pierced through his spikes, effortlessly destroying them as it advanced through his defense. Boom! The punch went through the spikes and hit Krieg's armor, cracking and denting it easily with Luffy's impressive strength and speed. The pirate captain was thrown, stunned and yelling, towards the opposite wall. Collision. The wall near the door exploded as Don Krieg flew like a projectile in that direction. Don Krieg! Jin shouted, alarmed, on the ground, witnessing his captain, whom he considered invincible, being thrown so easily. That was fast. Yamato commented at the table, as they, the only present customers, watched the scene as if it were a spectacle. They knew Luffy's style and anticipated his action. Luffy is truly a monster. Usopp couldn't help but express his admiration. Is that the bad guy? But Luffy-sama defeated him so easily. Shirahoshi tried to understand the complexity of the situation. Why am I surprised? Kuina murmured, observing a scene that, since coming back to life, had repeated itself many times. He didn't even break a sweat. Nami commented, lost in her own thoughts. Brother Luffy is so amazing. Johnny and Yasaku exclaimed in unison. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Zeph laughed as he looked at Luffy's back. I'll charge you for the damages to the restaurant, heard? Zeph warned Luffy, not forgetting to emphasize his concern for the establishment. Reiju, in turn, couldn't articulate any comments in the face of what she had witnessed. Do you think you can defeat me? Krieg's voice emerged from the wreckage of the destroyed wall, and he appeared again in front of Luffy. Boom, everything in the broken place rose as Krieg reappeared. His forehead was bleeding, and one hand supported the spot where he had taken the blow. The armor was sunk into his chest, and the expression of pain was evident. Krieg looked at Luffy with hatred, gritting his teeth tightly. I will kill you, Krieg declared, while Luffy just stared at him indifferently, waiting for the next act of this unlikely spectacle. Okay, I heard you, but can you wait a bit? There's an event about to happen right now, Luffy said calmly, diverting his attention from Krieg and turning to the pirate ship visible through the entrance of the place. You dare ignore me. I will kill everyone here. A furious Don Krieg roared, raising his hands and preparing to release poisonous gas into the restaurant through a pipe in his armor. Luffy, however, completely ignored the threat. His attention was still focused outside the restaurant, and he continued, saying, Zoro, Kuina, look at the ship. You're about to see the greatest swordsman in the world in action. Dracula Mihawk, he shouted to his companions at the table. What? Both Zoro and Kuina were surprised by the revelation and immediately turned their gaze to the ship, trying to identify who Luffy was mentioning. What? Don Krieg also couldn't help but exclaim, recognizing the name with anger and fear, his worst nightmare since entering the Grand Line. Had he followed him to the sea? The strongest swordsman in the world? It was the general amazement, both from Krieg's companions and the restaurant patrons. It wasn't something you saw every day, and even Zeph was astonished. Everyone turned to observe Don Krieg's battleship. The expectation in the air was palpable, and it didn't take long for the action to begin. Cut. Suddenly, lines appeared in the air, moving with agility and precision across the pirate ship. A second passed, and under the astonished gaze of everyone, the lines opened, cutting through the ship as if it were butter, tracing impressive straight lines. Boom, what? A collective exclamation escaped from everyone present, surprised by the incredible demonstration of skill and mastery. The almost instantaneous destruction of the pirate ship left a lasting impression, spreading shock and admiration throughout the area. Don Krieg couldn't help but express his astonishment in front of Luffy, realizing that the man who had destroyed his fleet days ago was also present. He really followed me here? He murmured again, fearing the presence of Mihawk. Anyway, you're no longer needed, so die. Luffy, seeing the spectacle before him, turned his attention back to Krieg, aware that he was no longer useful there. Luffy took a coin from his pocket and flicked it towards Don Krieg. Moa Moa no Mi. Speed. Apply 30 times. The coin flew towards the pirate before he could react, piercing through his head and making him fall backward immediately. No one noticed when he died, as attention was focused on the small raft with green sails. A lone man was in the middle of it with a massive sword on his back, one of the 12 Supreme, the black blade known as Yoru. Captain! Luffy heard Zoro suddenly. Luffy diverted his attention from Don Krieg's lifeless body and turned to Zoro. Let me challenge this man. I want to prove that I'm the strongest swordsman in the world, he said with determination. You! Kuina expressed surprise at his side. She also wanted to challenge Mihawk, but she knew she was 11 years behind and recognized that Zoro was stronger than her currently. Luffy watched the scene and let out a deep sigh. You can challenge him, and even if I say you're not ready now, I know you would defy my orders anyway. The only thing I'll ask is, just don't die. Luffy expressed calmly, understanding Zoro's ambitions and aware that the swordsman could find death there. Without wasting time, Zoro hurriedly stood up from the table and headed determinedly towards the restaurant's entrance. Mihawk, navigating among the wreckage of ships towards the restaurant, paid no attention to the countless low-level pirates in despair around him, clinging to the few parts of the battleship that were still intact. Mihawk, who had been watching Don Krieg the whole time, was surprised when the pirate was killed by a small object flying towards his head amidst the chaos. He immediately captured some familiar element. That hat. He immediately recognized Shanks' hat being worn by the man who had just eliminated his target. Dracula Mihawk. Suddenly, he heard his name being shouted with determination, diverting his attention from Luffy. He looked to the side. Zoro emerged from the restaurant with determination and shouted. Mihawk saw where a green-haired man on the restaurant's deck was staring at him as if he had found a treasure. The determined expression on Zoro's face revealed his intention to face the legendary Dracula Mihawk, the greatest swordsman in the world. A child? Mihawk murmured, surprised. Dracula Mihawk, I'm here to face you, exclaimed Zoro, jumping from the restaurant to the wreckage and running towards Mihawk. Mihawk observed in silence. I'm here to face you, shouted Zoro again, continuing his charge. Your title of the strongest swordsman in the world will soon belong to me, he declared with determination, displaying a confident smile. What a naive child, commented Mihawk, seeing before him a fool full of determination. Chapter 42, Baratai 05. Chapter size, 2,106 words. Third-person POV Baratai, East Blue. I'm here to face you, he said and continued. Your title of the world's strongest swordsman will belong to me soon. He spoke with determination and a confident smile. What a naive child. Mihawk couldn't help but comment, seeing a fool in front of him. ... Mihawk paid meticulous attention to Zoro, his sharp eyes registering every movement of the swordsman who had just issued a challenge. A cold and unperturbed expression adorned the face of the legendary Dracula Mihawk as he analyzed the green-haired youth before him. The eyes of the world's greatest swordsman seemed to penetrate Zoro's skills and determination, evaluating him in a silence that echoed with the intensity of the imminent battle. Faced with this penetrating gaze, Zoro couldn't contain his anger. Don't underestimate me, he shouted in response to Mihawk's words, his emotions boiling in the face of the renowned swordsman's arrogance. Underestimate? I am merely observing a cub entering the forest wanting to be at the top of the mountain, without understanding the truths of the sea. To me, he is just a naive child, retorted Mihawk calmly, finding it peculiar how someone so inexperienced in this sea could be so audacious and, at the same time, so blind. Determined to prove his worth, Zoro responded angrily, I will show you that you're wrong. The words came loaded with determination, echoing on the restaurant's deck alongside the murmurs of those witnessing the intensity of the impending clash. Zoro, Kuina murmured, observing the scene alongside the other crew members. As the realization dawned on everyone around, they finally noticed Don Krieg's death as they directed their attention to Mihawk. They emerged from the initial state of shock to realize that the fearsome pirate had silently fallen, a victim of a fatal blow to the head that had gone unnoticed. But what happened? A waiter murmured, his wide-eyed gaze reflecting shock. Is he really dead? Questioned another, unable to believe the scene before his eyes. Don Krieg, Jin lamented as he ran to the lifeless body on the floor. Usopp, standing next to Luffy, observed the reactions of the people around and couldn't help but comment. Looks like the fight wasn't as balanced as we imagined. Luffy didn't respond. His attention was on Zoro at that moment. While astonishment took hold of the environment, some began to exchange glances, trying to comprehend how such a feared man could be defeated so suddenly and discreetly. The ensuing silence was punctuated only by the subtle murmur of the crowd processing the scene before them. Kuina left the table and went towards Luffy, concerned about Zoro. She broke the silence by questioning Luffy, whose gaze remained fixed on the restaurant's deck, where everyone began to gather to witness the unfolding sword duel after processing that Don Krieg was dead. "He's not ready for this fight, is he?" she asked. Luffy, equally focused, replied calmly, "No, he will lose and be humiliated, maybe even killed." Luffy's words alarmed Nami, who went to them, and she hurriedly suggested, Hey, shouldn't we stop him then?" Concern in Nami's voice was evident in the face of the dark prospect looming in the imminent duel. "We can't, even if I tried to put some reason into Zoro. He has his own determinations and dreams, even if it's foolish to die in his first attempt to pursue this dream. He is determined to die here, chasing his ambitions," Luffy commented, and everyone could only remain silent, turning their attention to the duel, or if they could call it a duel, in the next few minutes. Zoro stood on the wreckage of the ship, his slender figure denoting an aura of determination and fury. Meanwhile, Mihawk observed him with a serene expression, almost as if he were contemplating a mere 10-year-old boy, completely unaware of the challenge he had thrown. "Come and fight," Zoro shouted, anger reflected in his eyes. "Well, then, let's see what you're capable of, pup," Mihawk mocked, gracefully leaping from his raft to the area where Zoro was positioned. "Don't underestimate me," Zoro retorted, his fury amplified when Mihawk drew a small knife from his neck, indicating that he would face Zoro only with that modest instrument. "You must be joking?" Kuina responded, perplexed, next to Luffy on the deck. Luffy couldn't help but mock her. "You've only stayed in the East Blue your whole life. It's time to see how we are ants compared to the great powers of this world." His attention was fixed on the imminent fight, his eyes analyzing every movement. Returning to the scene of the fight, Zoro placed his main sword between his teeth while raising the other two in each hand. "Don't blame me if you get hurt," Zoro said, mocking as he advanced toward Mihawk, who awaited the attack with unshakable calm. What unfolded next shocked most of the spectators present at Baratai, including Krieg's defeated pirates. Zoro, having a clear view of the scene, was even more astonished than anyone else. His three-sword strike was halted by the knife in Mihawk's hand as soon as it touched the modest weapon. Zoro could hardly believe what he was seeing, but his disbelief did not prevent him from persisting in the battle. A dizzying exchange of high-speed blows unfolded, with Zoro attempting to hit his target unsuccessfully. Mihawk, on the other hand, toyed with the former bounty hunter, sporting a mocking smile on his face. Surprisingly, Mihawk didn't need to take a single step to dodge Zoro's attacks. With only one arm holding that small knife, he skillfully parried each blow, leaving the audience bewildered and humiliated as they witnessed Zoro being so clearly outmatched. Baratai fell silent in the face of the display of disparity between the two swordsmen. "He doesn't even stand a chance," Yamato said calmly, surprised by Mihawk's skill. She continued, expressing her thoughts in the face of the gradual revelation. "And to think there are others so powerful in the sea." Her voice reflected disbelief. This revelation wasn't a surprise to Luffy, considering Yamato's isolated life context in a closed country where her own father blocked information about the outside world. She wasn't aware of many sea monsters that could rival Kaido. "Is he really that strong?" Nami asked, seeking to understand the extent of Mihawk's power. "I'm not sure of the extent of his power, but I wouldn't doubt that he could cut Syrup Village Island in half with a single strike," Luffy said, shocking everyone with this impressive revelation. "What?" Usopp was the first to shout, expressing his amazement. "Is our difference really that vast?" Kuina couldn't help but tremble at the possibility of such a wide power gap. The realization of the discrepancy between Zoro and Mihawk was disturbing for everyone present at Baratai. "Are there people at that level of power?" Nami exclaimed in fear as well. "He's just one of the tips. There are many people in that category who are classified as the true monsters, and it's this group of beings that dominates the sea. Kuina, your dream is to surpass him. Even knowing what kind of monster he is now, will you give up on your dream? Luffy asked, crossing his arms, his gaze fixed on Kuina, wanting to see her determination after imagining Mihawk's power. I will surpass him, no matter how many years I have to train or how many scars will be drawn on my body, she said, showing a determined look after a moment of hesitation. Great, I would like to see your progress to the top of this world then. I'm sure Mihawk expects that too because it must be lonely always being at the top. Besides, usually you stagnate when there are no rivals to compare your skills to, Luffy said, thinking that after Shanks lost his arm, he must have regressed quite a bit in his fencing, and that must have frustrated Mihawk since the world's greatest swordsman seemed to consider him a rival. Turning his attention back to the fight, Zoro was finally acknowledged by Mihawk at this moment. After a few blows and exchanged words, which showed a smile as he took Yoru from his back to face the young swordsman for the first time with recognition. A blow followed as the two crossed swords, breaking all of Zoro's ordinary swords a second later. Recognizing his defeat, Zoro opened his arms to Mihawk and said the same words as in the anime. It's a shame for a swordsman to have a cut on his back, he said without removing the smile from his face. Admiring this, Mihawk struck Zoro head-on a moment later. Zoro! This! Zoro-sama! Luffy's companions exclaimed with this, but Luffy looked at Yamato and said, "What does your haki say? Was it a life-threatening injury?" he asked. "No, it was superficial, although it will leave a beautiful scar," Yamato said. "Well, Johnny, let's get Zoro and take him out of there. Yamato, you come with me. Let's see what the difference is between us and the true monsters of this world," Luffy announced, jumping from the deck toward the space where Mihawk was with Zoro fallen. He grabbed a dazed Johnny as he advanced. Crack Mihawk didn't need to look to identify who had approached, keeping his gaze fixed on Zoro lying down. "Johnny, take Zoro and take care of that wound," he instructed, and Johnny promptly lifted Zoro's body, quickly retreating from the scene like a rocket. He didn't want to stand in front of the world's greatest swordsman, especially after everything he had heard and seen. "You are?" Mihawk finally diverted his gaze to the newcomer, assessing Luffy. "He must be eyeing the hat on my back, but it doesn't matter," Luffy thought, responding confidently and without hesitation in the face of this imposing monster. "I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will dominate the seas," Luffy declared calmly. A bold statement, especially coming from a child of the weakest sea. Mihawk commented calmly, "Oh, my swordsman fought you. Let me see the strength of the one who stands among the top of this world." Luffy stared at Mihawk without hesitation. Watching this, Mihawk couldn't help but have a peculiar gleam in his eyes. "It seems that this journey to this sea is quite enjoyable. I didn't think I would encounter such peculiar children," he said, but Luffy ignored the comment. "Anyway, you don't mind fighting against two at the same time, do you?" Luffy calmly questioned, receiving silence as Mihawk's response, who didn't need to say a word. Boom! An explosion on the wood, in the middle of the sea, echoed next to Luffy, and Yamato arrived ready to fight, her kanabo resting on her shoulder. Interesting. So, show me your determinations, children. Let's see if you are fit to dominate the seas in the upcoming era," Mihawk declared, assuming a combat position with Yoru raised. He acknowledged that he couldn't underestimate the two in front of him. What surprised him more was the presence of the white-haired, horned woman. She was too powerful to be in the sea or even in the first part of the Grand Line. The same thought applied to the boy Shanks constantly praised. Here, he proved to be much more formidable than Mihawk initially imagined, considering that the boy should be only 17 years old but now looked like an incredibly powerful man, far from being underestimated even as a rookie. Luffy took his saber from the holster on his waist, which looked like a scimitar for the first time since he bought it at the system store. He didn't know anything about fencing until now, but he could learn a little from this fight. Aware of her opponent's immense strength, Yamato assumed a serious posture. Mihawk might not be as ruthless as Kaido, but she recognized that she couldn't underestimate the swordsman. Although she couldn't predict the outcome of a deathmatch between them, she knew that Mihawk was capable of cutting her club in two, making him a formidable opponent. "Let's start," Luffy announced, an amethyst glow enveloping his body, while Yamato radiated a white aura. The tension in the air indicated that the battle was about to begin. Chapter 43, Baratai 06. Chapter size, 2,119 words. Third-person POV Baratai, East Blue. Somewhere in the sea, East Blue, Luffy drew his saber from the holster on his waist, which looked like a scimitar for the first time since he bought it at the system store. He didn't know anything about fencing until now, but he could learn a little from this fight. Yamato, knowing that her opponent was very powerful, took it seriously as well. Mihawk might not be as tough as Kaido, but she couldn't see who would win in a deathmatch. Still, she knew that this man could really cut through that club, so he wasn't an easy opponent. "Let's start," Luffy announced, enveloping his body in an amethyst aura, while Yamato had a white aura. Regarding the silence that enveloped the area, only a strong wind echoed as a man and a woman radiated vibrant colors, facing the iconic swordsman before them. He kept his sword raised, patiently awaiting the unique display that would unfold before his eyes, aware that it was a rare spectacle, even for him. Luffy, wearing only dark pants and a boot, proudly displayed his pirate cloak with the Jolly Roger as his body was enveloped in intense purple flames. The flames, amidst an amethyst aura, gave him a wild elegance, highlighting his scarlet eyes that glowed with determination for the battle. Since Yamato wasn't entirely clear in the description, I made an interpretation. If adjustments are needed, please let me know. Beside him, Yamato also radiated intensely. A frigid aura, tinged with white, completely enveloped her. These two auras turned the atmosphere into chaos, creating winds that swept through the entire environment. The scene left all spectators stunned, while Krieg's pirates closest to them fled in terror, even though they were hungry and weakened. "What is this?" Usopp exclaimed in the group watching from the restaurant. His eyes widened at the spectacle of amethyst flames and icy aura. "Hey, where does this come from? How can they shine like this?" Reiju also asked, stunned, trying to understand the origin of that impressive power. "They are devil fruit users," Zeph answered for her, but his surprise was no less as his eyes remained fixed on the imminent battle about to unfold. "Fruits that give people powers just by eating them, like in legends?" Patty exclaimed beside him, perplexed by the revelation. "Yes, although I don't know what kind of devil fruits they have. This explains a lot about the man's strength, who even killed Krieg while no one was looking," Zeph said, his eyes still glued to the imminent fight. "Do you know which fruits they ate, Kuina-sama?" Shirahoshi asked, curious about the origin of Luffy and Yamato's extraordinary powers. "I don't know. It has always been a mystery to all of us. We only know that Luffy can create powerful flames, and Yamato can freeze even the sea," Kuina replied. Despite being one of Luffy's closest associates, he never fully revealed his potential, limiting himself to fighting with Yamato and using some powers, nothing compared to the spectacle unfolding before them. "Yamato told me once they each ate a kind of mythical Zoan, although I don't know what that means. It must be worth a lot of money," Nami commented, causing a surprised expression on Zeph at the unusual revelation. "Mythical Zoan? Are you really serious?" he exclaimed, looking quite frightened, drawing the attention of the other spectators. "What's the big deal, old man? Does that mean something?" Reiju asked, finding his reaction strange. "Listen, stinky brat. There are 3 types of devil fruits: Paramecia, Logia, and Zoan," he began to explain, gaining even more attention from everyone, even though they continued to focus on the auras covering Luffy, Yamato, and the sound of the wind blowing around. And he continued to speak. "Pay attention. Paramecia grants strange powers, ranging from creating an invisible barrier to slowing down a target with lightning. Each fruit imposes a power limit, but that doesn't mean you can't become powerful, even if the ability initially seems weak. It all depends on the user and their imagination as they develop the fruit's ability. The Logias are considered invincible, as they transform the user into an element. Not only does the user acquire the power of that element, but their body also becomes elemental, making them immune to physical damage, he said, gaining astonishment from his audience. But, as much as the body is elemental, there are many countermeasures to fight them. Now, about the zoans, there is the zoan fruit category which transforms the user into an animal. But it can vary into 3 more categories in this classification. Let me explain. There are the common ones which transform into any existing animal. Right after these, the ancient zoans which have the ability to transform into even more powerful animals, usually ancient and extinct or nearly extinct species in this world. They grant much more power to the user than the common ones. However, there is a 3rd category of zoans that makes you transform into a legend, the mythical zoans. Does that mean they are that powerful? Reiju couldn't help but let her cigarette fall from her mouth at this moment. If we take the power level classifications of devil fruits, I would put it in this order: common zoans, paramecias, ancient zoans, logias, and the most powerful and rare of all, naturally, the mythical zoans. They are so rare that I heard you can count on your fingers how many users of them exist and that we know of, as far as the world has shown. Zeph said, looking closely at Luffy and Yamato. Now, here in this sea, in front of my restaurant, after retiring as a pirate, 2 mythical zoans appeared in a single crew. I'm sure that would shock the world if it appeared in a newspaper the next day, he said, gaining the astonished look of all listeners. He wasn't the only one with this thought. Meanwhile, Mihawk was attentively observing his opponents. His sharp eyes analyzed every detail of Luffy and Yamato's extraordinary transformations, while his words echoed in the atmospheric chaos. 2 mythical zoans, I never expected that, even in the New World. What are the chances of witnessing something like this? It's like asking to put Sengoku to fight Kaido, or a war between Whitebeard's crew and the Beast Pirates. Something that would only happen in an event that would shake the world. Mihawk said, narrowing his eyes, his impassive expression contrasting with the turmoil around him. Now I'm seeing newly arrived pirates with such power under the same flag. First, that fascinating swordsman, Roronoa Zoro, who, despite being weak, has spirit and could become a challenge in the future if he doesn't die. Now I'm seeing these 2 users with powers that only those at the top of the world possess. Mihawk muttered, fascinated, letting his emotion show. In a moment of pure admiration, he couldn't contain the shout that escaped his lips. My name is Dracula Mihawk. Tell me your names, he shouted to his opponents as a recognition as he did with Zoro until a moment ago. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy said calmly, but his voice was heard thanks to his powers altering the sound. Yamato, shouted the woman shrouded in the white aura. The auras persisted for a few more precious seconds, announcing the start of the metamorphoses that would unfold in the bodies of Luffy and Yamato. Luffy's transformation was something magnificent to witness. His skin gained a purple hue, muscles slightly expanded, and peculiar scales emerged, forming a unique armor. These scales adorned his hands and waist, giving him an imposing appearance. On his head, 2 horns appeared, curving backward, while amethyst flames danced around his figure. Surprisingly, this time, no wings or an extension of his hair emerged, but the metamorphosis was so impressive that it left his adversary before him with eyes wide open, absorbing every detail of this extraordinary transformation. The woman, surrounded by an icy aura, underwent an equally surprising metamorphosis. Her skin turned into white fur, simulating a layer of freshly fallen snow. Pointed ears emerged while horns grew, taking on longer tips on her forehead. She acquired the form of a humanoid wolf, replacing her feet with animalistic paws. Her hair grew even more, and a white, icy line drew a half circle on her back. Both auras, with their contrasting elements of amethyst, fire, and ice, created a magnificent vortex, highlighting the grandeur of the transformations occurring in their beings. The spectacle was hypnotic, capturing the attention of all spectators as they witnessed this demonstration of extraordinary power. Incredible 2 mythical zoans. This is truly surprising, especially for newcomers in such a weak sea. Mihawk pronounced these words even more excitedly. He really never expected this. He still wondered when he could see something like this in the new world, but ended up witnessing it in a simple amusement of hunting a weak pirate to this sea. The auras suddenly disappeared, revealing the two transformed individuals, who in everyone's opinion were no longer human, which also left them quite frightened. Image of Luffy here. Image of Yamato here, a resplendent layer, emanating elemental power, covered various parts of their bodies, plunging the area into a silence charged with tension. Is that Luffy-sama? Exclaimed Shirahoshi, her eyes widening in pure disbelief. My God, can they transform into this? Are these the most powerful devil fruits? Usopp asked, surprise stamped on his face, unable to contain the question bubbling in his mind. The silence was abruptly interrupted by the distinctive sound of an ouch, uttered by some spectator, expressing their own perplexity at the unexpected transformation. The murmur of surprise and astonished whispers swept through the environment, creating an atmosphere of amazement and anticipation as everyone processed what they had just witnessed, while spectators tried to understand Luffy and Yamato's stunning transformations. Is it real? Nami asked, her eyes showing perplexity. I knew they were powerful, but this is something else, Kuina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with a mix of respect and fascination. I didn't expect this even in my wildest dreams, Usopp commented, still processing what his eyes witnessed. Reiju, who was closer to the front line, couldn't hide her surprise. These powers are almost unbelievable. As the reactions unfolded, Mihawk, the silent observer, finally spoke. Impressive. These youngsters have more than just strength. They have the potential to change the tides of this era. Yamato, in her humanoid wolf form, let out a soft growl, demonstrating her readiness for the approaching battle. The wind, now laden with the energy of the two mythical Zoans, echoed through the surroundings, intensifying the already charged atmosphere. Old man, you don't seem to be joking. I feel my instincts screaming not to get closer to them more than to that swordsman, Reiju exclaimed beside him. Don't be fooled, brat. They are powerful, no doubt, but unlike the wild aura they emit, Mihawk is much more controlled, so you have the impression that the two are stronger. But don't forget they are in front of the world's strongest swordsman. Even that kid who stole you knows he can't win this fight. He said it himself before starting his transformation. Zeph said calmly. Who said he stole me? Reiju shouted angrily as Zeph still insisted on something she didn't agree with. They are going to start, Kuina shouted, and all eyes turned back to the fight, which was about to begin. Chapter 44, Baratai 07. Chapter size, 3,206 words. Third-person POV Baratai, East Blue. Old man, you don't seem to be joking. I feel my instincts screaming not to get closer to them more than that swordsman, Reiju exclaimed by the side. Don't be fooled, brat, they are powerful, no doubt about it, but unlike the wild aura they emit, Mihawk is much more controlled. That's why you have the impression that the two of them are stronger. But don't forget they are in front of the world's strongest swordsman. Even that kid who stole you knows he can't win this fight. He himself said that before starting his transformation. Zeph said calmly. Who said he stole me? Reiju shouted angrily as Zeph still insisted on something she didn't agree with. They're going to start, Kuina shouted, and all eyes turned back to the fight, which was about to begin. Luffy felt a profound metamorphosis sweep through his existence. His senses, sharpened in an unusual way, perceived the world around him in an intensified manner. Each beat of his heart seemed to resonate like a distant boom, and the air had a sharper texture. It was as if he had acquired a more intimate connection with the environment around him. Although he couldn't witness his own transformation, the perception of the change was imprinted in every fiber of his being. The astonished expressions on the faces of the spectators indicated that something extraordinary was happening. His body seemed to pulsate with an unknown energy, making him feel several times stronger than he had ever imagined. The heartbeats, now amplified in his perception, kept pace with the rhythm of his new form. The feeling of power emanated from the flames like waves of heat, and Luffy felt intimately connected to this fiery force that enveloped him. Phase 2 of his transformation had not only altered his appearance, it had amplified his sensations and instincts, preparing him for the imminent challenge. This sensory intensification created a visceral symphony in his mind, fueling his passion for violent battle. Every muscle, every fiber of his being was charged with formidable energy, and he yearned for the opportunity to test this new power against the opponent before him. It was Ifrit's own influence over him. Flames began to dance violently on parts of his body. "Come on, Yamato," Luffy uttered in a calm tone. Yet his voice carried a gravity and wisdom that transcended his age. Without hesitation, he took the first step, and as if disappearing in the blink of an eye, materialized in front of Mihawk. His figure raised the sword, ready to strike the first blow. After avoiding the transformation, his first decision was to boost his speed, an acceleration that defied comprehension. Moving as if he had mastered the art of teleportation, he increased his speed by 30 times, recognizing that this ability would be crucial to face a swordsman of Mihawk's caliber. The air trembled as his swift movements cut through the space between him and the feared swordsman. Swinging his sword with an almost careless simplicity, Luffy seemed to rely purely on his strength, without the slightest concern for posture or technique. The gesture carried a tone of mockery in the sharp eyes of Mihawk, as the young man in front of him gave the impression of wielding a sword for the first time in his life. Metallic Noise feeling his sword effortlessly repelled by Yoru, Luffy showed no surprise, even with the impressive speed he maintained at the moment. "You're fast. So fast that it even startles me a bit, and I can't quite grasp how you did that. However, you're still just a child inexperienced in the sea," Mihawk said indifferently. The swords remained entwined for a brief moment, but in an almost imperceptible movement, Mihawk disarmed Luffy, separating the swords and exploiting an opening in the young pirate's guard. However, Mihawk, who was ready to attack Luffy, had to step back as a shadow appeared above them, revealing a fierce white furball holding a kanabo over its head, causing the greatest swordsman to retreat before the weapon hit him. Boom! Yamato's weapon hit empty space, exploding into the wood just below. Jumping a few meters away to another wreckage of the floating ship, Luffy and Yamato saw Mihawk gripping his sword, as he seemed to be underestimating both of them until now, but the fight appeared to be more challenging than he imagined with just these movements. Boom! The ground shattered beneath the feet of the two Straw Hat crew members, propelled by the force of their feet toward Mihawk. While Luffy explored his enhanced speed, Yamato relied on observation haki and her supernatural body, both rushing towards the adversary. They skillfully leaped between the wreckage at sea, preparing for the next attack. Armament haki Yamato wrapped her hand with the kanabo as she advanced, darkening it with the manifestation of her haki. Metallic noise, boom, metallic noise, boom, boom, metallic noise. The battle turned the space within a radius of 50 meters into chaos immediately. While the restaurant remained at a safe distance, the pirates who had not yet fled entered into despair, running frantically in search of an escape route. "Run! We're in the middle of the battle. Stop, please. Where's Captain Krieg? Where is he? Captain, help us!" Metallic noise, boom, metallic noise, boom, metallic noise. In the heat of the battle, Luffy and Yamato demonstrated remarkable resistance against Mihawk's intensity. Whenever Mihawk advanced against one of them, the other entered the collision to provide support, blending their distinct elements with the attacks to force the swordsman to step back a few meters. This pattern persisted, giving Luffy the opportunity to absorb more about the art of swordsmanship while trying to adapt to Mihawk's style. What kind of confrontation are we witnessing? As the battle unfolded before Reiju's eyes, they were shocked. The scene was a chaotic storm of swift shadows, accompanied by supersonic metallic roars. Explosions of flames and ice tore through the air, creating a scene of destruction that lifted water and debris from Krieg's ship. The environment was charged with an intensity that made everyone present tremble at the magnitude of the fight. With each collision, the shadows moved in a frenetic dance, almost as if space itself were distorting with the speed of the combatants. Reiju struggled to visually keep up with the rapid movements and explosions of contrasting elements. Amidst the chaos, she could barely discern who was attacking or defending, as the elements blended in a symphony of destruction. The restaurant, at a safe distance, served as an impotent witness to the unleashed fury. The few remaining pirates on site were desperate, trying to distance themselves from the combat zone, aware that they were witnessing a battle of epic proportions. Metallic noise boom, metallic noise boom. This battle is on a completely different level than the one Zoro faced, Kuina commented. Her astonishment was evident, as she had never imagined that humans could engage in such an impressive combat. Luffy wasn't exaggerating when he said we're like frogs in a well, she thought, trying to assimilate the shock of witnessing powerful opponents facing off. This surpasses all the fights I've ever witnessed in this sea. Zeph, with widened eyes, couldn't contain his amazement. Even in his days in the Grand Line, he had not witnessed something so grand. Will they be okay? Nami asked, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. For her, who carried traumas from the past, such as the confrontation with Arlong, seeing a fight of this caliber was a shock, but she knew that the fishman would be helpless in the face of such a battle. I hope so, Zeph replied, observing the intensity of the confrontation with a mix of fascination and concern. I don't want to get near that for anything, Usopp shouted, asking the restaurant ship to move further away. As the intense battle unfolded, Luffy assessed the situation. Darn, he seems to be holding back, but his expression remains indifferent, as if he's just testing us. Luffy thought to himself as he advanced toward his opponent. His sword began to crack. Unlike Yoru or Kanabo, his weapon was far from high quality, and without the ability to use haki to strengthen it, the blade started to wear out quickly, even though the fight had only started 2 minutes ago. Luffy attempted a sword duel but quickly realized he was easily overpowered by the skilled swordsman. At that moment, Yamato intervened to save him from an imminent counterattack by Mihawk. Despite knowing that his speed surpassed Yamato's at that moment, Luffy felt frustrated to realize that she could react more quickly. The captain found himself protected by his vice-captain, a situation that left him both grateful and somewhat embarrassed. After Yamato pushed Mihawk away once again, Luffy began to step quickly on the wreckage at sea. Each step he took caused the broken structures to crack beneath his feet. Jumping from one location to another, he tried to circle Mihawk, seeking an opening while keeping a keen eye on his opponent. This is only highlighting the fact that we are still children, as he himself said. Luffy thought, feeling the frustration in the face of the disparity in abilities. Even during the previous confrontation between Yamato and Mihawk, he couldn't identify an opening, but now, the swordsman seemed more determined not to give ground. Observing Mihawk waiting for him while keeping Yamato at bay, Luffy decided to attack directly. Raising his saber, he tried to mimic how Mihawk wielded the sword, adjusting his muscular posture in hopes of creating an opening in the skilled swordsman's defense. Metallic noise, his weapon was easily parried. You're learning in this fight, that's good, but not good enough, Mihawk said calmly. Minimal cracks grew upon impact, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes, and Mihawk gave a small smile. Your weapon is also quite B. Ah! A shout was heard, and Yamato in her mythical Zoan form leaped high above us. Divine swiftness. White serpent, Yamato shouted, channeling energy into her weapon as an intense light projected toward Mihawk, placing itself between him and Luffy. Mihawk's hawk eyes quickly calculated the situation, realizing there was no room to dodge. With precise movements, he pushed Luffy away and raised his sword to meet the attack. In an agile motion, he delivered a powerful kick to the mythical Zoan's body, launching it like a rocket that exploded against the wreckage of the old ship, about 40 meters away. Boom! As Luffy collided with the spot where he was thrown, Mihawk focused his attention on the light emanating from Yamato's weapon. Tightening his sword, it began to radiate a green energy. Sword style? Kakuto Isen? Proclaimed Mihawk, covering his sword with an intense green light. With a swift movement, he cut through the air, and the emerald energy expanded from the sword toward Yamato's attack. Shii, the sound of the air being cut echoed as the two energies, initially separated by 20 meters, collided amidst the sea, forming a diagonal angle due to Yamato's aerial position during the launch of her attack. "Take cover!" Zeph shouted to everyone. Even though it was something his eyes wouldn't normally react to, he still had his sea experience and knew when something terrible was about to happen. "Run inside the restaurant!" Reiju shouted to the others shortly after, sensing danger along with a few others. In the midst of the attack trying to reach each other, everyone fled inside the venue, even Shirahoshi flew, surprising some who noticed it. "Bring Zoro inside," Kuina shouted, as Johnny was still with the unconscious Zoro beside him. Grabbing his friend's body carelessly, he ran with the others to seek shelter. The energies collided in an explosive spectacle, triggering a thunderous reaction that reverberated throughout the environment. The explosion spared not even the commercial ships that were more than 5 kilometers away, still trying to distance themselves from the restaurant. The impact of the clash was felt even by those far from the epicenter, marking the magnitude of this intense collision between powerful forces. Unknown POV. In the distance, the celebration on the commercial ships echoed with relief and joy for having escaped the Krieg pirates. However, a frightening twist was about to unfold. "We escaped. We managed to escape from the Krieg pirates," someone celebrated. "Yes, we are more than 3 kilometers away from the restaurant now. We only managed because they seemed quite exhausted, so no one tried to stop us as we boarded our ships. Still, we got out before they could recover. We should be relieved about that. It's a shame the restaurant won't have the same luck. Soon, they'll be looted and killed by those damn pirates. Who cares? I'm alive and well right now. That's what matters to me." "Hey, look!" Someone drew everyone's attention amid the celebration. When they saw Krieg's battleship shattering with a precise and silent cut, the celebratory mood was instantly replaced by panic. "Look! The ship! The ship is falling apart. Oh my God! What's happening there? Who cares? Let's go before it's our ship too." From a distance, they could see Krieg's battleship breaking into several pieces with a clean and silent cut, something that terrified everyone on the commercial ship to their core, as all these civilians watched with their worst fears, even though the victim was a cruel pirate. "Let's go. It's quiet. Now." Chaos ensued among the civilians as they witnessed the destruction of the pirate ship. The sight of the vessel unraveling before such a clean and deadly cut left everyone stunned, even from a distance. However, the immediate concern of the civilians shifted when they realized that distant lights indicated a new threat approaching. 2 lights, one purple and one white. What's happening there? I've already said, who cares? Captain, let's go faster. Boom boom, the small explosions and the resounding sounds of cannons began echoing towards the commercial ships, signaling that something of extreme magnitude was happening in that distant location. "It looks like there's a fight happening there now. Are those small explosions from cannons? That's what it looks like. What else could it be?" Suddenly, a bright flash intensified, darkening the sea from that location. The explosion triggered a deafening cacophony, echoing across the seas and cutting through the air. A fierce shockwave erupted from the epicenter of the detonation, manifesting as an overwhelming force that spread through the water. The roar was like a furious bellow from nature itself, unleashing a spectacular sight of vibrant colors and dancing sparks in the night sky. The intense light of the explosion dazzled all observers in the distance, turning night into day for brief seconds. The seawater churned and rose in a chaotic whirlpool, mixing with debris and fragments of Krieg's battleship thrown into the air. Immediately afterward, the shockwave, ruthless and unstoppable, hit the commercial ships with overwhelming force. The boats swayed dangerously, and some were lifted by the turbulent waves, while others were thrown into disarray. The atmosphere became thick with the salty scent and the deafening noise of the impact, as civilians aboard the commercial ships struggled to maintain balance and comprehend what was happening before them. The impact threw the boats into a frenzy of even more despair, hitting the commercial boats 5 kilometers away. What? What is happening there? I'm losing balance. Someone fell into the sea. On one of the commercial ships, civilians panicked like never before, just like on all the other ships. At the Baratai, although not directly hit by the explosion, the floating restaurant was among the closest to the epicenter. The shockwave hit it with tremendous force, throwing debris into the air and causing panic reactions among those present. Screams echoed throughout the Baratai as people were thrown by the sudden and disorienting impact. The sight of the horizon seemed distorted, as if the world itself were unraveling. Chaos reigned, and confusion spread among the customers and staff of the floating restaurant. Ah! What the hell is happening? It looks like the end of the world. The surface of the sea is so terrifying. Sharky, sharky. Ouch! Brother Luffy and Sister Yamato are still there. Scory Island hey dicta. Island energetic hey bona toli. You're right, my dear. But these days, the young ones want to blow everything up. How can you have this kind of conversation in the middle of this hell? Did you see the size of that explosion? I've never seen anything like it. Will the Baratai survive this? Is the restaurant in danger? Let's hope not. The Baratai is our home. I don't even know if we can make it back there. The shockwave was so strong it threw me away. If the Baratai is hit, I don't know what we'll do. Did anyone survive that? The explosion unleashed such intense devastation that everything within a radius of 50 meters was consumed by the impact, reduced to dust on the spot. Debris and wreckage were thrown even further, reaching an extent of 200 meters. Even the more distant ships did not escape entirely, feeling a subdued version of the devastating impact. After the explosion, it took long and tense minutes for the dust to settle and the chaos to calm. Krieg's pirates, now more than 500 meters away, were ruthlessly dragged by the impact. Some perished under the debris, victims of the unleashed destruction. Mihawk remained serene on his raft, as if the violence around him had not affected even the calmness of his improvised transportation. Yamato emerged in the midst of the frozen sea, her hair somewhat disheveled. But, aside from that detail, she appeared perfectly intact. You are truly formidable, but there is much to learn, Mihawk proclaimed after a brief silence. Without showing hesitation, he turned his gaze to Yamato and, in the blink of an eye, disappeared from the location. Not even Yamato's speed and keen instincts, combined with her observation haki, were enough to react when Mihawk appeared in front of her, raising his sword. The strike delivered by Mihawk was swift and precise, cutting through the air with deadly grace. An instant later, blood painted the surroundings, a cruel display of the lethal efficiency of the master swordsman. Chapter 45, Baratai 08. Chapter size, 3,352 words. Third-person POV Baratai, East Blue. Mihawk remained serene on his raft, as if the violence around him had not affected even the calmness of his improvised transportation. Yamato emerged in the midst of the frozen sea, her hair somewhat disheveled, but, aside from that detail, she appeared perfectly intact. You are truly formidable, but there is much to learn, Mihawk proclaimed after a brief silence. Without showing hesitation, he turned his gaze to Yamato, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the location. Not even Yamato's speed and keen instincts, combined with her observation haki, were enough to react when Mihawk appeared in front of her, raising his sword. The strike delivered by Mihawk was swift and precise, cutting through the air with deadly grace. An instant later, blood painted the surroundings, a cruel display of the lethal efficiency of the master swordsman. Impressive, uttered Mihawk calmly, observing the blood spurt before him. At the epicenter of the battle, Luffy maintained a firm stance. When Mihawk unleashed his attack, Luffy tried to confront Yoru. The black sword cut across his purple chest in a straight line, but Luffy did not waver. He faced his opponent without taking a step back, initially using his sword as a shield. However, the blade yielded like butter, accumulating damage on its already cracked metal throughout the fight. Mihawk did not hold back, still delivering a second blow towards Luffy and Yamato, the latter still unable to react. Faced with the imminent attack, Luffy, with no other option to avoid it, strengthened himself with the Moa Moa no Mi a fraction of a second before the impact. Compensating for the lack of haki, he transformed his body into a shield between Yamato and the adversary's sharp blade. Yamato, surprised, exclaimed, "Luffy, I won't move as long as you're in danger," Luffy asserted determinedly. The sound of a cut slicing through the air echoed. Spurting blood, Luffy gritted his teeth, feeling the pain of the attack but remained steadfast. "That's nothing," exclaimed Luffy, quickly raising his arm and closing his fist. He struck the ice, generating an explosion of chaotic flames that shattered the layer of ice where his opponent stood. Boom! Mihawk reappeared on his raft before he could be hit, casting a small smile in their direction. "Luffy, are you okay?" Yamato ran to Luffy's side, concerned. "I am, as I said, it's nothing," he replied, closing his eyes to concentrate, about to test his powers. The cut on his chest began to emit an ethereal glow, as if a healing light were born directly from the wound. In the blink of an eye, the healing unfolded, a magical dance of regeneration that left everyone marveling. Every trace of the cut vanished rapidly, and the skin restored itself to its original perfection. It was as if the very tissue of the wound was responding to a healing melody, with luminous healing notes intertwining and transforming the injury into a fleeting memory. It seems this is the regenerative power of the icons. Even without using the Moa Moa no Mi's power to accelerate the healing speed, it's incredibly fast, thought Luffy, watching his chest heal, even though the cut was not fatal. However, this remarkable regeneration, which seemed like a work of magic, was not granted without costs. The energy pulsating within Luffy, once focused and stable, now flowed intensely, as if every cell in his body contributed to the spectacle of healing. The intense light shining during the process was a testimony to the price his body paid to achieve such accelerated recovery. While the wound disappeared, it was as if Luffy's very essence was being interwoven into the regenerated tissue, signaling that each act of healing demanded a significant tribute of his energy. The glow dimmed, revealing a momentarily weakened Luffy, but still standing and determined to face any challenge. "I can't use this too much in a fight," Luffy thought after seeing the cost. "Instant regeneration? It's amazing. I've never encountered a mythical Zoan with so many impressive characteristics," Mihawk murmured, observing the scene with a hint of admiration. Internally, he reflected on Marco from the Whitebeard Pirates, who also possessed instant regeneration even faster. However, the unique abilities of this strange purple fire, combined with the enhancement of the young man's physical conditions, gave the young man's devil fruit a notable superiority. But this is intriguing. I sensed, through my haki, that he managed to exchange his speed for exceptional hardness in his body a moment before my sword hit him, turning him into something as resistant as if he were enveloped in powerful armament haki. It's peculiar, to say the least. Could it be a unique feature of his body? A singular ability of his mysterious devil fruit? Or perhaps this brat even possesses another devil fruit? Mihawk thought, but quickly dismissed these questions from his mind, keeping his focus on the children before him. Anyway, his secrets don't interest me. I just want to witness the boy for whom Shanks sacrificed one of his arms to save. He concluded his thoughts, assuming a combat stance once again. "Are you really okay? You shouldn't have shielded me with your body." Yamato couldn't help but ask again and exclaim, but she was looking with a hint of admiration where Mihawk had cut Luffy, and he healed without leaving a scar a moment later. "Don't worry. Let's focus on our opponent now," Luffy said. He no longer had a weapon. He could only unleash his firepower at this moment. Yes. As Luffy launched back into the fight, Yamato couldn't help but feel a special warmth in her chest, a feeling that surpassed mere admiration after he took the enemy's blow in her place. Every graceful movement of Luffy, every flame he emanated, seemed to ignite something deeper within her. Watching him with eyes filled with affection, Yamato felt a wave of emotions, among which a true love began to blossom. Luffy's sacrifice, his protective instinct, and the way he faced challenges with unwavering determination stirred her heart in unexpected ways. But now, Seeing that Luffy was well and ready to fight, she took her stance with determined eyes and turned to Mihawk, standing on his raft. From a distance, their crew in the restaurant calmed down and returned to the deck to assess the situation. Despite moving quite far from the area of the earlier powerful attacks, they could still catch a glimpse of the battle at this distance. A moment later, both sides soared back towards their enemies, ready to resume the fight. A battle of slashes and explosions ignited once again. Boom, 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 boom. Luffy clenched his fists, preparing to face Mihawk. He increased the hardness of his body by 30 times, a necessary choice now that he was unarmed against the formidable Yoru. Although speed continued to be his advantage in the sword fight, the captain of the Straw Hats knew that a misstep could result in serious injuries. The fight continued amid chaos, Mihawk's agile attacks cutting through the air, while Luffy, with his increased strength and fiery flames, tried to withstand the precision of the supreme swordsman. The location transformed into a chaotic battlefield once again. Debris from Krieg's old ship floated around, silent witnesses to the intensity of the confrontation. Luffy's punches, fueled by the power of the Akuma no Mi, created waves of heat, and flame explosions erupted at the point of impact. Mihawk, skilled and nimble, managed to dodge the attacks and retaliate moments later. With Luffy's reduced speed, he became more vulnerable, while Mihawk's sword strikes cut through the space with millimeter precision. Despite her own injuries, Yamato continued to intervene strategically, attempting to balance the fight. The next 5 minutes unfolded in this manner. Luffy, marked by cuts that regenerated in real time, displayed the unique resilience that characterized him. Yamato, who had previously remained unscathed, now bore some visible wounds on her body. Mihawk's formidable ability continued to manifest in that intense sword dance. Each movement was a risky dance between the three combatants, with the glow of flames and ice creating a unique visual spectacle. Spectators, still at a safe distance, watched in awe the battle unfolding between beings whose powers transcended common understanding. The scene, now marked by debris and mystical elements, was the visible reflection of the clash between extraordinary forces. "He's no joke. It's almost like fighting with the old bastard," Yamato grumbled in the midst of the fight, referring to the devastating strength as fighting her own father. "That was quite intriguing, but I believe it's time to end this fight." Mihawk calmly uttered his words, and in the next instant, Luffy and Yamato tightened their guards, preparing for what would come next. With almost supernatural speed, Mihawk disappeared and suddenly stood before Luffy, covering his legs with armament haki. Luffy's straw hat flew to the ground, breaking the ice formed by Yamato on the water's surface. Surprisingly, instead of cutting as any blade would, Mihawk used his sword to launch the opponent into the air. "Kreak, Luffy?" Yamato's anguished cry echoed as she witnessed the scene. However, before she could fully process what had just happened, Mihawk directed another attack in her direction. Wielding her kanabo, Yamato faced the imminent collision, feeling the pressure between the weapons as they clashed and being propelled upward, disadvantaged by the opposing forces in the confrontation. Mihawk didn't grant Yamato even a moment to catch her breath. As she began to regain her senses, still floating in the air, the swordsman appeared before her, ready to deliver another slashing blow. However, Luffy, once again, intervened to prevent his companion from taking the hit. He emerged from the icy wreckage and positioned himself between the two, allowing the strike to hit him, without the protection of the hardness he had used before because he utilized his fruit for speed to reach Yamato. This time, he didn't have the chance to switch to the last-minute application of speed for hardness and had to take the blow relying solely on his enhanced physical body. The impact was overwhelming, sending him hurtling toward the ground. The strike destroyed the remaining ice covering the surface and caused Luffy to sink directly into the sea. Yamato was taken aback by this, but without time to react, Yoru descended upon her shortly afterward, and she could only collide with the weapon, flying to the opposite side where Luffy had fallen. The water's roar raised an explosion of foam and splashes around Yamato's body, sinking into the depths of the sea along with her captain. The water churned, devouring the shattered ice debris. Meanwhile, the effects of Luffy's devil fruit began to fade in the restaurant. Shirahoshi and Megalo, once reduced in size, started to grow rapidly. The environment witnessed the surprising transformation as the duo regained their original stature. Sharky? A giant mermaid. A giant shark. A collective cry echoed among the staff as they witnessed the true form of the mermaid princess and her companion. Zeph, Reiju, and even Mihawk were shocked by the magnitude of this revelation. "What's happening?" exclaimed Usopp, alarmed, as he was unaware of the true size of the ship's mermaid. "It's because Luffy is in the sea," explained Kuina, connecting the dots and realizing it was an effect resulting from the captain's defeat. Mihawk, even able to sense presence through his haki upon arrival at the scene, was also surprised by the giant mermaid, as he was unaware of her true size. The scenario now was one of bewilderment in the face of this immense transformation. In the vast ocean, Luffy, who had returned to his human form, suddenly felt something expanding in his pocket. Quickly, he retrieved two tiny ship models, one of the marine ship and the other of the Going Merry, now named Black Pearl. Watching them grow at a surprising speed before his eyes, the ships emerged majestically but, due to the amount of water accumulated in Luffy's pocket, sank instantly. "Damn, this can't get worse," Luffy muttered to himself. While remaining submerged, the situation didn't pose an imminent threat, not only because he could breathe underwater but also because he had used his power to enlarge the oxygen molecules in his body, thanks to the Moa Moa no Mi. This adaptation would ensure his survival for a safe amount of time as he descended into the depths. Upon noticing a new disturbance in the water, he turned his face upward and saw Yamato plummeting like an uncontrolled rocket. Luffy knew she couldn't breathe underwater like him, and concern overcame him. Even under the pressure of the sea, he decided to use his fruit power on a 10% scale, which was his limit in the sea's effect, seeking a way to help Yamato. Moa Moa no Mi. Weight. Apply 0.1 times. Becoming 10 times lighter, Luffy slowed down his speed, allowing Yamato to catch up as both sank like stones in the sea. However, Yamato was facing a desperate struggle to breathe. Her imposing transformed form was unraveling, and the lack of oxygen became an imminent challenge. In a moment of despair beneath the sea, Yamato struggled to breathe. Suddenly, she felt an unexpected sensation, her lips being pressed. With surprise, her eyes opened in the aquatic darkness. Exclamation point! She finally noticed that Luffy was kissing her at that tense moment. The realization that Luffy was kissing her in that moment slowly hit her. Under the depths of the ocean, their lips met in an unusual gesture of seeking oxygen, an instinctive and surprising act that broke the barriers of despair. The kiss unfolded amid the struggle for survival, an intense and unexpected moment in the depths of the sea. She blushed intensely like a pepper when she realized what was happening, but quickly noticed that seawater in her throat was being sucked by Luffy. He withdrew his lips from hers and spat the water to the other side in a swift motion. Without wasting time, Luffy kissed her again, leaving Yamato extremely flustered. Impatiently, Luffy looked at her as she grew increasingly red and tried to resist him, even with their lips still connected. "Really? I'm trying to get the water out so you don't drown, and all that goes through your head is how embarrassing it is for me to do mouth-to-mouth respiration." Irritated, Luffy contemplated Yamato's reaction while their lips remained intertwined. Regardless of Yamato's thoughts, Luffy pressed his lips to remove the remaining water from her. Once he completed this task, he pressed his lips again, but this time to provide oxygen. He began transferring enhanced oxygen molecules to Yamato's lips. The human respiratory system shouldn't receive this type of molecule, but Yamato possessed an enhanced body, much like her father. As Luffy passed oxygen to Yamato through his mouth, she finally began to calm down a bit. Despite the extreme embarrassment Yamato felt, given the context, she calmed down upon realizing oxygen flowing from Luffy's lips to hers, providing a welcome relief to her lungs. Thus, a man and a woman, the latter slightly taller, sank in the sea, appearing to be kissing while exchanging oxygen amid the aquatic depths. Mihawk, who was on the surface, observed carefully not only with his haki, but also with his exceptional eyes that captured details. This brat has a slew of tricks. Shanks, how did you discover this monster? Mihawk couldn't help but comment internally. Hey, you guys! Your friends are sinking in the sea. You'd better rescue them, he exclaimed loudly, addressing the boat approaching the restaurant. The crew members were eager to retrieve Luffy and Yamato but exercised caution, uncertain if Mihawk would attack as they approached. I'm leaving now. Tell these kids that I'll be waiting for them in the new world. I expect a more interesting challenge next time. He prepared to depart after these words. Wait! Mihawk stopped upon hearing a voice shouting from the restaurant. It was Zoro, now conscious. Listen well, Dracula Mihawk. I will defeat you next time we fight. Wait, one day, I will come to you to claim your title. Zoro shouted with determination. Who said it will be you, idiot? I will be the greatest swordsman in the world. Kuina muttered beside him, keeping her voice only to herself. Then I'll be waiting, Roronoa Zoro. You're too young to die now. Discover yourself, discover this world, become strong. No matter how long it takes, I'll be waiting for you. I'll hold onto this title in the best way until you come to me. Surpass this sword. Surpass me, Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk spoke eloquently and departed again. You bet I will, Zoro shouted in response. Everyone was surprised by these words, and a moment of silence took over the atmosphere as they watched Mihawk distance himself from the ship and return to the Grand Line. That was inspiring, Yusaku murmured. Hey! Luffy and Yamato are still in the water, Nami suddenly exclaimed, remembering their friends. They're fruit users, so they can die, Zeph said. Shirahoshi quickly prepared to dive into the water, but a shadow appeared in front of her. Leave it to me. Reiju spat out her cigarette and jumped directly into the sea. It didn't take her long to find the two. Her legs swam quickly as she approached. They seemed to be fine, but why are they kissing? Shirahoshi exclaimed, surprised. Damn it, Luffy, you're the kind of man who takes advantage of women, she growled as she approached them. In anger, she interrupted the kiss, grabbing both and swimming quickly to the surface. It didn't take long for them to reach the ship's deck. Ha 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 ha. That was amazing, Luffy said, referring to the fight. I enjoyed it too. It was good, Yamato said, quite embarrassed, unable to face Luffy, not realizing he was referring to something else. Ha! You horny couple. You were dying and wanted to kiss at the bottom of the sea, Reiju shouted, hearing these comments. Soon, everyone surrounded the two. Are you guys okay? Usopp asked quickly. We are. My injuries will heal quickly, but Yamato will take some time, Luffy said and turned his gaze to the place where they had fought before falling into the water. Where's Mihawk? Luffy asked, seeing only some ice debris in the water, with no sign of the swordsman. He left. He said he would wait for a better challenge next time, Kuina said, crossing her arms and wondering why Yamato seemed so embarrassed beside her. Anyway, it was a great fight. Let's check on Zoro and the others, Luffy said, eager to assess the condition of his swordsman. Chapter 47 Mysterious Island 1. Chapter size 2,853 words. Third-person POV Baratai, East Blue. Somewhere at sea, East Blue. Alright, I'll go with you guys, but I have my own objectives. I hope you don't expect me to fulfill them. I'll talk about them later, Reiju said with the same serious tone and continued speaking. Now, I'll finish up my things and check with the old man about what I still need to do before boarding with you. Before Luffy could even speak, she turned around and walked away from them. System, crew. Reiju has joined as a member of your crew. He really did it, Nami said with unbelieving eyes. Luffy-sama is so charismatic, Shirahoshi celebrated. There's no way this is just charisma, Kuina complained. Brother Luffy is so cool, the bounty hunters shouted with shining eyes. Tisk, Zoro grunted. This is unexpected. Usopp muttered. I always knew she was our future cook, so it was just a matter of time until she accepted my invitation, Luffy declared, unconcerned with the suspicious looks he was receiving. System, crew. Reiju is now an official member of your crew. Luffy displayed a radiant smile as he observed the system screen in front of him. Meanwhile, Reiju gathered her belongings at the restaurant and jumped back onto the ship, returning to the people who watched her with teary eyes. They shared a meal throughout the day, ending the night as the restaurant illuminated the part of the sea where they were, and the crowd gathered on the deck, many restaurant members crying for Reiju as she bid them farewell. Luffy shifted his gaze from Reiju to focus on the two people in front of him, who were conversing at the moment, marking a farewell. So, you're really staying here? Luffy asked the man in front of him. Yes, I believe this is the best stop for us to part ways. I plan to start new businesses in Logtown. I talked to Zeph and found out that I can form a partnership with him, providing food and supplies to the restaurant at below market prices. Given my experience from my old businesses in the South Blue, he declared, and Luffy nodded. I understand. I can only wish you good luck, and until next time we meet, perhaps in Logtown when we pass through to the Grand Line. It's a place I intend to visit before the journey. Kirim vos syt everything, the woman suddenly said. Luffy just stared at her, wondering what the hell she said, but chose to ignore her to continue the conversation with her husband. Anyway, take this. I believe it will help you get back on your feet. It'll be good motivation, Luffy said, taking a package from his pocket and expanding its size to form a huge bag of berries, which appeared in front of the couple along with a mysterious box. This money? The man exclaimed, surprised. Not just that. In the box next to it, there's a devil fruit, a normal zoan of the lizard model. I think it'll be useful in case the world government tries to come after you again. This will provide some power to retaliate if they send someone dangerous. Luffy explained, and the man quickly understood. Yes, I don't know what to say. Thank you very much, young man. This will be quite useful both for me and my wife. I don't know how to thank you. He expressed his gratitude. Don't worry. I have your map, the strange key, and still 150 million of that money. It's the least I can do. Luffy spoke sincerely. He had already taken a lot from them as a form of reward, so returning a part wouldn't hurt. He wasn't that selfish, especially considering that this couple needed help after losing everything. Thus, Luffy finally bid farewell to the strange couple, who were about to resume their journey and boarded the ship one after the other. Turning to Zeph, he expressed his gratitude. Hey, old man. Thanks for everything and for entrusting Reiju to my crew. I'll take care of her. Luffy smiled at the man. Tisk. Reiju grunted beside, hearing this. After saying goodbye to everyone in the restaurant, she boarded the marine ship. You better take care of her, brat. Otherwise, even without a leg, I'll kick you in the future as revenge. You'll find out why I was once called Red Leg Zeph, he said calmly, and Luffy smiled at the threat. That's good. Now we better go, Luffy declared, after everyone boarded the marine ship and bid farewell to the remaining people in the restaurant. Thus, the ship began to sail towards the horizon of the starry night. It's so beautiful, Shirahoshi, as the only girl who had never seen a starry sky before, never ceased to murmur every time she saw the scenery since Luffy brought her to the surface. So, Luffy, where are we heading? Nami asked beside as the navigator she needed to know. It's night at the moment. I want the ship to maintain this course, and tomorrow morning we'll figure that out. Now let's rest. So rest, Luffy said, and everyone agreed. While Luffy and the others rested, Usopp and Chaochu remained as lookouts on the mast as they volunteered. The next day, everyone gathered in the naval kitchen with the delicious coffee that Reiju prepared for everyone, which pleased everyone with the quality of food and techniques employed by the cook. So tasty. Thank you, Reiju-sama, Shirahoshi shouted happily. Really very good, Usopp said surprised. I'm glad you liked it, Reiju said proudly. Meanwhile, Luffy was quiet in a corner with his coffee, holding out a paper he hadn't opened in the past few days. Now, I need your attention here. Luffy stopped looking at the paper and spoke so that everyone quickly looked at him. First, my initial plans were to go to Kokoyasi Islands, get Arlong, as he is the last member among the major pirates of this sea. Luffy said, earning a surprised look from some, especially Nami. Nami didn't know what to say since this was her biggest nightmare, and they were about to face the fishman who cold-bloodedly killed her mother when she was just a child. Come on, Nami. Luffy said he'd win without any problems. Trust him. After everything you've seen, do you think Arlong is a threat to them? Silly girl. She told herself, trying to gather courage, even though an irrational fear still lingered in her. Some looked at Nami and recognized her internal conflicts, as most knew her past with Arlong. Shirahoshi placed a hand on her shoulder and gave a reassuring look. However, Luffy said and continued, following this treasure map, if we slightly change our route, we can reach this island faster than Nami's village. Luffy showed the map to everyone that he had been reading until now. It seems to be a great adventure, and there must be many treasures there. Not to mention that the destination is close to Kokoyasi Islands too, where Nami's village is. So, are we going to that island, chasing after this treasure? Zoro asked, not as injured as yesterday, as Luffy accelerated his recovery along with Yamato's. Our swordsman here got it right, since my gut feeling tells me it will be a great help for our future journeys. Whatever we find there, Luffy declared, and everyone nodded. Here, it might be a puzzle, but you should know where this leads us. Luffy said and handed the map to Nami, who took it and studied it for a while, confirming the location of the treasure, even though it seemed like a puzzle. Yes, I know where the place is, Nami commented, looking at where the island was with a second official map of the East Blue beside her. That's amazing, now finish your meals because right after we're going to train. I noticed that everyone is weak after the fight with Mihawk, so let's go outside as soon as you finish breakfast. Strengthen your foundations. As he spoke these words, Luffy sent a collective shiver through everyone, as they were well acquainted with this rigorous training, and Luffy seemed extremely excited to exercise after the fight with Mihawk. Only Reiju displayed a questioning look compared to the others, but that would soon change. During the remaining time, Luffy trained them as usual, applying gravitational pressure and challenging them not to falter even as their muscles burned and begged for a break. What kind of training is this? Reiju complained as she felt pain throughout her body, but Luffy didn't allow her to give up. He subjected her to an even more intense training than the others with heavier weights, as her legs were stronger than the others to resist gravity. Stop complaining and keep going. We need to get stronger, Luffy said without showing humor. Luffy, please. Luffy-sama. Sharky. Luffy. Auuu. Stop complaining, all of you. After a few hours, the deck was covered with fallen bodies, a sight reflecting the crew's extreme exhaustion. They could barely move, their expressions showing the intensity of the training. Luffy remained impassive in the face of his companion's effort, steadfast in his purpose to strengthen them at any cost. They don't look good. Yamato, dressed in various weights, observed the scene beside Luffy, while the rest of the crew lay on the deck, gradually recovering from the rigorous training. They'll survive. We need to get strong, I've said it before. Luffy said in the same tone, emotionless, while he watched his companions crying in front of him, the larger ones at least. He's a demon, Usopp muttered. Did I make the right decision? Reiju, lying down and exhausted, internally questioned if joining the crew had been the right choice after experiencing this training. Luffy, Sama, so hard. Shirahoshi murmured fragmented words about the difficulty of the training. Let's take some time to rest now. We shouldn't be far from the island on that map when I sped up the ship, right, Nami? Luffy asked. Damn, Luffy, but you're right. The island isn't far. If you speed up the ship, she said, still crying. In the next few hours, the members rested for some more time before returning to their basic routine. Some continued training, including Zoro and Kuina. There were scouts like Usopp cleaning his weapon, Chaochu playing with Johnny and Yasaku. Shirahoshi leaned on the deck, admiring the sea beside Megalo. Nami looked at the map while sitting in a chair to relax, next to Luffy and Yamato, who were sunbathing and enjoying some refreshments that Reiju prepared in the kitchen, joining them shortly after. "This is everything I dreamed of." Luffy looked pleased at his pirate crew, as he had always imagined a crew like this, enjoying their lives at sea. He didn't force anyone to do things or shout at them all the time. Everyone was free to do what they wanted most of the time, as long as they participated in training. Luffy didn't want a weak crew to face the challenges of the Grand Line. They were always free to pursue their hobbies. Luffy diverted his crew's attention to other matters. "I have 192 million berries in the system after spending 50 million on that fruit, but I wish I had at least 2 billion to get the most detailed manual of the world's 6 styles, which even the Marines don't possess. This book has techniques even deeper than those used by the Navy and is intended only for those training to be the elite in defending Mary Geos, which I understand since the world government wants the most powerful as their guards." Luffy thought. But even knowing that there are much cheaper manuals in the store, like some basics for 500 million berries, I want this 2 billion one because I want to have an elite under my command, and this manual will save much more time than the others, not to mention that the techniques must be stronger than those learned by the Marines. Luffy concluded calmly. After having these thoughts, he couldn't help but glance at Nami beside him studying a map. "What's up?" Nami asked, feeling Luffy's gaze directly on her. "I'm beautiful, I know, but I'll charge you if you keep staring at me like that." Nami quickly wanted to take advantage of the situation, while Luffy internally muttered with other thoughts. "I could simply destroy Arlong when we get to the island of his village. But that's too boring. Maybe I should let Nami have her revenge by her own hands. If I get a chance to strengthen her, I won't let it pass, as I don't know what we might find on this island indicated by the map we're en route to. But it's treasure, so it could be something very good for her." Luffy finished thinking and looked at the woman who was shouting at him now. "Hey! If you're not going to pay, at least answer people when they want to talk to you." Nami was furious since Luffy was lost in his own thoughts, completely ignoring the thieving cat until now, just staring at her. "HM? Oh yeah, you're beautiful as always, Nami." Luffy mumbled and looked forward again, shortly after. Don't compliment people like that and then ignore them," Nami shouted, red with the sudden compliment. But Luffy didn't pay attention to her or Yamato, who was looking at him like a hawk. "Don't get jealous, Yamato. They're all beautiful. I'm happy to be surrounded by so much beauty. I consider all of them my future wives," Luffy said in a bored tone and didn't even look at Yamato, but said it to provoke her, just like the other two beside him. "Luffy, you idiot. Baka. Playboy," Nami, Yamato, and Reiju said immediately afterward, trying to ignore their shameless and idiotic captain. "Women," Luffy thought. "Land ho. Bark." Johnny and Chaochu's voices interrupted him at that moment. Finally, Luffy couldn't help but celebrate. "Great. Keep going. I'll take the helm," Nami shouted and ran from her chair to follow the small point appearing on the horizon. Luffy looked at the island and stood up. "Ha ha 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 ha. Listen up. Are you ready to find treasures and adventures?" Luffy began with his usual ruffian laugh, catching the attention of all the members of the ship. "Treasures," Nami shouted loudly on the deck. "I'll prove that I'm a brave warrior, facing any danger we encounter," Usopp said, grabbing his rifle, now fixed and cleaned. "Will there be pirates worth millions of berries?" Johnny and Yasaku said simultaneously, wanting to hunt pirates, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they were accompanying another pirate crew. "I'll see beautiful new places on the surface," Shirahoshi said dreamily. "Will there be powerful opponents?" Zoro said, gripping the sword hilt with excitement. "I'll have adventures like Odin in his diary?" Yamato said, grabbing his book, used as his life's Bible. "Bark. Sharky. Tisk." Reiju just sighed at everyone's enthusiasm around her. "Ha ha 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 ha. I don't know, and I don't want to know these answers. I just want to go there to be surprised and discover its mysteries," Luffy said. Then the boat continued at full speed, still with the increased speed from Luffy's power. They could already see the island getting closer and closer. "Treasures, treasures, 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 Treasures. Treasures. While Nami, Yamato, Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku sang these words suddenly with excitement, seeing the island approaching, Luffy held the key he took from the CP5 member, hoping to find great treasures like his friends but remained silent instead of shouting like an idiot. Not that he didn't appreciate their enthusiasm, but it wasn't his style. Chapter 48, Mysterious Island 2. Chapter size, 2,754 words. Third-person POV on an island, East Blue. Somewhere in the sea, East Blue. On a small island with only a dozen kilometers in length, characterized by dense vegetation seemingly uninhabitable by humans, a medium-sized marine boat approached the coast. As it cut through the beach, the vessel sprayed sand in all directions, and upon completing its trajectory, it stopped, dropping a plank onto the beach. 9 individuals, each with unique characteristics, and 2 animals promptly disembarked. Luffy dismissed the concern of securing the ship at that moment. After all, it was a deserted island. He left the vessel anchored on the coast and, along with his eclectic crew, prepared to explore the mysteries of the unknown island. The island isn't that impressive. Zoro spoke, seeing that the place was only comprised of forests. Let's explore. According to the map, there's a ruin on the site with the entrance that this key fits. So, I want us to split up to find these ruins. Now that everyone has Vivre cards from everyone, we can meet up later. If you find what we're looking for, come to me. Even if you don't find anything, we'll regroup as well. Luffy said, and the crew split into 3 groups right after that using a set of sticks that Luffy brought. Those who drew a stick from the pot would identify its color when pulling it out. Shirahoshi and Nami, known for their tendency to fear, expressed immediate joy when they realized that their sticks matched Luffy's, who was accompanied by Megalo, his faithful shark partner. The team was divided into 3 distinct groups. Luffy, Nami, Shirahoshi, and Megalo would head to the center of the island, while Yamato, Usopp, Chaochu, and Reiju would explore the west coast. In turn, Zoro, Kuina, Johnny, and Yasaku would take charge of the east coast. Zoro, where are you going? We're going in the opposite direction. Luffy heard Kuina shout at Zoro in the distance and couldn't help but laugh at the situation as he led his group. Come on. Treasures are always found at the heart of the island, Nami declared confidently and full of enthusiasm. Luffy-sama, are the forests on the surface always like this? Shirahoshi approached Luffy and clung to his back as she asked. It's relative, princess. It depends on the region's climate. In the sea, forests like these are common. In other places, vegetation and flora can change completely depending on the local atmosphere. However, I believe the inhabitants of this island might be a bit different from what you've seen. Considering the traces left by wildlife around, I wouldn't be surprised if we encounter some giant beasts here. Luffy explained, observing the tracks around that were much more devastating than those left by common animals. Giant beasts. Sharky. His group was startled by these words. What are you saying, Megalo? You're a giant too. Luffy scoffed at the clueless shark, not fully understanding what he was saying, but understanding the shark's exaggerated reaction. Sharky. But Luffy, are we going to be okay? Nami commented, still a bit scared. It's fine. I'll punch anything that comes our way, Luffy said confidently, earning a relieved look from his companions. So, they continued to walk calmly toward the center of the island, following the trails left by the giant animals. Luffy wasn't too concerned. After all, they were in East Blue, a sea known for its less powerful threats, and the beasts should reflect that. On the other side of the forest, Kuina led her group on the east side. Sister Kuina, Yasaku nervously said as they walked through the forest. What is it? Kuina asked, raising an eyebrow. About Brother Zoro. He hesitated. What happened to Zoro? Kuina asked suspiciously. He disappeared. Johnny answered for his partner, equally nervous. Kuina looked back and realized that only the trio remained at that moment. Zoro, that damn moss head. He managed to get lost on his own. Kuina shouted, frustrated with her friend, who seemed not to have abandoned his old bad habits. Back in the center of the forest. Sharky. Megalo seemed happy as he devoured some fruits found along the way until he drifted away from the group and bumped his head into some strange fur without realizing it. Sharky? Sharky! Luffy walked with bored eyes. Nami by his side searched for any signs of valuable objects along the way, while Shirahoshi still hung on his back, arms wrapped around Luffy's neck, wagging her tail and admiring the surroundings. Sharky! Suddenly, the whole trio turned to a shout from Megalo coming from one side of the woods. Megalo? What a stench! Nami complained as soon as she smelled the shark, putting her hand on her nose the next moment, just like all the companions. Megalo, what happened to you? Why do you smell so bad? Shirahoshi couldn't help but worry about her friend. Sharky, Sharky, Sharky. Megalo spoke anxiously while pointing to the forest path he came from. A strange beast, Shirahoshi said, horrified. Footprint, footprint, asterisk, asterisk, footprint, asterisk, asterisk, footprint, asterisk. Everyone turned to the noise of heavy footsteps approaching with each moment. The expression of horror showed on everyone's face when they saw the 5-meter beast with black and white fur emerge from behind the trees. Even Luffy had his confident face shaken by this beast at that moment. Dot, dot, dot. A few moments later. Keep running, Nami shouted, desperate. Luffy-sama, it's catching up to us, hurry, Shirahoshi cried. Sharky, exclaimed while crying too. Megalo, you stink, Luffy complained. In the forest, on an open path, a tattooed man ran quickly, holding a girl with orange hair with one arm around her waist and a shark with the other arm, while a mermaid was hanging on his neck, clinging tightly. Faster, faster, Nami yelled with tear-filled eyes, covering her nose due to the smell trapped in Megalo. As they ran, a giant beast chased them. It wasn't a common animal. It was a massive skunk. The beast chasing them was an imposing giant skunk. Its long black and white fur added a touch of ferocity to its figure, contrasting with its massive structure. The incredibly muscular hind legs propelled the animal with surprising agility, while the front legs were armed with sharp claws, ready to attack. Every move of the skunk emanated a sense of wild power, and its eyes, intensely focused on the fleeing group, revealed a fierce determination. The sound of its heavy footsteps echoed through the forest, creating an atmosphere of tension and urgency. But what terrified them the most wasn't the imposing figure of the beast, but the nauseating odor it exuded. The smell, a mixture of wild aroma, damp earth, and the essence of the skunk itself, enveloped the air with an almost unbearable intensity. Each breath became a challenge in the face of the stench spreading rapidly through the atmosphere. As they desperately fled, the group's consciousness was constantly invaded by Megalo's pungent odor, and no one wanted to be in that state, making the situation even more comical. Nami, Shirahoshi, and even the contaminated Megalo, who normally swam in the depths of the ocean, couldn't bear the overwhelming odor impregnating their nostrils. Luffy and the group ran to escape the beast, as no one wanted to confront it. The animal pursued them angrily, as Megalo had awakened it from its sleep in a clearing. Boo! Ha 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 ha! Luffy burst into laughter as he continued to run. The situation, for him, was simply hilarious. Although he was fully confident that he could defeat the beast, he preferred to avoid the confrontation to avoid being impregnated with the peculiar smell of the skunk. Thus, he chose to accompany his companions in the frenzied run, keeping a safe distance from the smelly creature. The skunk's speed was remarkable, and if it were any other human, it would have surely caught up with them by now. However, Luffy, with his superhuman strength, managed to stay ahead of the animal, seizing the opportunity to test the limits of his agility and dexterity. In his mind, he pondered the possibility of using his fruit powers to increase speed even more, but decided to challenge the natural abilities of his body at that moment. Having fun with his companion's desperation, Luffy skillfully managed the situation, taking advantage of the frenzied run to enhance his physical abilities. The only exception was Megalo, whose stench had become an uncomfortable quirk next to the Straw Hat Captain. Well, that was fun. Now let's get out of here. Hold on tight, Luffy announced, and immediately transformed, his wings sprouting between his back. Shirahoshi, who clung to him firmly, was lifted as he leaned, and in the next instant, began to fly upwards, through the treetops. Ah! Oh! Sharky! The trio couldn't contain their surprise at the sudden flight. You could fly all along. Why didn't you do that before? Nami complained immediately upon realizing Luffy's ability. It was fun, wasn't it? Ha 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 ha! Luffy responded, laughing without caring about the companions' reactions. Hee hee. Now that we're here, it seemed fun. Mr. Skunk is quite frustrated. Shirahoshi began to laugh too. Arrrrrrr. The skunk seemed visibly frustrated in the forest, watching its prey disappear among the trees and then fly into the sky. Well, I can't say it wasn't funny to escape like that, but it scared me. Nami spoke grumpily but soon opened a smile. Sharky. Megalo was the only one not excited or having fun, as he still stank. Well, let's fly a bit. It's hard to find a place with dense vegetation, but if there's a river, I can find it, Luffy said as he flew over the center of the island. As soon as Luffy saw an opening in the trees due to a stream in the forest, he went towards it with his companions. Meanwhile, Zoro was walking calmly through the forests. Where is everyone? Zoro finally asked, realizing he was alone, looking around, searching for his companions who were with him until a moment ago. They got lost. I'm not surprised. Zoro grumbled. Well, let's find them, he said again, following the path to try to find his friends again. Zoro continued to walk until he came across some strange structures. What a strange place, Zoro commented to himself, looking at a pillar with a strangely shaped hole and a door just behind it. I guess they're not around here. Well, anyway, let's keep going, Zoro said without caring much about the door and continued to search for his friends who, in his mind, got lost in the forest. On the west side, Usopp and Chaochu were standing, looking at the scene in front of them. Boom 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 boom. HM? Is it over already? Yamato asked, putting her kanabo on her shoulder and looking at the scene in front of her. It seems so, Reiju said, kicking her last opponent. In front of them, there was a pile of bodies with giant beasts knocked out, one on top of the other. Oh! Chaochu emitted a small sound, seeing this scene. It seems we are useless, Chaochu, Usopp said regretfully, realizing that he only had his rifle in his hand to show off because he didn't even use it, while the girls were beating and kicking the enemy beasts they encountered along the way. How boring. We found nothing but beasts on the way, Yamato said in a monotonous tone. I think we better go back to find the others. There's nothing here besides wildlife, Reiju said as she lit a cigarette. After that, the group decided to find Luffy using his captain's Viver card, which pointed that he was in the middle of the forest. Meanwhile, in another place. That's strange. I'm sure they came this way, Zoro muttered. Some time later, Zoro came across his companions while exploring the path through the forest. You guys! Zoro expressed surprise, his eyes widening as he recognized the familiar faces. Zoro! Usopp exclaimed, his jaw dropping slightly, surprised to find Zoro alone in this part of the forest. Yamato, Reiju, Usopp, and Chaochu looked at him with expressions of disbelief. You're asking if it's us who got lost? Usopp shouted with a comical face, widening his eyes and making an exaggerated grimace. We're in the west part. It's you who got lost here, Reiju said calmly, releasing a cloud of smoke from her cigarette, with a disapproving look. We're in the west? Zoro was surprised by this, his eyes showing disbelief, as he was sure he was in the east. Where are the others? Yamato asked, noticing that he was alone. They got lost, so I'm looking for them, declared the swordsman. Dot, 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 dot. Meanwhile, in another location. Ha 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 ha. You still stink, Megalo. Luffy laughed loudly, displaying a mischievous look that made it clear he was having fun at the poor shark's expense. In front of him, Shirahoshi desperately tried to scrub Megalo with soap and sponge, items hastily acquired by Luffy at a nearby store to help them. Don't laugh, Luffy-sama. He's hurt, Shirahoshi lamented, her soapy hands indicating how serious the situation was for her friend. Sharky, Megalo whimpered, clearly embarrassed by the odor he had acquired from the skunk. What a disgusting creature. I can't believe they exist. Shirahoshi complained tearfully, while trying to clean her friend from the horrible smell. Luffy, there's nothing here. Nami appeared next to Luffy, who watched the mermaid try to rid her shark of the unwanted fragrance. The navigator, with a disgusted expression, had explored the surroundings in search of any clues but without success. So, it's not in the center of the island. I hope the others have better luck. Luffy commented, unaware that perhaps he could resolve this doubt more quickly than he thought. I hope they at least find something useful out there. Nami grumbled, still unhappy with the smell. In the middle of the dense forest, where the sun's rays could barely penetrate through the treetops, a sharp bark cut through the silence. Luffy's ears suddenly sharpened instantly, capturing the peculiar sound echoing among the trees. Oh! The bark came from somewhere nearby, resonating like a unique melody in the quietness of the deserted island. Luffy's eyes lit up with curiosity as he tried to determine the exact direction of the sound. Sharky, Megalo, the shark, reacted immediately, recognizing Chaochu's familiar bark. Chaochu has already found them. Yamato's voice echoed through the trees, bringing a touch of excitement to the silent atmosphere. It seems they've arrived here. Luffy smiled, his face expressing contentment as he moved toward the sound. His senses were sharp, and the expectation of an imminent reunion hung in the air. It didn't take long for the two groups to reunite. The quartet, composed of Zoro, Yamato, Usopp, and Reiju, along with the faithful Chaochu, was surprised to find Shirahoshi by the small stream, dedicated to scrubbing Megalo, whose odor still lingered. What a horrible smell here. Yamato complained immediately. What the hell were you? Usopp began to ask before being interrupted by Nami. Why are you coming from the west with Zoro? Nami questioned, sharing Luffy's confusion. We're as lost as you seem to be, Yamato replied, rubbing the back of his head with a perplexed expression. Meanwhile, Luffy muttered to himself, why am I surprised? He figured out what had happened and, at the same time, wondered about the whereabouts of Kuina, Johnny, and Yasaku. A distant echo was heard in the forest, a macabre symphony composed of the distressing laments of Kuina, Johnny, and Yasaku. Away from the laughter and discoveries of the main group, a dark scene unfolded among the dense trees. Oh oh wow oh 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 wow oh oh wow oh. Trapped and bound, the trio was at the mercy of a group of cannibals. The atmosphere was permeated with strange chants, resonating like a dark ritual as the natives circled around them. In plain sight, a boiling pot awaited, indicating the nefarious fate that awaited them. A sense of despair hung in the air, enveloping Kuina and her companions. Vivid memories of the surprise attack still haunted their minds as they faced the dreadful prospect of an inescapable fate at the hands of these primitive people. The collective thought echoed like a sinister sigh. We're going to die! Chapter 49, Mysterious Island 3. Chapter size, 2,308 words. Third-person POV on island in the sea, East Blue. In the waters of East Blue, an atmosphere of horror unfolded. Kuina, Johnny, and Yasaku, bound and helpless, found themselves surrounded by a group of cannibals. The natives chanted sinister songs, creating a dark atmosphere as they circled the trio, preparing to lead them to a boiling pot. Anguish was palpable among the prisoners, whose collective thought echoed in despair. We're going to die! Vivid memories of the sudden attack in the forest haunted Kuina and the others. Captured by an overwhelming number of enemies, they were now at the mercy of this primitive people, who were preparing to subject them to a terrible fate in the boiling pot. In a secluded corner of the small island, a hidden tribe rose among the dense trees. There, 3 individuals were tied up, anxiously awaiting a rescue to free them from the grim fate the cannibals plotted. A bubbling cauldron ready to consume them. Brother Luffy, come save us! Johnny and Yasaku cried desperately, their voices echoing in the tranquility of the jungle. Meanwhile, Kuina remained silent, but her expression revealed palpable fear, yearning for Luffy's presence to rescue them from this terrible situation. Ow wow. Ouch. That hurts. Ow wow ow wow. An annoyed native, disturbed by the foreign language cries, approached and reprimanded the two bounty hunters, delivering blows to silence them and expressing irritation at the disturbance. I don't understand a word of what they're saying, but it seems like he didn't like you yelling like that, Kuina commented sarcastically, trying to find some humor in the terrible situation. So, are we going to die here, Sister Kuina? Yasaku lamented. Do you think I want to face this fate again? I don't want to die a second time. Kuina responded angrily, while the surrounding atmosphere conveyed an atmosphere of tension and despair. Second time, what do you mean by that? Johnny exclaimed, displaying surprise next to Yasaku. Ah, it's nothing. Forget about it. Anyway, Luffy won't allow this to happen. Have faith. He has the Vivre cards and will be here soon, Kuina declared, seeking to instill confidence in her companions. She quickly changed the subject, avoiding the mention of her return from the dead, a delicate theme, especially amidst the desperate situation they found themselves in. Ow wow! Ow wow! Ow wow! Ow wow! As they whispered, the natives of the tribe chanted animatedly around them. Comprising old, adult, young, and children of both sexes, that tribe proved to be extremely primitive. They wore only cloths to cover their lower parts, leaving half of their bodies exposed. The women wore a kind of bikini, but all the garments were adorned with human bones, suggesting they came from previous victims. I never imagined being captured by cannibals on a deserted island, Johnny murmured, lamenting the irony of his luck. I don't want to die being devoured by these creatures. I bet they've made many victims with the shipwrecks here. Kuina expressed her discontent, pointing to the objects adorned in their straw and wood houses. There were many belongings that were likely plundered from a tourist boat among the primitive constructions. If only we could negotiate. Does anyone know what they're saying? No idea. Anyway, I don't see how one can negotiate with cannibals. As they continued to talk, another cannibal approached, armed. Ow wow? Oh wow wow. Ouch! Johnny cried out as a bone spear hit his belly again, eliciting groans of pain. Ow wow wow. Their small conversation was interrupted by a new thunderous sound within the tribe. One of the cannibals, apparently the leader, shouted, causing everyone to stop talking. Ow wow wow. He continued speaking, opening his arms in a kind of celebration. Oh wow 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 wow. The crowd went into a frenzy, shouting in a strange language. I wouldn't want to know what they're saying because I have a feeling I'd regret it. Kuina was scared when she saw the crowd starting to move excitedly around them. Suddenly, everyone looked at the tied trio, making them sweat, as it seemed they were about to be thrown into the cauldron. Luffy was heading where the Vivre card was pointing, with the crew right behind him. As they walked through the jungle peacefully after a casual conversation with everyone, a loud noise caught their attention, prompting Luffy to look at Yamato. A beast is approaching, Yamato said simply. A 5-meter beast appeared in front of them after emerging from the trees. It looked furious and, at the same time, happy to reunite with its escaped prey. Ah! It's the stinky monster! Shirahoshi screamed in fear. Sharky! Megalo, the most traumatized by this monster, ran to stand behind Shirahoshi while crying and trembling in fear, not wanting to face this creature again. What? It's just a beast. Yamato complained about this reaction. It's not just a beast, Reiju said calmly. It's a skunk. Usopp shouted and was already taking steps back. Luffy, seeing his old enemy, debated what he could do. He could simply draw his weapon and shoot the creature's head, but he thought of another solution. Usopp. Luffy came to his marksman's side and put his hand on his shoulder to stop him from leaving, confidently saying with a smile, Usopp, this is the most powerful beast on this island. Only a brave man can face it. I'm sure only you can defeat it without suffering damage. Among us, I'm counting on you for that, Luffy said seriously to the long-nosed one, who was stunned after those words. What do you mean, Luffy? I can't face it. It's much more powerful than me, Usopp denied in fear. Usopp, aren't you a brave warrior of the sea? Luffy asked the boy seriously. The rest of the crew was intrigued by this kind of conversation. While the skunk was getting ready to run towards them at any moment, Luffy seemed oblivious to it. I am. I'm a brave warrior of the sea, Usopp shouted after his initial hesitation. He joined the crew because he had to prove to be this warrior that Luffy believes in him. Tell me, Usopp, who is the greatest warrior of this sea? Luffy asked like a general with his army. Of course, it's Captain Usopp, Usopp shouted, motivated. Tell me, Usopp, does the brave warrior of the sea fear this beast? Luffy asked again, ignoring the part where Usopp claimed to be the captain. Of course not. The brave warrior of the sea, Usopp, fears nothing, Usopp shouted confidently. Great, then go and prove it. In case you don't kill it, I'll make you train 5 times harder for a week. Luffy said calmly this time. Yes, sir. Usopp suddenly straightened up and quickly took the lead of the group with his rifle, not wanting to disappoint Luffy after this subtle threat. Dot, 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 dot. What the hell is happening here? Everyone else in the crew had this thought as they looked at the scene with raised eyebrows. Usopp, your rifle won't penetrate the animal's skin. You have to find a weak point. You know there's only one part of its body for you to defeat it, right? Luffy said as he watched Usopp grab his weapon and position himself to shoot. The head would be its weakest point and an easy victory, and the eyes are a more vulnerable part. Usopp said with a bit of confidence, as he didn't want Luffy's training and spoke about what he had learned during all his infernal time training since Syrup Village. Luffy made him read beyond the weapons manual he handed him. He made him study anatomy not only of humans but also animals. Exactly, but it's not enough just to hit the eye since your goal is the brain. From this angle, you'll never hit it. What are you going to do, Usopp? Luffy asked, crossing his arms, waiting for a good answer. Everyone in the crew looked at the scene with great interest. Should I change the angle then? Usopp said, already aiming with his rifle and loading a special bullet into the weapon cartridge. Footstep, footstep, asterisk, asterisk, footstep, asterisk, asterisk, footstep, asterisk. The skunk started running toward the group while Usopp calmly aimed at the beast. He's coming, Shirahoshi shouted with an even more frightened Megalo on her back. Focus, Usopp, you can do it. Luffy encouraged him quietly. Usopp cleared his mind and waited for the beast to reach a strategic point, surveying the environment in front of him. He devised a plan. Once the beast reached the position he wanted, Usopp moved the sight of his weapon and pulled the trigger. Bang! The special bullet didn't go directly into the beast but towards its side, where it ricocheted off a rock and went towards the beast faster than it could react, hitting its eye and penetrating its head at an angle that reached its brain. The beast didn't even feel its death, as Usopp's weapon, despite not being able to penetrate the skin, was extremely advanced. So once inside the beast, it penetrated like a fish cutting through the water. Crack! The beast died mid-sprint, collapsing to the ground and breaking it as it slowed down until it came to a stop. You did it, Luffy said with a satisfied smile. I did it? Not even Usopp believed it but sighed in relief for not having to go through an even heavier training with Luffy. That was a beautiful shot, Reiju commented. Incredible. He hit the rock and then the animal. Yamato was amazed at the skill. Tisk. Zoro huffed, expecting to fight the animal, even knowing it might stink. I won? Of course I did. I'm Usopp, commander of 8 million soldiers. The boy quickly began to inflate his ego as he showed off to the crew. Yamato suddenly frowned. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. In the midst of Usopp's celebration, another giant skunk emerged from the forest behind Usopp while he bragged to the crew. He would have been lost at this moment without some help, but Luffy quickly drew his pistol from the holster and raised it, aiming at the beast. Bang! Boom! Unlike Usopp's weapon, Luffy didn't use a bullet. Only his power with purple flames. The shot tore through and burned the air as soon as it hit the head of the animal, which was 5 meters away, almost catching Usopp off guard. The entire area where the bullet hit exploded, leaving only the animal with its body from the neck down. Crack! Ah! Usopp was startled by this sudden scene. The dead animal stopped on its hind legs, making it look like a rabbit frozen in that moment. Never let your guard down, Usopp. Can cost you your life. But don't worry. I'll increase your training so you can always remember that. Luffy commented calmly. No! Hearing this, Usopp snapped out of his frightened state and cried at those words. Ha 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 ha. Yamato laughed at the situation. Anyway, I want the carcasses. Reiju, can you prepare skunks? Luffy said and asked the cook. Yes. I can remove the part that makes the animal stink and turn it into delicious meat. Reiju said, and Luffy was happy because skunk meat has always been one of his favorites in his past life. With a small box, he took each dead animal and reduced its mass, handing them to Yamato, who would preserve them with her ice power until they reached the ship. Once finished, Luffy wanted to continue the path. Now let's go after the others. Luffy said but stopped at that moment. In his hand, Kuina's Vivre card began to burn, leaving everyone stunned. This, Yamato realized and nervously spoke. Find me later, said Luffy, his wings appearing instantly before he disappeared, creating a crater in the ground due to the urgency of the situation. Luffy blasted the ground below him, disappearing into the trees in the air, leaving everyone astonished. He tore through the air quickly, following the direction of Kuina's Vivre card. Soon, he arrived at a small open area, revealing a village of a local tribe, quite primitive in his opinion. However, he barely had time to consider this, as he flew at full speed toward the center of the village, where a crowd was gathering. Asterisk boom! Asterisk he explosively landed in the middle of the group, raising dust and debris. The tribe, who was preparing to execute their prisoners, stopped in astonishment. The sudden explosion threw the crowd away, destroying a significant part of the village in the process. Ow wow wow! Ow wow wow! Ow! Ow wow! Oh wow wow! The natives panicked, interrupting the execution of the prisoners and waiting for the dust to settle. They searched for enemies in the surroundings and within the explosion. Suddenly, as the dust clouds dissipated, a man emerged from the wreckage, flanked by the fallen bodies of the cannibal tribe warriors caught in the impact. Kuina and the others finally seemed relieved to recognize him, while the natives felt a shiver run down their spines at the sight of Luffy. This man didn't even care about stepping on the dead bodies, displaying a frightening expression, his eyes burning with fury. Luffy's wrath transcended any known limit. His normally calm countenance was now overshadowed by a storm of anger. His eyes, sparkling with intensity, reflected the incandescent fury burning within him. The mere thought of his comrade almost losing his life at the hands of cannibals was the catalyst for this overwhelming rage. Every step Luffy took was imbued with fierce determination, a silent promise of justice echoing throughout the village. Since arriving in this world, he had never been so enraged, ready to unleash an unstoppable force against any threat that stood in his way. Chapter 50 Mysterious Island 4. Chapter size 1954 words. Third-person POV on island in the sea, East Blue. Ow wow wow. Ow wow wow. Ow. Ow wow. Oh wow wow. All the natives panicked, halting the execution of prisoners and waiting for the dust to settle, scanning for enemies nearby or within the explosion. Suddenly, as the dust clouds cleared, a man was seen amidst the wreckage and some bodies of the cannibal tribe warriors. While Kuina and the others seemed relieved after identifying him, the natives felt a chill run down their spines as Luffy appeared with furious eyes. Since coming to this world, he had never been as angry as he was now. Luffy! The trio, on the verge of falling into the boiling cauldron in a trance pushed by the cannibals, shouted upon realizing that Luffy caused the explosion. Luffy! Kuina couldn't help but murmur again, now looking at the expression of fury on the man with the straw hat's face, a sight she had never seen before, and even she felt a fear in her heart. Ow wow wow! One of the men from the tribe, the one who seemed to be the leader, suddenly brandished his spear at Luffy. Despite the gleam of fear in his eyes, he was still ready to face the man who fell from the sky. Ow! OWOW! Ow! More and more members of the cannibal tribe assumed combat positions against Luffy, who continued to stare at them with the same furious expression, unaffected by being surrounded. You don't seem to speak my language. Anyway, you've captured my comrades and we're about to kill them, so don't expect any mercy from me. For me, someone who eats their own kind is the kind of being that has fallen among the lowest in this world. Cannibals and hypocrites are the types I don't care whether they live or die. Luffy muttered. Luffy always despised these kinds of people. Of course, the hatred for hypocrites is not for those who tell you to work while they are lazy, but for those like Morgan, Rat, Akainu, and the celestial dragons who commit crimes behind a banner of justice or think they are born with some entitlement. Moa Moa no Mi, gravity, applies 0.001 times. Some rocks began to levitate from the ground and continued to rise around Luffy without him making any movements. When they reached a certain height, Luffy raised his hand and flicked the small stones. As he was already using the power of gravity, he couldn't increase the speed of the stone, but his body was powerful enough to execute his plan. The stone thrown with the snap of his fingers flew toward the cannibal leader, who was running towards him with a spear, hoping to kill Luffy. It wasn't as powerful as what he did with Krieg using that coin, but it hit the head of the cannibal, piercing through without reaching the other side before he could react. Ow! Dot! Their leader fell dead in the next moment, under the gaze of everyone. Seeing this scene, the cannibals were immediately shocked, wondering how the rocks around this man were flying and how he killed the other in the next moment just by raising his hand, as they couldn't see the stone being thrown. They seemed to be facing a figure they usually venerated, wondering how a god appeared here and was apparently unleashing his wrath on them. Ow wow! OWOW! Ow wow! Luffy didn't let go of his fury. He began flicking more stones flying around him, aiming them at the tribe. First, he hit all the men near Kuina, Johnny, and Yasaku, keeping them away from any possible danger. The crowd that had been thrown by Luffy before was in a panic, seeking shelter, while more members of their tribe fell. Ow wow! All the members of the cannibal tribe panicked at this moment. The elderly and women hid in their tents with the children, while the men continued with their spears pointed at them, at least those who were left because Luffy had already killed more than 20 members by now. You don't seem so brave anymore, do you, cannibals? Luffy asked with indifference, not expecting any response from those who remained as he saw fear in their eyes. They all trembled in fear of Luffy, who started walking, and the stones fell to the ground after he canceled his power. He declared that he wanted to settle this personally in hand-to-hand combat now. Don't worry, I'll kill all of you, Luffy said indifferently, walking toward the remaining members, who began stumbling backward. Luffy didn't care about their fear. He didn't care if he was a monster to them. All he wanted was to unleash his anger for almost losing his friends. Luffy! A hand suddenly stopped on Luffy's shoulder, making him halt at that moment. It was Yamato, who had just arrived but immediately learned about the entire situation. Luffy stopped because Yamato had a worried tone in her voice. Luffy, stop. There's no need to do this anymore. Our friends are already safe, Yamato said, looking nervous and concerned. They were going to kill them. Why should I spare them? Luffy growled. Luffy, I know this isn't you. You've already saved our friends. There's no need to shed more blood. They might deserve it, but you are better than that, Yamato said, squeezing Luffy's shoulder. Luffy, you're the man I chose to follow. I don't want you to lose yourself and become a beast that only knows how to kill and kill, Yamato said, thinking of her father at that moment, the man who never fit that role, being that kind of beast that easily killed anyone for anything. Yamato didn't want Luffy to become like that bastard. Sigh, I guess you're right, Luffy sighed. Luffy looked at the remaining members of the tribe and then turned his gaze to his friends, who were freeing themselves from this situation as they moved away from that platform. I think we better go, Luffy murmured and turned with the others following him out of the tribe. No other cannibal approached them. The fear of seeing half of their tribe dead was too impactful for them to attempt anything more. Luffy looked at Kuina and the others approaching and decided to leave before anger got the better of him again, leading to a massacre. Sorry for this. I wasn't at my best. Luffy spoke calmly as they distanced themselves. He could see the fear in their eyes. It wasn't what he wanted to portray as a captain. He always wanted his crew to have nothing but confidence in him. I understand, brother Luffy. I would have been extremely angry in your place too, Johnny said, trying to break the horrible mood. Luffy was about to change the subject but was interrupted by a new sound, which he welcomed as it would also change the atmosphere. We found you, Nami shouted from a considerable distance. They were running toward the group as fast as they could. Are you okay? The Vivre card indicated that you were going to die. Shirahoshi couldn't help but worry. We are. If Luffy hadn't arrived in time, I'm sure we would be getting cooked, Yasaku said regretfully. I still wonder how you guys managed to get lost. Zoro mocked. Pa. Zoro took 2 punches without being able to react and was on the ground in the next moment with purple eyes. How dare you say something like that? Kuina and Nami shouted angrily at the swordsman. I can't say I'm satisfied that Zoro distanced himself from them, but there's not much to say. Zoro will always be like that. I just have to be more careful, placing someone more reliable among the weaker ones. Luffy thought, not wanting to have this kind of situation in the future. Anyway, let's keep going. I doubt that tribe will come near us again, but we need to find the entrance to the key. Did anyone succeed in their search? Luffy asked everyone. Almost everyone shook their heads. Nothing. Just animals, cannibals, and trees. Almost everyone agreed with that, but Zoro suddenly spoke, surprising everyone. Could this place be an ancient ruin? Zoro asked calmly. What? You found it? You? Nami exclaimed incredulously. I don't know. I was looking for Kuina and the others when I found a strange pillar with a door behind it. On the pillar, there was a hole in the stone in the shape of a triangle. Zoro said, making Luffy open his eyes pleasantly as it was the shape of the key in his hands. Good job, Zoro. Can you tell me where you found this place? Luffy asked. Are you sure he's reliable? Reiju asked suspiciously, as this guy was quite clueless when it came to directions. I believe it's that way. Zoro ignored Reiju and thought, giving as an answer, pointing his finger in a direction in the forest. Great. Everyone go the opposite way of where Zoro pointed, Luffy announced, making Zoro bewildered with this again. Hey, he said, but no one paid much attention. Now that they were following Luffy in that direction, he began to walk. It didn't take long, after clearing some paths through the dense forest and defeating some giant animals. They reached the pillar and the door described by Zoro. So, these are the ruins? Kuina asked. It seems so. Here, Luffy. The key should fit here. Nami signaled to Luffy, who arrived next to her, looking at the entrance of the pillar. However, the captain approached the gate, wanting to study it before putting the key. This is made of strange material, Luffy muttered. He went to the door and tried to punch it. Boom! Moa Moa no Mi. Strength apply 30 times. The explosion from the punch startled the people around, but Luffy was surprised that it didn't even scratch the structure. Yamato, try striking here too, Luffy said, and Yamato approached. Her weapon turned black with haki, and she delivered a blow. Using a significant portion of her strength, not even a scratch appeared on the surface where her weapon hit. Incredible, she murmured. As I thought, this must be as indestructible as the poneglyphs, Luffy said in admiration. Luffy decided to go to the pillar. Let's see what happens when I put this in, Luffy said, placing the triangular-shaped key into the spot on the stone, sinking it immediately. With a snapping sound, a small light appeared from the key, tracing a line across the pillar. Crack! A lock sound came from the door, and it began to move slowly, but with a sound indicating how heavy they were as they opened. Finally, treasures! Nami shouted as they began to walk toward the entrance, which opened before them. Chapter 51, Mysterious Island 5. Chapter size, 2,712 words. Third-person POV on island in the sea, East Blue. Crack! The sound of a lock echoed from the door, and it began to move slowly, but with a sound revealing its weight as it opened. Finally, treasures! Nami exclaimed as they started walking towards the entrance, unfolding in front of them. As the doors opened, Nami was ready to rush inside at her highest speed. Wait, Nami, we don't know what we might find in there. Be careful. It's better if everyone stays together. Luffy warned her with a stern look at the cat burglar. He didn't want to have to keep saving her from any trap in this place due to her recklessness. I guess you're right. Nami sighed and admitted, approaching the group again. Let's stick together. If anything unusual happens, let us know, Luffy said and went ahead, leading the group. The first thing they saw after passing the doors was a dark corridor. Luffy raised the palm of his hand, and a purple flame emerged from it in the form of a fireball, floating and fixing above his head, providing light to his surroundings. The now illuminated corridor proved to be made of the same material as the gate, making Luffy even more intrigued about what lay inside this place. But the place had no secrets beyond being hidden on a random island and requiring a key to open, as they hadn't encountered any traps so far. The group continued to the end of the corridor without problems. Once they reached the end, Luffy began to see what looked like a large hall opening in front of the crew, with a staircase leading down to a slightly lower level. Luffy's surprise came when he increased the intensity of his flame, quickly illuminating the entire place. He threw other flames at the ceiling, which was 15 meters high. It was a spacious area with at least 50 meters, a kind of ancient cave or grotto. This time, without all that external material, only natural stone structures and rocks were found here. But Luffy wouldn't be surprised if there was a layer around this chamber, protecting it from any external invaders. As the intensity of Luffy's flame increased, the location revealed its secrets with extraordinary splendor. The light danced on the walls of a vast cave, highlighting the marks of an ancient battle echoing in the atmosphere. Natural stone formations and majestic rock structures composed the environment, giving it a sacred aura. In the center of this monumental chamber, two poneglyphs rested silently, silent witnesses of a long-buried history. Next to them, a pillar stood with dignity, supporting a box that seemed to guard mysteries yet to be revealed. Distant, almost like a vision from another time, was an old and broken ship, whose remnants resembled the legendary Flying Dutchman, evoking an atmosphere of myth and antiquity. With this thought, Luffy turned his face and instinctively looked at Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi is now out of the clutches of Vanderdecken 9, but I'll make sure to kill him when we go to the New World. Luffy thought and returned his attention to the ship. The golden glow escaping from a hole in the side of the ship, a result of centuries of decay, captured the group's attention. The shining gold, now illuminated by Luffy's light, cascaded into a dazzling shower of sparkling sparks, dazzling everyone. The discoveries in the heart of the cave triggered a feeling of awe, as the group found themselves facing an unexplored chapter of history, waiting to be unveiled. That, Kuina said. Gold. A lot of gold. Usopp murmured beside her. Sharky. No, you can't eat that, Megalo. Shirahoshi warned her friend. I've never seen such a quantity before. Yamato argued, but she didn't seem very interested. Are we dreaming, brother? Johnny asked his companion. We must be, brother, Yasaku replied. I never imagined that so much gold could be in just one place. Reiju said with quite a surprise as well. TSK, is it just gold? Zoro mocked, uninterested. Oh, Chaochu agrees with you, Zoro. But I'm surprised too. I expected this on the Sky Island, but I never thought we'd find so much gold in the East Blue, Luffy said. People didn't even wonder about what he said about the Sky Island, as their sole focus was on the gold reflecting the purple fireballs on the ceiling. However, Luffy didn't mind and turned his face to see the reaction of the person among them who loves gold the most, with interest. Isn't that right, Nami? Luffy smiled at a Nami who stared at all that gold with lifeless eyes. Luffy, is this real? Nami asked calmly, with the same eyes, and continued. Aren't we dead and come to some kind of heaven for our good deeds? She continued to muse in a trance. Nonsense, silly girl. Go ahead and pick out some pieces for yourself. Take whatever you can, Luffy said. He was quite surprised by the gold, but he was more curious about the mysterious box and poneglyphs. He took his first steps towards the chest on the pillar and the stone with ancient inscriptions. Luffy didn't care about the gold anymore beyond his initial surprise. Of course, it was a very pleasant surprise. It would greatly accelerate his plans with something like this, but he had his thoughts on the contents of that part, as they seemed more important than the treasures. Yamato decided to follow Luffy instead of the majority of the crew, who chose to run for the gold. Luffy approached and stood in front of the pillar chest, next to the poneglyphs. Let's see what's inside this box because I'm almost sure that this box must be the most important thing in this chamber. They seem to have died a long time ago, Yamato commented beside them. In the nearby area, they noticed that there were 6 long decomposed skeletons. They wore samurai armor, and there was a complete sword among them. It looks like they built this place a long time ago, then fled from something and fought in this same chamber to protect their items, especially this box. Luffy analyzed the place. There are also signs of a fight. They could have locked themselves in with the enemy. But how does that explain the ship with gold appearing here, buried in the middle of an island practically? Yamato asked curiously. The place had many holes, even the ship looked like it came out of a war before coming here, only adding to the mystery of this place. Luffy couldn't imagine how it ended up in this place, perfectly understanding Yamato's logical thinking. Yes, there was a battle in this place. Strange. And no, I have no idea how that ship appeared here. Luffy murmured with all this mystery. Anyway, let's see what's in this box. Unfortunately, I don't know what to do with these stones with a strange language, Luffy said, approaching the chest. As soon as he opened it, he was surprised by the content inside. The box was fancy and had something peculiar inside, carefully placed. A fruit. What kind of devil fruit could it be? Yamato asked beside him, sounding somewhat surprised as soon as she saw what was inside the box. Strange. I don't recognize this fruit, and I don't remember it in the encyclopedia here, Luffy murmured. Luffy said, taking the book from his pocket and flipping through it to make sure of his doubts. The fruit was shaped like a canine paw with 3 colors, red on the right, blue in the middle, and white on the left, something quite intriguing for Luffy and Yamato. Anyway, I'll save it for later. Luffy took the box after closing it and shrank its size, putting it in his pocket. His attention turned to the poneglyphs now. These stones are quite hard, Yamato commented, touching one of them. Yes, your father has one of them in particular, somewhere on Onigashima. Luffy commented. Really? What are they for? Yamato asked, a bit curious about their purpose. She didn't know them yet. As far as I know, they seem to have 3 functions in my opinion. 1. Narrate history. 2. Tell about prophecies and ancient weapons. And 3. The red stones give the location of the One Piece. Luffy commented, leaving Yamato wide-eyed, knowing the value of these stones, especially the last use that Luffy mentioned. Really? She couldn't help but be surprised now, making Luffy look strangely at her. Don't you know? These are called poneglyphs. I'm sure Odin used to read them in his time. Luffy spoke. Are these things poneglyphs? Then I must read them too, she said with determination after realizing that these are the stones described in Odin's diary that he used to report in his journal. Still, she had never seen one before, so she didn't recognize them. I doubt you can. Only one person could do that. I really hope she comes to my ship soon, Luffy commented, thinking of Robin. Of all the characters in One Piece, Robin was the woman he most wanted by his side. He had always been captivated by her for some reason. Her story was quite sad, and that made him very eager to protect her. He stopped summoning her when he had the cards because he knew she wouldn't simply trust him at that moment. So he decided to recruit people more easily and would wait to talk to Robin and Alabasta once they reached the Grand Line. I see. Yamato nodded with Luffy, seeing that she couldn't understand anything about those symbols, no matter how hard she tried. Luffy touched the poneglyphs, thinking that his best chances of gaining knowledge were to copy them on paper, but he didn't stop trying to use his fruit to run a test. To his surprise, it really worked. One of the poneglyphs he touched began to shrink, getting smaller and smaller. "Ow! You got one," Yamato said next to him. Zoro approached them with interest, especially in the sword that Luffy was holding now, as he had no interest in gold and was with Chaochu by his side. "It seems so, although this is a big surprise to me since I thought my devil fruit abilities wouldn't work on them," Luffy commented, still incredulous, as he couldn't even scratch them, but somehow managed to shrink their size. Now he looked at the small stone in his hand. "This is really a surprise, but it makes things much easier, giving me the ability to collect the stones. I'm sure the 5 elders would go crazy if they knew someone could do this." Luffy had a new happy thought with this. Luffy, opening a satisfying smile, went to the next poneglyph and shrank it like the last one. "Well, this part is done. Let's see the gold now," Luffy said, approaching most of the crew, who were circling that whole mountain of gold, looking for something that interested them everywhere. He could see Nami adorned with jewels all over her body, carrying 3 huge bags behind her, still searching for something valuable. "I bet it's only 3 bags because that's all she has. I wouldn't be surprised if she built another mountain of bags to take from here," Luffy muttered to himself. Most were happy, putting jewelry on their arms, earrings, and even crowns. "Kuina!" Luffy called. Kuina looked surprised at Luffy and saw him smile at the sight of her. After she adorned herself with gold, putting on bracelets, necklaces, and earrings. "Don't look at me like that. I'm a girl," Kuina shouted at Luffy's teasing glances. "Feel free. You look beautiful like this." Luffy showed appreciation for the girl and continued to speak. "But I intend to interrupt you because I have something for you," he said, showing the sword he found among the skeletons. Zoro next to Luffy couldn't help but be surprised by this, just like Kuina. "This? What kind of sword is it?" Kuina couldn't help but be surprised as she hurried towards Luffy. "It's Tensa Zangetsu, a sword on the same level as your old Wado Ikamanji. It's cursed, so its rank isn't higher, but it could be among the top 12. Its last user appeared 300 years ago, and it was lost since then. Now it's yours. I believe it will help, and if you master it, it will be among the main legendary weapons." Luffy said the description he read in the weapons encyclopedia as soon as he saw the weapon and smiled at Kuina, who looked strangely at him. "You should have this weapon. Your saber was destroyed by my hawk," Kuina commented, trying to deny. "That's not important to me. I'll soon have my own sword shortly after we reach the Grand Line, so I'll simply discard any weapon I have on hand. That's why I prefer to give you the sword." Luffy spoke sincerely, gaining some admiration from the people around him who heard it. "I don't know what to say. Thank you, but this won't make me join your crew for this reason." Kuina stuck her tongue out at Luffy and took the sword from his hands but thanked him with a look to the man in the straw hat. She wasted no time and pulled the blade out of the sheath to admire the sharpness of the blade, which didn't seem to be affected despite centuries locked in a cave. Luffy smiled at this. He didn't expect anything more from Kuina, but he always liked the way the girl acted tough. He left her with the sword and went to the gold right after. He looked at the whole group dressed in gold and found it amusing. Shihoshi seemed to be adorning Megalo while laughing at him with amusement, and Megalo didn't seem to like it much. Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku thought they were in a pool of gold as they swam among the treasures with happiness. Reiju was next to them, patiently choosing an earring and a kitchen knife made of gold. "Have you taken what interested you? I'll take the rest of the gold," Luffy simply said, approaching. Question mark. "Luffy-sama? No. Nami, seeing what Luffy was going to do, had a premonition that appeared even in the worst nightmares. "Stop him. Don't let him touch the gold for anything in this world," Nami shouted, running to Luffy, trying to prevent him from making that witchcraft of making money and gold disappear. But it was too late. The gold began to be sucked as soon as he touched it with his hands, like a black hole, and only large amounts of gold were pulled into Luffy's hand as if he had opened a portal, leaving everyone who had the gold unharmed and unaffected as they watched the gold flow into Luffy's hand. Everyone was surprised by this because tons of gold disappeared into Luffy's hands in a few seconds under everyone's gaze, leaving only the gold that everyone was carrying and adorning themselves with. Luffy looked with satisfaction at the nearly 8 billion he now possessed. New. Nami's scream was so loud that it passed through the camera barrier and even startled the cannibals in their tribe at that moment, wondering what kind of creature had been hurt so much to let out such a lamentable scream. Chapter 52, Mysterious Island 6. Chapter size, 2,641 words. Third-person POV on island in the sea, East Blue. Luffy noted his gains. An unknown devil fruit, shaped like an apple with 3 colors, red, blue, and white. Last but not least, 2 poneglyphs that he somehow managed to shrink for compactness. Luffy was sure that he could describe what that strange fruit was and its story of how it ended up there, along with some mysterious history, but that would have to wait. I'll have to ask Robin when we get to Alabasta. For now, it's better not to consume the fruit since it's not described in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. But it's clear that it's special. Otherwise, the government wouldn't have been searching for it for centuries. I'll have to figure out what it does and then give it to whoever is most suitable for this fruit before having someone from the crew eat it. Luffy concluded and moved on to the next treasure. An enormous amount of gold that he absorbed into the system. Shop money. 7,920,000,000 berries. That's a lot. A whole lot of money. Luffy was in awe of the immense wealth he had acquired on this ship inside the cave. Nami still wept for all those mountains of money disappearing from one moment to the next, thanks to Luffy and his sorcery. I don't want to waste any more time here. We've explored the whole place. Now let's move forward because I know you all have questions, and I want to explain some things to you, Luffy said, prompting everyone to follow. Quickly. There were many questions, but he promised to answer them all, so everyone waited. Soon they exited the cave. With Luffy removing the key, the doors began to close, and they continued through the forest toward the beach. HM? Looks like Lami is here too, Yamato said after a while as everyone approached the beach. They were already at the last trees, and soon they spotted the marine ship with a boat beside it and a massive empty raft. Lami and Bippo were waiting for them. As the group approached them, Lami broke the silence first. I was ready to go after you. It was quite boring here. Lami lamented and looked at the group, not recognizing Johnny, Yasaku, and Reiju. You guys seem to have left some behind, but still, the group has increased even more, Lami said with a smile, as the strange couple was nowhere to be found, but the number of people did not decrease. New companions? Bippo exclaimed beside her. A talking bear, Johnny and Yasaku said simultaneously, surprised. What a strange group. Reiju found these people increasingly peculiar, and their numbers seemed to be growing even more. Lami looked at the woman she didn't know, and somehow, when their eyes met, it seemed like sparks flew between them. It looked like, from that moment on, they would be sworn enemies. Luffy looked at that a bit worried, but before he could say anything, someone shouted, "Wait, you're that woman with the bear from the newspaper." Johnny shouted strangely, recognizing Lami now along with Bippo. You guys are the new bounty hunters from the East Blue. We're your fans after you took down Buggy the Clown. They shouted in unison. They're not our companions, right? Lami asked with a grimace at the strange duo that was screaming in admiration for her, ignoring her words. No, they're just accompanying us like Kuina, Luffy said, smiling. I see. Anyway, it looks like you guys have been through some things, Lami commented, observing the remaining excitement of some with gold adorning everything they could, while others seemed to be in a state of depression, like Nami in a corner with tears since they left that cave, even though she had 3 bags of gold behind her. Oh, and did you get the money for Kuro and his crew? Luffy asked. Yes, 16 million for the captain and his crew. But the Marines were bothering us this time, especially the base commander, as he wanted me to join under his command, and Morgan's newspaper wanted to schedule an interview. Like, I'm just handing over pirates. I don't know why I'm getting so much attention, Lami complained to Luffy. It doesn't seem like much, really. Reiju scoffed in a mocking tone. What did you say? Lami didn't like what the pink-haired woman said, even though she seemed to have some logic in her words. For some reason, Lami didn't like it when it came out of her mouth. Meanwhile, Beepo took a bag of berries from the boat and placed it in front of Luffy. There are 25 million, Captain, Beepo said. That's good. Even more than Buggy, Luffy commented, making the money disappear, and Nami, seeing this, cried even more. Kuro? You captured Kuro? Is he still alive? Yasaku said admirably, now recognizing the conversation between them. You're amazing, Sister Lami, Johnny said, causing Lami to grimace again. It wasn't Lami who caught him. He was killed by Usopp, Luffy clarified. Brother Usopp? Both bounty hunters exclaimed in surprise. Of course it was me, Usopp said proudly, not wanting to dwell on the fact that he almost died on that occasion. Wait a minute. Lami is handing over a pirate crew you captured, Johnny asked strangely. Even that old clown, Luffy-sama, beat him, and Lami-sama traded him for berries, Shirahoshi said. Why are you all looking at me like that? Lami is a crew member, Luffy said calmly, making the bounty hunters understand the situation, but they were still no less surprised, as it was quite shocking. Lami was someone they had come to admire as the best in the area in this sea when it came to hunting pirates. Even though the first capture was Buggy, it was unprecedented for someone to hand over a pirate to the Marines with more than 10 million in many years. Anyway, is there anyone else to hand over? You mentioned there would be 2 more pirate groups before we go to the Grand Line, Lami asked, and Luffy confirmed. Yes, but before that, let's talk. We have a crew meeting now, and with you, it would save me time to explain things later, Luffy said, looking at everyone after they paid attention to him when he said those words. As you know, we got this devil fruit, Luffy announced, holding up the fruit for everyone to see as it increased in size in front of them. Do you know what its effect is? Lami asked curiously. No, there are no records in the encyclopedia, and it seems that it hasn't had a user for a few hundred years or maybe more than that, Luffy said, raising many eyebrows. And who's going to eat it? Or are we going to sell it? Reiju asked. The only clue is the poneglyph here. Luffy showed the miniatures of the stones to everyone. This language is forbidden. No one knows it, and the government would hunt us down like dogs if they knew you have it in your hands. Lami warned severely as soon as she noticed the gravity of the situation. We'll be hunted by the world government? What? Sharky. This is too dangerous, Captain. I'm sorry. There's no way the government doesn't know about this is with us. And even if they did, we won't be afraid of them. Luffy spoke confidently and continued. Regarding what's written here, there must be many people who know this language, but the vast majority must be scholars under the control of the world government to read these words. However, there is one person outside their control who has this kind of knowledge, and her name is Nico Robin, whom I intend to find in Alabasta to discover something real about the fruit and the story behind it before deciding who should eat it, Luffy said, and everyone understood. Although some doubts arose in the minds of those who had known the woman known as the Devil's Child for over 20 years, about how Luffy knew her whereabouts, no one raised more questions about it. Now, about the treasure, about the pile of gold we found, there were almost 8 billion berries in that place. Dot, dot, dot. Dot, 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 dot. The place fell silent after these words. No one could believe what they heard or were still trying to process this information in the wake of Luffy's words moments ago. They knew it was a lot of gold, but hearing this was too shocking. Are you saying there was more than 7 billion in gold in that place? Kuina said, looking lost. 7 billion, almost 8 billion. Nami said, looking like a dead fish. It's just gold. Zoro scoffed. He never cared much for money, no more than he needed, of course. Oh, it's just gold, he says. Usopp commented, looking lost. Sharky. Papa never talked about money, so I don't know, Megalo, but it seems like a lot of money, I guess, Shirahoshi said. Dot, 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 dot. Almost 8 billion. The collective scream was heard throughout the island again. Even Lamy and Beepo were stunned, wondering how the crew managed to get so much money while they were away. They knew there was a lot of money, but this amount was so absurd that while Lamy, Reiju, and Kuina seemed stunned, Nami, Usopp, Johnny, Yasaku, and Beepo had looks as if life no longer existed. Shirahoshi, Megalo, and Yamato just looked curiously, and Zoro and Chaochu didn't seem to care. There was this money, but I've already spent all the money while we were coming to the beach, Luffy announced, earning even more astonished looks. Dot, 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 dot. Luffy, how did you spend almost 8 billion on this path from the cave to the beach, which lasted only an hour? Nami asked in a lifeless tone. She seemed unable to bear it anymore and flew at Luffy with so much anger that it didn't even seem like her captain was a monster. The punches hit Luffy with all the force of the girl, but it only made Nami cry as she tried to alleviate the pain in her fists after connecting them with Luffy's tough skin. Ha 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 ha. Let me explain first. Luffy ignored the fact that Nami tried to hit him and continued with a cheerful laugh. I have a special ability, which everyone deserves to know. I have a power that can exchange berries for other items at market prices. Luffy said, and extending his hand, a white devil fruit with green stripes appeared in the shape of an orange with wings. I traded most of the money for this fruit, Luffy said, showing the fruit. Everyone, without exception, looked curiously at this devil fruit. What kind of fruit is it? Lamy asked. It's not one you know or is in the encyclopedia, but it's more expensive than your Op no Mi. Luffy smiled. What? Is it worth more than 4.5 billion? Lamy exclaimed in amazement now. 4.5 billion? Luffy, you spent more than that on this fruit. Nami shouted at Luffy, but didn't try to hit him this time, as it didn't yield much result last time, but she had no less desire to do so. Yes, I bought it because I know it will be useful, since this fruit will be yours, Luffy said, turning to Nami, who still held his hand in pain, and showed her the fruit, leaving her stunned. What are you saying? Are you going to give it to me? Nami was speechless after that question. Yes, I was thinking of the best way to deal with Arlong. I came to the conclusion that you should do it with your own hands, so I spent 5 billion on this fruit. I already intended to give it to you anyway when I had the money, so it just came earlier than I imagined. With it, you will be one of the most powerful in the group once you consume it. Luffy spoke. 5 billion Luffy, you can't give me this. It's too much money. Nami may love money, but she knows her place when she needs to. 5 billion is an amount she never dreamed of having in her life. But now, this man she decided to call captain said he would free her land with something so valuable. He was giving her such a precious gift. I've already decided, it's yours. Luffy smiled. But what about the others? Why give me this power when others might be more useful than me? Nami insisted. Don't worry, I have this book, which I bought for another 2 billion. It's a manual of the 6 styles of the Navy, and it's not just any, but the best in the world, used only by the elite of the world government. Luffy said, showing a decorated and protected book cover. 2 billion. What are these 6 styles? Kuina was the first to ask, making Luffy earn more curious looks. Incredible Luffy, you got that. Lamy said with an admiring look as she knows a bit about these techniques, just as Reiju knows a bit from the time of Germa. Is it that amazing? Zoro asked with curiosity. These 6 styles are powerful techniques used by the elite of the Navy and world government. There are many useful techniques. One of them is that you can step on the air as if it were solid ground. You can practically fly with your jumps. Reiju said. Now eat this, Nami. Luffy said, handing the fruit to Nami. Just eat, no one will complain. Don't you want the power to avenge your mother? Luffy asked. He knew that no one would mind all that treasure being invested in a fruit in Nami's hands, and even if someone complained, he wouldn't care, as he is the captain and decided so. Yes, you're right, Nami finally said, reaching out and eating the fruit at that moment. Exclamation point. What a terrible taste. Nami almost spat out everything she put in her mouth, but seeing that she was eating 5 billion berries, she quickly put the whole fruit in her mouth and tried not to vomit in the next moment. Her captain smiled at this and announced, "Congratulations, Nami. You ate the icon no Mi model, Garuda." Luffy said happily and looked at Nami's status in the system. Nami, Navigator, Devil Fruit, Icon no Mi model, Garuda E Vitality, E-C Strength, E-C Defense, E-C Speed, E-B Spirit, C-B. As a member of his crew, all of her talents increase by 100%. System rules: the ranking level of the system works from the letter E to EX. This is the mortal limit, which is understood within this classification from lowest to highest, just below. E-D-C-B-A-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S- SS-SSS-EX. Chapter 53, Mysterious Island 7. IMG Nami Zoan Mythic Phase 1. IMG Nami Zoan Mythic Phase Final. Chapter Size: 3,271 words. Third-person POV on island in the sea, East Blue. Congratulations, Nami. You ate the icon no me, model. Garuda, Luffy said happily and looked at Nami's status in the system. Nami, Navigator, Devil Fruit. None dash, icon no me. Model, Garuda, E Vitality, E dash, C Strength, E dash, C Defense, E dash, C Speed, E dash, B Spirit, C dash, B. As a member of your crew, all your talents increase by 100%. What? Nami exclaimed, feeling the changes in her body like never before in her entire life. She seemed to be experiencing immediate transformations upon consuming the fruit. Are you feeling the effects already? Ha 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 ha. That's good. Luffy commented, watching Nami look at her hands in disbelief as some lines of green energy appeared and disappeared rapidly, as she didn't have much control. Everyone around was curious about these changes the navigator and the captain were talking about because Nami didn't seem to have changed physically in the eyes of the group. Luffy, I feel much stronger for some reason. It's like I'm overflowing with energy. Nami forgot about the fact that she had depression after seeing billions of berries disappear before her eyes for a new feeling of ecstasy at this moment. Feeling the changes in her body. Ha 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 ha. That's how it is. Let's do a test. Punch me now. I want to see what you're capable of right now. Luffy spoke excitedly, and Nami agreed with the captain. Approaching him under the gaze of everyone, she leaned back with her arm and punched Luffy in the chest, who was using no support other than his own physical strength to withstand the blow. Boom! Nami punched Luffy point blank, causing him to recoil 10 meters with the impact in the next moment, while his feet were dragged by the beach sand. The expression of surprise was collective because they saw her try to punch Luffy a moment ago without even scratching his body. Even Luffy looked at her with some amusement. Now she had much stronger strength even though, despite everything, she only made him retreat a few meters. But this was a surprising change in the captain's opinion, as she used to be the weakest in the group until a moment ago. Ha ha ha! Luffy began to laugh while massaging the part hit by her punch. I can say I felt that, Nami. Good job. But your potential is much more than that. Luffy was getting more and more excited. One thing is to be a strong captain and have to do everything for the crew while being practically a babysitter in the group. Another is to have capable and reliable companions that Luffy could trust for tasks too dangerous for most people. He wanted a crew like that. Luffy, how did I become so strong? Nami knew she had changed, but her punch was so powerful that it surprised her to the core. She would have killed a normal person with that. She still had difficulty absorbing this information. Nami, don't underestimate yourself. This is just an initial strength. As far as I know, the physical specialty of your fruit is agility and mobility, as you control the wind and can fly with wings. Not to mention, you can create giant claws and control them within a certain range, making the versatility of your abilities very powerful. Even more versatile than my icon. I can fly, control the wind, and even create those claws? Nami was incredulous at this information, becoming more and more stunned as she realized how powerful her devil fruit was. Do you think 5 billion were just for you to increase your physical abilities? Luffy teased her. Thank you. She looked at Luffy for a while and thanked him, going to him and giving him a sincere, strong hug. No one had ever done something so grand for her before. There was no way she couldn't be moved. "Thank you. I don't know what else to say. But no one has ever done something like this for me before," she admitted in the midst of the hug with these very words, showing her true gratitude as tears began to run down her cheeks and a content smile appeared. Luffy returned the hug as his arms enveloped her back and waist. "Nami, don't worry. I always saw potential in you, as someone reliable from the moment I laid eyes on you in that buggy's cage," Luffy said sincerely. "But you turned me into a servant and made me clean your ship," she complained as she leaned back and punched Luffy's chest with feigned anger. "Well, someone wanted to take all my treasures at the time. I had to punish that person in a certain way." Luffy smiled, looking at a raised eyebrow Nami. "Fair enough," Nami admitted in the end. "Could you two stop flirting in front of the group?" Nami scoffed, interrupting Luffy and Nami from continuing this kind of conversation as they embraced so intimately in front of them. "This time, I have to agree with the emo here," Reiju said. "Who are you calling emo, curly eyebrows?" Nami expressed her anger. Call me that again, and I'll kick your butt." Reiju hadn't liked this woman from the beginning. "Wanna try? I'll be happy to cut someone like you," Nami growled. "Could you stop fighting too? Where did this come from?" Kuina complained from the side. Luffy sighed at this too, foreseeing that this fight would be a recurring event during their journeys in the next years or decades together. "Stop this. I want to celebrate with the group right now. We have 2 giant prawns to eat and plenty of drinks in stock, so I want to have a feast here, not see idiots fighting." Luffy stepped away from Nami and went to them with the navigator in tow. "Feast!" Johnny, Yasaku, and Usopp cheered immediately, knowing the experience of the parties made in the last few days on the ship. They could indulge in food and drink to their heart's content. It didn't take long, and the beach quickly filled with utensils that Luffy took from the ship. Using his fruit, he enlarged the size and reduced the weight to facilitate Reiju's work with the food. "So Luffy, you mentioned the ability to exchange berries for things. You just skimmed over something like that. How exactly is that? No one should do that just like that." Nami looked suspiciously at Luffy, who was now drinking sake with Zoro by his side, as they seemed to be the people who loved this type of alcoholic beverage the most in the crew. It's true. I didn't explain that properly. As I said, I can buy anything that no one has claimed." Luffy looked at the doubtful faces around him. As the question attracted everyone's attention, even Reiju stopped cooking and seasoning the prawn meat to listen at this moment. The concept isn't difficult, but explaining what a system is complicated for them. Luffy murmured and continued his reasoning with the group. "The money I touch and make disappear isn't the power of my fruit shrinking its size. Instead, it's transferred to a space where I can no longer withdraw it as berries. But I can exchange the amount of money for other things. As I mentioned before, I can't take things that others already have. For example, I can't take Mihawk's Yoru, but I can take Gold D. Roger's sword, the former Pirate King, if I have the money since it's not in anyone's possession at the moment." Luffy didn't speak about the system itself, but it seemed that the smarter members of the group understood the concept. "That's incredible. Are you saying you can buy most things in this world? That explains the manual of those techniques, but didn't it belong to someone already?" Kuina said surprised and asked curiously. "As long as it's not a weapon or a fruit with a person, things like that manual locked in deposits I can take," Luffy clarified. "And where does this money go? It can't just cease to exist when you buy something, right?" Nami asked, alarmed and concerned about the idea of gold ceasing to exist. "That is very concerning, Captain. With this, the value of gold would skyrocket due to scarcity, creating chaos in the world economy and making significant changes in monetary prices. With this kind of global crisis, many countries will be wiped off the map," Bippo shouted, making everyone, without exception, look at him with a shocked expression. How can this mink bear understand economic concepts? Luffy couldn't help but be surprised by this. The others looked at Bippo with various expressions, some trying to understand what was behind his words, Others had shocked expressions like Luffy, as they had some idea of the concepts and logic behind this theory, as the captain was thinking. However, for everyone, it was surprising that it was Beepo who said this before anyone else in this situation. Well, actually, this doesn't affect the world. Luffy said, a little embarrassed still, but continued. Gold and money simply don't disappear from the world. They are sent as far away as possible, so I can't access them again. Since that wouldn't be fair, even with a cheat like this, it wouldn't be cool for me to have infinite money while acquiring all the valuable items in the world, right? Now some lucky person should come across some part of this hidden gold, probably on the other side of the world right now. Luffy clarified. I understand, but it's still great to be able to do this. Usopp muttered. Luffy, you've already spent 7 billion on the manual and Nami's fruit. Do we need to have Lami catch more pirates and take them to the Marines? Kuina posed a logical question. You have a good point, Kuina, but I want to handle it the same way. There's still 920 million left in the system. Money isn't a more significant problem for us right now, but even so, I want to clean this sea of those with higher bounties. Either we hand them over to the Marines or exterminate them all, but I don't think we've become a cruel crew that kills in cold blood, right? So let's hand them over to the Marines while we still have the chance. Luffy said, as he wanted to get rid of these people in the East Blue before leaving this sea. As soon as he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lami sitting, while drinking a beer. Is everything okay with you? I don't want to take advantage of you, but if you're willing to continue, I'd appreciate it. Luffy spoke to her. If she wasn't satisfied, they could simply go to a base and throw the captured pirates at her. If this gang you caught and one more is missing, there's no reason not to continue doing this since I'm starting to get used to it. Lami scoffed. Great. Now let's stop with boring topics and continue our feast, Luffy said, and Reiju already had the meat ready for them to eat as she placed it on a giant plate. Here, Reiju offered, and their group began to eat while drinking their beverages. What delicious meat! Luffy was right. It's so good. Thank you, Mr. Raccoon, for the food. Do you know you're talking to a dead being, Shirahoshi? Hee. After that, darkness took over the sky, but the group didn't seem to mind as they continued their festivities without interruptions. Ha 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 ha. Hee. Shar. What a bunch of idiots. But you have to admit it's funny. Ha 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 ha. What kind of group is this? Brother Usopp is so funny. Ha 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 ha. While the feast continued, the antics between Usopp and the others were created with many of the crew already drunk. This kind of atmosphere continued until they lost consciousness in the middle of the night. The next day, what a hellish hangover. Luffy woke up with a strong headache the next day. He found himself in the middle of the beach area with Lami and Reiju on each of his arms. They hadn't slept together, as everyone was still clothed, but it didn't stop him from being surprised by it. They seemed like water and oil, to the point where I thought they would hate each other from that first contact yesterday. But it seems I was wrong since they seem to be in harmony. That's good. Luffy smiled satisfied at the two women, who slept peacefully in his arms. As much as I like being between two beauties, I have things to do this morning. Luffy complained to himself and carefully removed his arms from the girls and got up without waking them. As soon as he got up, he saw the state of his crew. They were scattered all over the beach quite stupidly. Nami and Kuina were hugging in a corner of the sand. Shirahoshi was with Megalo, Johnny and Yasaku were lying side by side in a corner. Usopp used Chaochu as a stuffed toy. Yamato was in a corner near where Luffy was with the girls, alone while snoring on her back. The funniest was Beepo, who slept on top of a rock. This is going to give him a hell of a backache. Luffy felt for his companion. But to Luffy's surprise, when he looked for the swordsman of the group, wondering if he had lost again, he noticed Zoro drinking in front of yesterday's old bonfire. You woke up, Captain, he greeted Luffy, smiling. Damn, Zoro. You can sometimes drink more than me. Aren't you hungover? Luffy spoke a bit surprised. I guess not. Zoro shrugged. Whatever. I'm going to do some things. Don't bother me right now. Luffy said and went to the beach, where there were the marine boats and the boat Lami used. Luffy went to a more secluded corner and took a box from his pocket containing his official ship, the Black Pearl, a name he had decided on a few days ago. He took it out of the box and resized it to its normal size in front of him. Seeing the comical boat, he didn't need any effort to open the system the next moment. System. Open. Shop. Points. 920 million. Selecting the ship in front of him. Upgrade a ship to level 2. Price. 500 million berries. This option does not include furniture and equipment. They must be purchased separately. Yes/no. Yes, a new screen appeared before Luffy, showing the modifications that would happen to the ship. With this, he could choose the color, flag, and several other options for the ship without changing its soul. This is better than I thought. It won't be a worse ship than the Thousand Sunny from the original story. It might even undergo another evolution. Luffy celebrated internally. After spending a few minutes shaping the ship model in the 3D system, a confirmation question appeared again once he finished. Upgrade level 2 plus equipment for the ship. 700 million. Yes. Sure of his choices, he confirmed. That's 700 million, so I expect a ship even superior to the Thousand Sunny, which the original Luffy spent 300 million on without labor. As soon as he clicked yes, his money dropped to 220 million, and the ship in front of him with a goat's head began to dismantle. Luffy quickly used his power to muffle the sound, intending not to wake anyone up. He wanted to see the stunned looks on everyone's faces when they saw the ship in front of them for the first time. The ship silently started to disassemble, with the pieces floating in the space around it, as it unraveled and remodeled with other pieces appearing out of nowhere. A massive atom would emerge, forming the skeleton and base of the ship, a sight to behold as the ship magically assembled in front of him. Zoro looked incredulous at this scene, as he was the only one awake, wondering what his captain was doing a little away from the ship on his own. He couldn't help but drop his drink when he saw the scene before him. Zoro saw Luffy take out the ship he received from Kaya, and soon after, the ship began to disassemble by some strange force and was being reconstructed as something new, something black and powerful, much larger in size. How is this possible? He asked with disbelief, watching the ship being reformed in front of him, transforming into something new, something formidable. A moment later, Luffy looked at the ship in front of him, satisfied. It may not be a battleship the size of Krieg's, but it's certainly like a Navy warship, much better than those of the Buster Call. Not to mention the difference between this and the ones they've been using so far is staggering. What are you doing here so close? I don't like you. Luffy heard Reiju's voice growling from the beach, and his eyes went directly to the duo fighting early in the morning. It seems I was hasty in thinking they would get along, Luffy said mentally, feeling a bit tired. What did you say, curly eyebrows? Do you think I want to be by your side? I'll cut your feathers and put them on your back. Lami growled. Threaten me one more time, and I'll kick you straight into the sea. Reiju gritted her teeth. I don't want you near me. Get out of here. Both said at the same time and then stared at each other with sparks crossing their eyes. What is this early in the morning? Nami complained as she got up next to Kuina. These two are fighting again. Kuina said beside her. What a headache. Johnny complained. This noise doesn't help at all. Yasaku said beside him. Sharky. You're right. Lami-sama and Reiju-sama are so scary this morning. Shirahoshi cried next to Megalo. HM? What is this noise early in the morning? Yamato got up, yawning. Bark. Bark. Chaochu complained, while Usopp quietly got up next to him. Zoro was still standing, looking at the new ship now next to the Marines, wondering if he had drunk too much or if he was still sleeping and dreaming. Hey, Luffy. HM? Where did this ship come from? Nami shouted in surprise at Luffy on the beach. She went to find the captain to resolve the situation between the girls and saw him standing in front of a black warship with the same Holly Roger as Luffy's cloak, a skull with crossed bones, wearing a straw hat. HM? You guys finally woke up. Look, isn't it obvious? This is our official ship, the Black Pearl, Luffy announced, earning incredulous looks. Even Lami and Reiju stopped fighting to look at that monster, much larger than the medium-sized marine ship next to it. Chapter 54, Attacking Marine Base 16 Part 1. Chapter size, 3,219 words. Third-person POV somewhere at sea. East Blue. So we'll meet later, Lami announced on the marine ship, securing it to the dinghy with Krieg's prisoners, who looked annoying as they cried for freedom. Luffy didn't even feed them properly, so the group could only cry when their sizes returned to normal. Yeah, I decreased the temporary weight of the ship to make it easier to take it to the next naval base. Don't forget to say that you took this ship from us after a confrontation. Maybe the Marines will reward you with some gold, and I don't want to miss that opportunity, Luffy told Lami. Wait, Luffy, why is she leaving? Isn't there a base near Kokoyashi Village Island? Wouldn't base Naval 16 be faster for Lami? Nami asked, even making Lami look at Luffy with questioning eyes, expecting him to clarify this. Well, it's the same base that should take care of Arlong, but for some strange and very corrupt reason, in my opinion, the pirate has been dominating that area for almost 10 years without the Marines interfering, right? Luffy asked Nami, who quickly understood what the captain was talking about, as she knew how corrupt the Marines of that base were and had strong connections with Arlong. I understand. Lami also understood. And more importantly, why would I deliver pirates to a base that I plan to rob at the next stop? Luffy smiled, earning raised eyebrows from those who heard it. What do you mean, Luffy? Kuina asked a bit cautiously. Our first stop before Arlong is base Naval 16. I plan to loot that place before moving on. Luffy had a sadistic smile as he spoke these words. The Marines will be very angry about this, Zoro commented. It's not like we haven't attacked a base before, right, Zoro? Luffy retorted. Whatever. I hope to find someone to fight, Zoro muttered. Anyway, let's say our goodbyes. I hope to see you later. Maybe delivering Arlong after our crew destroys a marine base will raise a lot of suspicions for you. So I believe this is the last time you deliver any pirate as a supposed rising pirate hunter. Luffy said, and Lami nodded. Saying goodbye to everyone, Lami started her dinghy and moved away from Luffy, pulling the marine ship behind her. Now let's set this beautiful new ship on course and continue our journey. Luffy, asking Nami to start navigating it. Cutting through the stormy waters, the Black Pearl emerges from the shadows of the horizon, a sight that would be feared by all seas in the future. Its hull, bathed in a deep ebony, absorbs the sunlight, giving the vessel a sinister and majestic appearance. At the front, the bow is crowned by an Ifrit head carved in obsidian, roaring towards the horizon with imaginary flames dancing in its fiery eyes. The masts, tall like black spires piercing the sky, support black sails that seem to absorb light rather than reflect it. Each sail is adorned with ancient runes, a mystical touch that adds an aura of dark magic to the ship. The crew's flag, a skull symbol with a straw hat crossed over two crossed bones, fiercely flutters at the top of the main mast. The main deck of the Black Pearl is a choreography of movement orchestrated by the skilled crew. Black cannons, embedded on the sides, give the vessel an intimidating and menacing air, just like at the front and rear, making the ship retaliate from all sides against attacks at sea. The polished wood, carved with intricate patterns, bears witness to the craftsmanship that shaped this naval masterpiece. The captain's cabin, strategically located in the heart of the ship, is a marvel of dark engineering. The massive door, adorned with carvings that tell stories of victorious battles, opens to reveal a sanctuary of dark leather and golden details. In the center, an obsidian throne serves as the captain's seat, surrounded by star maps and mysterious artifacts. The giant figure of the Ifrit head at the bow seems to guide the Black Pearl through the turbulent waters, a mythological entity bringing with it the fire of destruction. As it cuts through the waves, the vessel leaves a trail of black foam, adding a touch of mysticism to its passage. The legend of the Black Pearl would echo through ports and taverns, inspiring fear and respect. Its destinations are unknown, its origins shrouded in mystery. It is a dark threat that will loom over the seas, a force that defies natural entities, commanded by a powerful crew that would make the world tremble one day. As he sailed, all the crew members began to explore the new ship with curiosity. The space was much larger for them to train outdoors, and there was even a garden for them to plant trees and plants. This initially shocked him, and they quickly moved inside the Black Pearl to explore the interior. Incredible! There's a room exclusively for me. There's even a tank to swim with Megalo, Shirahoshi shouted from somewhere. The kitchen is so large. Reiju couldn't help but comment. There are so many useful things in it. The refrigerator can fit a sea king, she concluded as they looked around with curiosity, getting familiar with the place where they would spend a good part of their time. Look at these cannons. They can even point to the front of the ship, Usopp said on the side of the ship, inspecting the weapons and the depot. There's a front cannon with a special weapon too, Luffy said, making Usopp's eyes gleam as he ran to see this weapon. The ship had a laser cannon in the front and an emergency nitro, like the Thousand Sunny. However, the energy was different using Frankie's cola. Luffy could add his heat to recharge the batteries. Incredible! Luffy could hear his excited marksman shout seeing the weapon. The captain was quite satisfied with his new ship. It was black and fierce as he always imagined for his own ship. He placed a mold of the Ifrit head at the front of the ship to represent his own identity. Luffy, how did you do this? Kuina approached Luffy at this moment, while getting closer to the ship. As I said, I can exchange berries for items, including ships. In this case, I refurbished that ship from Kaya and turned it into this big warship, spending 500 million berries plus 200 on accessories that I placed in the right places. That's amazing. You spent all the money, didn't you? She questioned. Yes, I only have 220 million left. Adding the 25 lami brought from the last delivery, I have 245 million now, Luffy said, and Kuina nodded. I can't say it's not incredible, so I guess it was money well spent, even though I think it was a large amount. Nami joined the conversation after setting the ship on course. There's a room especially for you to map out your maps, so start getting familiar with your new room and workspace, Luffy told Nami. Really? I'll check it out. Nami got excited and ran into the interior of the ship. Kuina, look at these weights. Zoro drew Kuina's attention in the training area as he picked up giant dumbbells. Oh, Chaochu barked happily, seeing a little house in the open space for him, where he couldn't complain, as he asked Luffy for something like this a few days ago. He never liked staying inside the ship, preferring to sleep on the mast like a lookout. While everyone familiarized themselves with the ship, choosing the best room for them and seeing different structures on the ship to meet their needs, Luffy stood at the bow while looking at the horizon. He was happy to finally have his own ship with a reliable crew that he already considered great. Everyone, I think you've taken too much time getting to know the ship. I want everyone gathered for training in the next 10 minutes, Luffy announced, amplifying his voice so everyone could hear. It didn't take long for everyone to gather in the middle of the ship, as Luffy wanted to train them before their confrontation with the Navy. I've set up the weights for you to do your basic training, so no gravity today, but you'll follow the training program. Are we not going to train that manual? Reiju asked with some interest as there was a skill about flying in the sky, something that interested her a lot. Not yet. I plan to start doing that after passing through Nami's homeland. Anyway, you need to strengthen your bodies before that training. I'll be with Nami today since she still has no idea how to use her mythical Zoan, Luffy announced. And without much secrecy, everyone went to their positions in this new training field, which was much superior to the previous one. There was a board where he wrote the training list with them following this training regimen. It made the captain's job much easier, allowing him to pay more attention to Nami without worrying about the others. Luffy, what can I do? I'm much stronger now, but you seem to recognize that my powers are more than the physical strength I gained, Nami said in front of Luffy. First, you now have the ability to fly, try to create wings like me, Luffy said, as wings grew on his back, making his mantle move as they grew within it. Nami looked attentively at Luffy's beautiful black wings, making him look like some kind of dark angel with those red eyes. He's so handsome, both in this form or when he's normal. Nami couldn't help but have this thought as she looked at Luffy staring at her, who raised an eyebrow as Nami's expression seemed strange to him. Nami, focus. Concentrate on the wings. Imagine wings growing on your back like new limbs, Luffy scolded her, and Nami quickly did so to escape her embarrassment with slightly naughty thoughts. Nami made a mental effort, creating the image of wings growing like Luffy's. A green glow began to emanate from that place, and white wings began to form, but halfway through, they dissipated with another glow, and Nami knelt exhausted from the sudden effort. It's hard. It's as if all the energy in my body is spent on this, but I felt it, Nami said happily, seeing that there were indeed wings growing on her back as Luffy instructed. Breathe. This is your first attempt. I know you're excited to fly, but let's take it easy, even if you have to face Arlong tomorrow, Luffy said, surprising Nami a bit. Tomorrow? I thought we would arrive today with the speed of the ship. It's much faster than the Navy's, and with your devil fruit, that wouldn't be a problem, Nami complained, wanting to reach her village as soon as possible. Hold on there, miss. I want to arrive tomorrow for a reason. I want you to be ready to fight that fishman. Otherwise, you'll lose if you're not yet accustomed to your body. I know your new powers have made you confident, but you must be familiar with them first before this fight. Luffy gave her a lecture. I understand. Nami acknowledged Luffy's reasoning and stood up for another attempt. She tried to create the wings 3 times. With each attempt, she improved, and on the last one, she created a huge white wing with a 2-meter span, completing this phase 1 of her transformation. I have wings. Nami jumped for joy, seeing the result of her efforts. That's good. Now let's get you used to them before we start flying, Luffy said, and they trained without Nami being able to undo her wings, something that impressed Luffy with apparently a natural talent from the girl, who was getting used to the transformation quickly. Great. Let's stop here. You seem to be getting used to the wings. Now let's start your first flight. These wings are like any limb of your body. It's something like running, putting force into your legs, you gain speed. Use this concept because at least for me it works. Luffy crossed his arms and waited for Nami to try taking flight. Nami began to get used to the movements and control of these wings as she moved them. She started flapping them to gain strength to lift off the ground. After starting to flap with the wings rapidly, forming a wind on the ship's deck, she began to move away from the ship's wood. I'm doing it, Nami shouted excitedly as she ascended in front of Luffy, who let his hair get messy after receiving the wind from those wings. Well done, Luffy smiled. Look at this, Luffy. I can fly. I'm flying, Nami was so excited that she caught the attention of the entire crew in the air, who were watching her demonstration. But soon, excitement turned into fear as she was falling 15 meters from the ground, screaming as she fell. Luffy, help me, she shouted as she approached the deck in despair. Could Luffy catch her like a princess? Could he? He just watched her falling. Boom! She fell from the deck with a strong impact, starting to get up with some difficulty. Ouch! Why didn't you catch me? A man should be a gentleman when a lady is in danger. Nami growled at Luffy as soon as she got up. Nami, your body is strong enough not to feel the impact. I'm your captain, not your babysitter. Luffy spoke honestly. He wouldn't help anyone unless it was a matter of life and death. They had to solve most of their problems themselves. Did you feel the impact, Nami? Luffy asked, breaking the silence that Nami had as she heard his words. No, she admitted. Well, then don't expect my help for trivial things. I like you, Nami, but you'll never grow and become strong if I do everything for you, Luffy said seriously. I guess you're right, Nami admitted a bit embarrassed. Now let's continue. I'll fly with you to train in the sky. Hold on tight. Luffy grabbed a stunned Nami by the waist and took off into the sky with her screaming, as Luffy's actions were quite sudden. After flying more than 2 kilometers in the air, Nami held onto Luffy like a cat not wanting to let go. Luffy, this is not a joke. I'm scared. Take me down, please. She screamed and cried at the same time. Calm down, silly girl. I put negative gravity on you. Try to fly. I'll catch you if you fall, but you'll only fall slowly, and the wind here won't bother you with that. This will be your training. Luffy said, making her look suspiciously at him, as there was still fear in her eyes. Release slowly. Trust me, when I say I won't let you fall here, it's because I won't let that happen. Luffy spoke. He could be very tough, but he always did what he said. Okay, she said, releasing him. He caught her by the waist, lifting her in front of him, and asked her to flap her wings. As she did so, he released his grip on her waist, and she began to fly. I'm doing it, she said excitedly, even though she was afraid to look down miles away from the Black Pearl. Very good. Keep it up. Luffy smiled at her. Luffy, I'm falling. Nami panicked a moment later. Calm down, you'll fall slowly due to the gravity I put here. Luffy clarified and saw her realization in the next moment. Huh? It's true. This is amazing. Nami couldn't help but be surprised when she saw herself falling slowly, just as Luffy said. Rest for a bit and resume practicing and ascending when you recover. Let's continue with these exercises for the rest of the day, Luffy said, and Nami nodded. 1 day and a half later, at a marine base stationed in the middle of the sea on a small island, sailors were at the edge of it, carrying out their daily tasks, mainly monitoring the sea. Despite being a mundane activity, they reported any approaching marine or civilian ships, a routine duty at this base. The base gets so boring when Captain Nezumi leaves for his business, complained one sailor with a spyglass. Yeah, it seems he went to meet Arlong, said his colleague, showing a malicious smile. Did you hear that Arlong had a proposal for the captain to earn a lot of money? The other asked. Yeah, I wish I had gone with him, but the captain didn't choose me to go. I hope to get some share of that money because staying here at the base is so horrible and boring, he grumbled. Give me your spyglass. There's something coming from the horizon. His colleague didn't wait for an answer. He snatched the equipment from his hand and looked at the dark spot at least 10 kilometers away. A ship, but I still can't see who it is, he analyzed. It can't be Captain Nezumi. It must be a trader or even one of ours from another base. Or a pirate. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. That was good. As if a pirate would attack us. Not even Arlong and Krieg have that courage. True. They continued with their chores while chatting and ignored the approaching ship. Hey, that ship is already so close. It looks so strange, don't you think? True, but wait, isn't that a warship and still with a pirate flag? Look at that flag. Let me see it through the spyglass. What? It's a pirate ship. That flag is Straw Hat Pirate with a bounty of 10 million. Sound the alarm. Alarm, 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 alarm. The sound stirred the entire base. Meanwhile, Luffy looked at the bow of the ship standing on the head of Ifrit that he placed in front of the ship. He looked forward with crossed arms, and his cloak lifted with the wind from the ship's speed. HM? They finally saw us. But they took so long that we're only 1.5 kilometers away from them. What a bunch of idiots and slackers. Luffy snorted at this, as they had managed to approach so closely without drawing much attention so far. Luffy looked at the base in chaos, with sirens blaring everywhere, while sailors ran back and forth carrying weapons, and some prepared cannons. He raised his hand as he instructed his crewmates as they approached the base. Now, fire! Luffy lowered his hand, and Usopp and Shirahoshi, who were on the cannons, pulled the ropes of the weapons immediately. Bang! Bang! The shots initiated a small war on this sea, with the Straw Hat Pirates openly firing on the base along with the naval base, attracting the attention of everyone in the next few days since no pirate had attacked a marine base so openly in years in this sea. Chapter 55, Attacking Marine Base 16 Part 2. Chapter size, 2,758 words. Third-person POV somewhere at sea, East Blue. Marine Headquarters, 16, East Blue. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Ah, they're hitting us even from this distance. A Marine shouted, his voice filled with fear, as the outer courtyard of the base was pounded by cannon projectiles fired from a pirate ship located more than 1 kilometer away. The impact was terrifying, as the base's weapons had an effective range of only 800 meters, leaving them at a considerable disadvantage. Man the warships. We need to confront them at sea. The order was quickly given, and the Marines acted promptly, launching warships to face the audacious pirate ship that lay beyond their effective reach. Command! Command, are you there? A Marine ran to the communication tower seeking assistance. Without Captain Nazumo present, direct communication with High Command was impossible. The number for direct contact with the base admiral was restricted information, reserved only for the highest echelons of the base hierarchy. Instead, they opted to call a base located in Logetown, where they could establish contact through the Den Den Mushi. *KTH** Captain Smoker here. What can I do for Base 16? A rough voice was heard from the other side of the Den Den Mushi. Captain Smoker, this is the lieutenant from Base 16. We are under attack while Captain Nizumi is away. The pirates have a ship that can reach a distance our cannons cannot, and they are bombarding our entire base. The lieutenant cried. Who is attacking you? Smoker had a serious tone at this moment, recognizing the gravity of the situation. They are the Straw Hat Pirates. *crack. *ah. Before the man could finish, the communication tower received a cannonball, causing it to explode its walls and collapse in large part, falling on top of the man. Meanwhile, on the head of Ifrit. Whistle, nice shot, Usopp, Luffy said to himself, observing the destruction caused by his ship's weapons. Captain, these weapons are quite dangerous. Even the Marines are in despair. Reiju commented while smoking and observing the destruction at the naval base. Let's advance. Shooting at the Marines from this distance is boring. And they seem to want to greet us while pulling those 3 ships out of the harbor. Luffy spoke, and the ship gained speed again, shifting from negative speed to 30 times faster. The warships are getting closer, Luffy. Kuina warned, with 3 warships approaching theirs. In fact, it was more them approaching the enemy ships than the other way around. Zoro, Reiju, Yamato, and Nami. Protect the ship so it won't be hit by the shots. Luffy gave the orders, and they quickly assumed their positions. When within range of the Marines, they finally had a moment of realization, and many cannonballs were fired at that moment, both from the base and the warships. Dozens of bullets were heading directly for the ship. As the bullets approached them, Zoro began cutting them while jumping in the air. Reiju effortlessly kicked away any attacks. Yamato countered with her weapon, sending the bullets back to their original owners, causing explosions among the enemies. Still, the most surprising was Nami, creating green claws in the air that stopped the incoming bullets by just lifting her hands from the deck. She also raised whirlwinds in front of the ship, taking on the primary role of protecting it. You're getting really good at this, Nami. Luffy praised her sincerely. Nami had shown a lot of talent with her devil fruit powers since yesterday under Luffy's guidance. Thank you. With this strength, I might not need to run anymore and can be useful and strong, Nami said with some confidence. She no longer needed to run from any danger. Bang! Crack boom! Luffy's attention turned to one of the Marine ships at sea, which exploded from a shot fired by the Black Pearl a moment earlier. Ow! I hit one. Shirahoshi's voice was heard joyfully from one of the cannons. The cannon system Luffy installed on the ship had an immediate reload feature, eliminating the need for someone to load bullets into the gun every time someone fired. This made Shirahoshi and Usopp's lives much easier, as they only needed to aim and press the analog stick button that moved the cannon's aim. I'll take down the other one then. Usopp joined the competition. Bang! Crack boom! Hitting the side of one of the ships, Usopp managed to bring it down with a shot. As it struck the weak hull, and seawater began to flood the ship, and they could hear the desperation of the crew. Boom! 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 Feeling challenged, Shirahoshi began firing at the same ship she hit before. After hitting it with 4 more shots, the warship started to crumble. The last Marine ship seemed to be in a panic as their bullets, combined with the base's bullets, seemed to have no effect on the pirate ship. Seeing 2 of their ships being bombarded next to them scared them a lot, making them try to escape. Do they want to escape? I won't let them, Usopp said, turning his cannon towards the ship, and Shirahoshi did the same. Even though she didn't have precise aim like her companion, she still managed to target that last ship. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Four explosions destroyed the last ship in the next moment, while the Marines screamed in despair. The pirate ship was already passing through the wreckage as they approached the island. Bang! Bang! Usopp and Shirahoshi spared no effort in continuing to bombard the naval base now. When Luffy approached, he could see fear in the eyes of the Marines, pointing guns at them on the dock, but failing to show much courage. They had unsuccessfully tried to prevent this pirate ship from approaching the small island. When they didn't make a scratch on the Black Pearl, the pirates took down 3 warships and demolished half of the naval base. Their morale couldn't be any lower. That was too easy. Luffy couldn't express it more tediously. He had expected more of a challenge, but looking at the Marines, it was clear they had lost the fighting spirit. You're the Straw Hat Pirates. Do you have any idea what you've done today? The Marines will hunt you to the ends of this world. One of them, seemingly the current leader, said angrily, with at least 200 Marines behind him. You're not Captain Nezumi. I expected to find him here. Did he die from the cannon shots? Luffy casually asked the man as he descended from his ship. Captain Nezumi is away, but even so, you won't get away with this pirate, he growled. That's not important. You should worry about your own life rather than the consequences of me attacking the Navy. Luffy mocked in front of his ship. The Black Pearl was in front of the port, at least the part that was still intact, as half of the base had been hit by his 2 marksmen. The port was no exception. Luffy wasted no more time and began walking directly in front of the Marines. What do you want, Monkey D? Luffy, pirate scum. The man snarled with some confidence as he prepared to shoot. Isn't it obvious? I'm here to plunder this base, Luffy said, flashing a greedy smile. What did you say? This left everyone stunned. They expected pirates to plunder villages and towns, but a marine base in the middle of the sea? It wasn't a very common activity, especially for newcomers in such a weak sea. You're doomed. Listen to what I'm saying. Justice will always prevail. Yamato, can you use your conqueror's haki? Take down these annoying men. Quickly, Luffy requested Yamato, who promptly positioned herself beside him, releasing her intimidating aura. Yamato's expression became determined. Her eyes shone with an indomitable energy. Although not a master of Conqueror's haki, knocking out 200 low-ranking soldiers, along with some hidden within a 300-meter area, was an easy task for her. The energy permeated the entire place before everyone's eyes rolled back, and they foamed at the mouth. A moment later, all of them fell to the ground unconscious. Incredible! How did she do that? Kuina exclaimed, amazed, as she approached with the rest of the crew. Yamato's impressive aura, reinforced by Conqueror's haki, left everyone in awe of the display of power. Exclamation point! Yamato is so strong. Nami couldn't help but comment. That will be explained later with the 6 styles. For now, I want to plunder this base before heading to Kokoyashi village as fast as possible. Luffy shrugged, not wanting to explain something like that in the middle of robbing the Marines. Kuina, Johnny, and Yasaku will stay on the ship since they are not part of the crew, and we don't need their images associated with us, so it's better not to involve them. Nami and Yamato will go to the naval vault, grab all the money and valuable items from the Marines. Zoro, Usopp, and Reiju will go to the dungeons. If I'm correct, this base is involved in the black market with human trafficking. I want you to free anyone who looks like a slave, Luffy said with a hint of anger at the end, surprising everyone. As he always says, he hates hypocrites who commit crimes behind a flag shouting justice. This base has always been one of the worst examples with this concept that he has seen in the original work and even in some fanfics. Meanwhile, Shirahoshi and I will check the documents in the command post. Chaochu will take care of our ship. Luffy announced his orders, and everyone began to separate with their own tasks. Kuina and the bounty hunters couldn't complain about these orders since they were not part of the crew. It didn't take long for Luffy to hear Zoro being kicked by Reiju. Where are you going? It's better not to happen what happened on the last island. Reiju kicked Zoro, who complained with a stern look, while Usopp sighed beside them. Luffy, Shirahoshi, and Megalo arrived at the command room. Luffy began to quickly sift through the documents on the shelves and the desk. Shirahoshi, try to find anything we can use as evidence of the crimes these Marines must be committing here, Luffy announced beside the mermaid. Me, Luffy-sama? I'm not very smart. She didn't seem very confident for the task. Come on, Shirahoshi, you're a princess. Even though you've been trapped in a room almost your entire life, I'm sure you received an aristocratic education. Luffy didn't believe she hadn't had any teachers over the years. I'll try, she said, gaining a bit of confidence. Thus, Luffy sifted through all the documents in the main office with the princess. This took 20 minutes when Luffy increased his reading speed by 30 times. Arms smuggling, illegal sale of Navy equipment, bribery, blackmail, human trafficking, and dealings with certain pirate groups beyond Arlong, their main sponsor. Captain Nezumi even has connections to the black market of the New World. So many things here, and the idiot signed many documents and kept many things addressed to this base and his own name. Perhaps years of committing crimes with his sponsors made him quite bold, not caring about leaving evidence. Luffy commented as he looked at the stack of papers that would incriminate all the Marines in this base. Can the Navy be so evil, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked, horrified as she read so many horrible things. Marines or pirates, in the end, they're just people fighting for their own goals and what they believe in. They can be good or bad, although most pirates are bad, and most Marines fight for justice. But there's always one or another exception, Luffy said more calmly. He felt disgusted by the Marines in this base, but he wouldn't dwell on it now, as they would be condemned in the coming days. I understand, Shirahoshi commented beside Megalo. But I'm surprised, even though he's involved in such a small layer of the black market, he still had some connections leading to the Joker of the New World black market. Well, it's better not to care about Don Quixote da Flamingo at all now. In the end, he's just a dog of Kaido, someone who will be eliminated in the future by Lamy. Luffy murmured to himself as he picked up the documents and stored them to leave the base. Megalo, get that Den Mushi. Luffy asked him to grab a larger device hidden in one of Captain Nezumi's hideous paintings. The darn guy was a narcissist, and a hole in the wall seemed to be used for emergencies, but Luffy would steal it for some uses. Sharky! Megalo quickly bit the bag that held the equipment and followed Luffy and his friend, carrying the documents. When Luffy left the main building, he came across 50 people brought by Zoro, Usopp, and Reiju from the dungeons. Their chains were already broken, but their condition was quite lamentable. That. Shirahoshi couldn't help but cover her mouth, frightened. Luffy understood everything as well. There were children and even girls the same age as the mermaid, malnourished, many of them with lifeless eyes, a consequence of almost becoming slaves in the black market. Captain Nezumi was deeply involved with this market, something that not even Arlong would agree with his partner, as he must hate slavery after everything his race went through. Luffy believed that Arlong wouldn't even stoop so low as to enslave his enemies, since the fishman likely considered such a practice beneath only inferior humans. The fishman preferred killing and massacring over putting chains on his victims. You guys had your hands full, Luffy said with little emotion. Yeah, it was pretty unsettling, Usopp said disheartened. It wasn't easy to convince them to leave. It was quite sad. Reiju lit a cigarette while speaking those words. Even Nami seemed disheartened by the side, despite some gold she obtained from Yamato. Seeing these people only worsened her mood. Can the Navy be this bad? Yamato spoke with little humor. It wasn't a pretty sight, but she had seen a lot of it in Wano when some people were brought to Onigashima. Most of them aren't, and we shouldn't classify them that way, but there are exceptions to the rules. Don't worry. We'll make them pay for this. Luffy approached them and went to the former captives, who still looked at them suspiciously and fear in their eyes. I know it wasn't easy for you to be here, locked up like a slave. If you want to leave, you can go, and you're free. We're heading to Kokoyashi Village Island. If you want a ride, I can give you one. If you don't, as I said, you're free to do whatever you want. Luffy said simply and turned to walk away. Wait, can I come along? A captive, slightly larger than the others, spoke up. Luffy turned to him in surprise and kept his gaze on the man. He was 2.5 meters tall, had very short white hair with tan skin, and had a strong build. Luffy could tell he was quite powerful, even though he appeared to be around 30 years old. You can come, we're pulling a navy ship behind ours. Anyone who wants to join, come aboard, said Luffy, and many captive people decided to follow the large man. However, some former slaves chose to take different paths. Thank you. May I know who you are? My name is Hugo. The strange man quickly introduced himself to Luffy, eliciting a suspicious look from the captain. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the one who will dominate the seas, Luffy asserted, reciting his characteristic introduction. Dominate the seas? That sounds so cool. Even though I don't believe it, Hugo murmured, casting an admiring look at Luffy. Luffy tried to ignore the man's smug smile as they boarded the ship, taking all the rescued individuals with them. With everything ready to set sail, the Black Pearl left the port and headed straight for Nami's hometown island. The Marines were still unconscious on the ground, and Yamato released a second wave of Conqueror's Haki to ensure none of them would hinder the escape of the former captives. Comment your favorite part and subscribe for next part. Thanks for give me like and don't forget to comment your next audiobook nat ever you want to listening.